All right, there we go. Hello,
All right.
everyone. How we doing?
What a day for a PTB. What timing on that?
Anyways, for anyone not familiar, hello, I'm Neko Boy Blue. I'm joined by my co-stars. You got Andy Star Galaxies, and over there is Buddy Volley.
I hate you.
You deserve this.
God damn.
Also, for anyone not familiar, Liz just actively dropped like the latest devlog
Yeah.
right now. Yeah. So go ahead, check out the 1MC
Oh my
announcements channel on the
Um,
Nebulous server. I'm gonna grab the YouTube link and post that in chat.
Do we want to just
Um,
pull it up on
devlog.
stream?
Yeah. Do we? Hang on.
Because I can just open it up in a browser and swap to display capture and just drag it onto my screen. I guess I don't know.
I mean, I guess we could do like live devlog reaction. Do we?
Live devlog
We
reaction.
could use that,
Watch
yes.
together? Yep. All right. Well, I guess we're doing a watch together party. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yippee! Let me open up. I gotta be careful about showing my browser to people.
Yep.
They might judge me harshly. What if I just
no.
don't sign into YouTube? Actually, that's a good idea. No one can see my recommendations. It's probably best you
Yeah, I
don't.
just do a in private browser thing because it just removes all that. Browser. This browser be devlog. Call that. Or, no, this. I don't want browser. I want window capture. Browser source is different. Where is that?
All right.
Oh, there's Star. How you doing, Star? We're live.
Welcome to the live devlog watch party.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the devlog drop. I'm just like, Liz. Liz.
Oh my god.
Keep
Uh-oh,
getting
what
away
did
with
I do?
this.
All right,
Actually,
let's see if
Check
what-
users.
this works.
Eh.
Hey, look, that works. Look at that. Here's my window. Do you
Hang on,
like
I did something I
Nav
didn't
in the
mean to do.
background?
Okay,
All right.
sorry about that.
Where is
My
does this work?
devlog is
That's
ready to
wrong
go.
layer. Whoops.
Oh, while we're waiting,
Okay.
I know that if you're watching my stream right now, I know that Levy made me some things. I haven't had time to do a redeem for them yet, but I do
Okay.
have I have this. I've got the hat. I don't know if you can read that. Thank you. It says fish want me, I fear women on it. Thank you. And then I also Levy also made me another one. Additional ears for the Avali. Because that's what we
Nice.
needed.
Yay!
Yippee. I'm the
Posting
fake.
that.
So we have 2 cats and a fake cat here now, so, you know.
Yep.
There we
Congratulations
go.
For those
on it.
watching on my end, I also have something to show.
Ooh.
Oh, right. This
Can I
is your
get
thing
a
today.
drum roll, please?
I don't know if my mic's that
Bongo
works.
cats.
Ta-da! Hello, everyone.
I think you mean
Nice to
Everin
finally
Yan.
meet you face to face. So yeah, I now have an avatar.
Yippee!
Very nice.
Yeah,
Alright,
so that's all that was time in VTube Studio was for. Yes, I forgot that shows on Steam.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah. Yep.
Saw
If
that
you
on,
want, I can show you how to launch VTube Studio without it being on Steam.
The people don't know. Deception.
Yes. Anyways, we have turned another person in the Nebulous community into an anime character. So there's
Jesus.
that.
It's gonna. Did my desktop just show there? Oh, I forgot to hide icons on my desktop. I'm gonna do that really
Oh, no.
quickly. Everyone can see all the cringe games I play. Oh no! Oh
They're gonna find out
no!
you play High Fleet and Nuclear
Oh no!
Option.
Oh no!
Why can't you play
How
something
could they
based
have
like
ever?
Hello Kitty Island Adventure?
They're gonna
You're
figure
cool.
out. They're gonna see. Wait, what games do I actually have on my desktop that would be embarrassing? I don't even know. Like, what counts as embarrassing these days? I'm a
You play
fucking,
Nebulous Fleet
I'm a
Command.
furry,
I mean, really, it's
I'm
like
a furry on the internet. What counts as embarrassing to me? I don't really know.
question.
Yeah, it's showing my desktop, despite Neb being a full-screen application running in the background. I don't really know. I can think of a
That's
few, says
cursed.
Spidicy. Valorant, I think, is the big one there.
Yeah. Ooh, cringe, stinky.
All right. Do we want to watch the devlog?
Yeah, I've got the devlog loaded up in a window here. It's devlog 38 keel laid. So that'll be fun.
I am going
Everything's set.
to turn on. Can I turn on subtitles and stick them at like the top or something? Can I even do that?
There's no subtitles because it just went live, so there's that, unfortunately.
Okay,
so
yeah,
we'll just
we
have
can
to
just not do
try and be
that.
careful
All right.
about this. All right. I figure we got 34 minutes of content here of us just totally rehosting this and streaming, which is a thing.
All right.
Let me know when y'all are ready.
All right, we can do the countdown on press play, so it's all approximately the same time.
Yeah. Andy, you ready to go?
I'm trying to set up my everything correctly for the... Okay.
All right.
I should probably mute the Neb in the background.
That's probably a good idea, yes.
I'm just going to be lazy and close the Neb window. I can load the game later.
Lamau.
Uh,
Let me just, here, I'm going to do it the stupid way. Go to audio settings and just crank it to 0. There we go.
Sounds good to me.
I did it the lazy
Audio
way.
input
All right.
set. I think that'll work. See if this goes.
All right, I think everyone can see the devlog now
Should be able to.
on my end.
Okay. Is the crew and ship in Neb also cat boys and cat girls? It could be. It's a not impossibility. You can make avatars in Neb when update goes through.
Wait, what?
Oh no.
Can we press play? Can we press play?
Yeah.
Play some pause. No, I was just testing, make sure I got the audio capture. Okay, I'm good to go then. Escape, you said you were good to go. All right, Andy's ready to go. Star, you're not streaming right now, are you, Star? I don't think so.
I am not.
Nah, I think Star's eating. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. On my mark, I'll count it down. 3, 2, 1, and go. Ready?
Yep.
3,
Yep.
2, 1, go.
Key late. Interesting title.
This always puts a lot of effort into thinking about what title to make the devlogs.
Hello, and welcome to devlog number 38. At this point, the majority of the tools that I anticipate needing to build the official campaign are either done or roughly implemented. It's kind of been a case of laying the track while I'm driving the train because I'll get a couple minutes in the editor, realize I'm missing something that I need or something isn't working exactly the way that I want it to. I'll go back, work on the editor a little bit more, and then go back to actually building the campaign, but I've gotten a lot of progress done on it. I always have to stress this, but nothing is final until it releases, but this is the layout for the overworld right now. It's zone-based, where there's an introductory area where the player will only encounter things like shuttles and tugs, and then move into monitors and maybe a journeyman before they get to the gas giant, where they'll encounter things like marauders, CLNs, maybe a full carrier, maybe an Ocello, and then by the time you get to the inner asteroid belt, it's the gloves are off, take everything that you've learned throughout the campaign from here, and put it to use in the final sprint to the finish where everything can be thrown against you. I've said before that I don't want to spoil anything for the plot, but fortunately there's a room right here at the start of the game called Crucible, which is just a simple battle room, and there's no major plot points or anything, so it's kind of the perfect room to give a demo of how a room plays through, and then go back into the editor and show you all of the tools that I used to create that. And also a note before we start, all the dialogue that you're going to see in here is just placeholder. We haven't written any of the actual dialogue yet. This is just me roughing something in to give an example of what the mood is going to be, or like what kind of things are happening. So without further ado, here is Crucible.
Ooh. Oh, cool, they have cutscenes.
Oh.
Based.
All right. The cinematic camera's neat.
Look, it's launching missiles. Oh, that's so based. I would not have launched missiles at that, considering that it is a dead shuttle, but you know.
Yeah.
This is
It's their
ANS, though, to be
first
fair.
command.
If anything, they're gonna throw missiles. Oh, hang on.
I know. I
Escape
see.
you
I see
yours.
the bot. I'm fixing it right now.
Yeah, I'd say this is pretty dead.
Yep.
So that's the introduction to this room, and from here the player is given control, given this additional light cruiser, and then told that there's going to be a number of enemy ships arriving in about 2 minutes. So that's a pretty straightforward setup for a simple battle room, and while we get set up here, I want to talk about the cutscene that you just played, which is both meant to look cool and immerse the player, but also kind of serve as stealth tutorials. Right there, you're seeing that the light cruiser is firing RPF at the shuttle, you're hearing all the different sound effects, you're seeing the light effects go out when the ship loses its drives and power, you're seeing the abandoned ship alarm, the evac announcements, that kind of stuff, and it's kind of just throwing in the player's thought process.
That's
These
pretty
things
smart.
mean these things, and I plan to
Yeah,
use these
show,
cutscenes as a way
then
to introduce
have player
players to
execute.
mechanics in a much more organic way that doesn't require me to lecture them like the current game tutorials do, although those will still stick around for more in-depth explanations. The battle itself
That's
is
a really
going to be
good way
pretty
to do
simple
it.
because keep in mind this is either the first or second room that the player will have gone to. And also keep in mind that for a lot of players, this will be their very first battle in Nebulous ever. So you've got a carrier, 2 frigates, and a light cruiser against like 4 shuttles and a tug. The point difference is like 8 times or something like that. So anyone who knows roughly what they're doing is going to just steamroll right through this room, but it does serve as a simple and easy introduction.
I'm surprised they're
to
giving
what
a
battle is
carrier
like.
to new players.
And probably on the
The
easier
That's the
carrier-
start.
the
hero
That's
ship.
the,
carrier is the
that's the
unique-
hero
so the
ship.
player doesn't have to
Yeah.
split their attention.
Yeah,
but
I
that's
know.
all dependent on play testing. But again, the purpose of this is to gently guide the player and ramp up the difficulty as they go through the zones until they hit the final, here's everything that we can throw at you, take all the skills that you've learned, end of the campaign, or end of the first act, rather. And now, if you look into the distance, you can see a number of drive
That's so
players
cool.
from the
Ooh,
late
that's-
arriving
Oh,
ships
that's so
that the
cool.
light
So
cruiser
cool.
was talking about
Oh
at
my
the
God.
end of the cutscene. And this is a new mechanic for the campaign, part of what I
That's
talked
so
about in the
based.
last devlog, the ability to spawn ships at will and make them arrive anytime that I want for narrative purposes.
Can you imagine if different ships
And
had
now I'm
different
just
like
gonna
approach
speed the
times
clip
for
up 'cause I don't
Neb?
think
Like
anyone
takes
really
like 2
wants
minutes
to
for a
watch me
Marauder to hit
play
the map, but
A
shuttles
full
like
10
instant
minutes
spawn.
of this until we get to the actual
I think you
interesting
can
part,
all
because this is
customize.
just
Yeah,
a
you
really
can all
simple
customize
battle.
that, and
I'm
you
not
can
a very
basically
good
just
player, but it
decide
doesn't
how you
take
want to
that
do
much
it.
skill to
Yeah.
dumpster
If you're
4
making your
shuttles
own
and a tug.
missions.
But again, this is meant for new players to get
Also, look
a
at the top
handle
right,
on
the
battle
speed controls.
mechanics.
That's really
There's a
handy.
lot going on. The
Ooh,
game
yeah,
mechanics are very
speed controls for
complicated,
single
and so I
player,
wanna
that's
make
really
sure that
nice.
I introduce these mechanics
That is really nice,
in a
yeah.
So we don't have to
controlled
type
and
timescale every
steady
time
and
into the
very
console then.
understandable way.
Nice.
And
I
give
hope we see
players
that in testing
space
range
to
too.
experiment
Yeah.
while they
Oh,
do
that'd
it
be
with
great.
easier challenges at the start. Although on the harder difficulties, while those might not change the specific types of ships that you encounter. So, for example, the first zone will still
quiet?
always
Okay,
be
let me
shuttles
bump
and
that up a
tugs,
little.
and then you'll get introduced to monitors. The number and varieties of ships may change. So, for example, rocket shuttles may be mixed in here, which are a bit of a hard threat for a new player to get used to because they can get the drop on you and really hurt you. But for a more experienced player, that will provide a little bit more of a challenge than just a couple gun shuttles.
I can't believe
And
Liss's
then finally we get to the end of the battle where
torpedoes got
we
soft
have
killed
one
on
enemy
that
ship left that I
tugboat.
just need to finish off. And in the top right, you'll notice not only time controls, which are new for single player, because when I started having to basically go through these rooms over and over and over again, I really didn't want to have to keep typing the time commands into the console, and I
Do the
knew that
drive
I was gonna
effects
want
on
this
that
in the
frigate look
campaign
different to
eventually
you
anyway
than they
for,
do
like, the
currently?
Yeah, I
current
think that's the
They
update.
do,
Yeah.
they do.
Those are
longer
They
updated.
kinda do.
station,
Maybe
no one
it's
wants to
a
sit
new
there
flank
for
speed
10 minutes of
animation.
real time, so time
Oh.
I think there was a
Lightning for
teaser.
that.
No,
But
this is
there's
a
also
blue
a list
sky,
of
and
objectives
I
where
saw
you
it
can
was a
see that we've
picture of
got
the new
locate
drive,
light cruiser,
like flare stuff being put
and
out
we'll
there.
be able to see on the overworld map where these
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
this is
objectives
a blue
are.
sky?
And then once
Yeah, it's
the
for dev stuff. It's kinda cool.
enemy ship
I think
has
that's
been
a flank
eliminated,
speed
I gotta take a
effect.
look at that.
completed,
I think that's
there's
flank
also
speed
a
effect.
pop-up in the center of the screen
That's-
for when that
I s-
happens, although
yeah.
it didn't work here, and I didn't
I
know
do
Yeah, it
like,
is a flank
I
speed
do
effect.
like
It is
the
a flank
white
speed
action
effect.
though.
to demonstrate
swapped to
that.
I like
flank
the
and
white
then
action.
immediately.
So that you can kind of
Yeah,
know
it
exactly
matches
when
the
completion
the
happens,
craft.
and you don't need to keep your
That's so
eye on the
good.
top
Cool.
right the whole time.
Mhm. It is really good.
And then with that battle done, the player can decide where they want to go next. But for us, we're going to hop back over to the campaign editor and talk about all the tools that I used to build that encounter.
Ooh.
There are a couple new resources on the overworld UI for the editor, such as showing where all of the ships are. And so you can enable this overlay and it will show you every ship in every room and who they belong to. You can hover over them for names and hull types or for ship template types. And these can also vary by difficulty. So if we flip through the easy, medium, and hard at the top, we can see that the number of ships in each room changes depending on what the spawn conditions for those ships are.
That's good.
There's also an objective overlay UI so that you can see what all of the objectives at all of the different rooms are going to be at a glance, and this is pretty much exactly the UI that the player will also see when they're playing the game. Although you'll see all of them, and in the game the player may see certain ones available at certain times rather than seeing all of them, but you can see them differentiated between primary and secondary objectives, primary being the filled-in square and secondary being the plus sign. Secondary are going to be things like additional storyline options where you can kind of find out what's going on behind the scenes by like retrieving a beacon, or strengthen your fleet by retrieving a ship. You don't need to go do that, but primary objectives are things like destroying the Protectorate's supply lines,
I see the High Fleet inspiration,
etc.
High Fleet, Darkest Dungeon, I can see the network.
We have the NPC cast, which is any character that
I
can be
will
referenced
say,
in like
Liz
dialogue
was
or a cutscene or something.
trying not to
You
make
can
High
give them
Fleet.
a portrait that is either bespoke, as in a
But it's
specific
an
image
influence.
that was created for that purpose, or you can use the portrait set.
We have
that
character
have
creation.
Oh,
created
that's
for
cool.
content
It's
and
also
get
just a
reused
good
here.
way.
That's so based.
You do have
Randomize the
avatars.
traits,
That's so based.
you can
There's going to be so
lock
many mods for
specific
this to give
attributes
cat
and
ears
randomize
to
without
characters.
changing those
Yes,
specific
Day one.
attributes if selected or locked.
There's an accessory
You can
button
select
already.
the individual attributes with the arrows, so you can page through until you find something
Where's the
that you
Avali
like.
mod?
And then once you apply the portrait, it will compress that down into a single layer sprite, and it can be used wherever.
That's a good chunk of art that was put in
And
for
then
all
hopping
those.
into the
Wow.
room itself,
I think
the
it's
first
left
thing we'll
over
talk
from,
about is the asteroid layout.
Conquest stuff?
Since
Yeah.
this
Conquest
is not
stuff,
a map
yeah.
you're familiar with, it's
'Cause
a
that
random
was
layout
pretty
of an
much-
asteroid field for testing purposes. We have concept art for about half of the locations in the campaign at this point, and some of them have actual blockouts that match that concept art,
Cool.
but this one does not.
Yeah, you're not going to hear Liz of the Peanut
In
Gallery
order
talking.
to
That's just
build
how it
this
works.
testing layout, I used a procedural asteroid field
I
generator
bet there's
that
going to
wrote
be like
for this
really
purpose,
cool.
which has a bunch of options and a bunch of asteroids that it can use. So Stefmo put together
I bet
this
there's going to be
huge
some
pack
really cool
of asteroid
locations.
prefabs.
Ooh.
And basically this
Look at that
generator
asset
will
Like
take
potentially like
from that
inside the
set
gas
and it will
giants.
procedurally place asteroids according to what parameters you set in the generator.
This
Like
is like
amongst,
the
like,
procedural
planets
generator
with 3
one.
rings.
And it just kind of like pops all the asteroids
Yo,
around, does
that's
test
so
bits and
sick.
trials and rotations
random
so-
maps.
until
You
it
can just
either
make your
decides that
own
it's happy with the
maps.
placement or it gives up on that particular asteroid.
And
And
there's
you can
little
do this as
references
many
to
times as you want.
size.
You can either randomize the field with a new
Look,
seed, or
the
Does that look like
circles.
Rallis to anyone else?
and want to
Hang on.
see how the change in parameters changes the shape of the field without changing
So the
the
circles
size
shows
of
the
the
size of
field with
like
that
already
specific
mapped
seed.
into game, so you can
change
tell
the
easily
radius
how
of the
large
field,
the maps
you can
are.
change the density,
Yeah, the
you can
banding
change
rings.
the
There's like
weights
the
of
caltrop
using
pillars,
specific
etc.
types
You
of
can.
asteroids. So if you don't want to use these gigantic or enormous asteroids, you can turn the weight down to 0 on those, and then it will just generate with the medium, small, and tiny rocks. You can also vary the dimensions of the field, so we can crush down the x-axis here and basically spawn a wall of asteroids.
Like
that's
for
smoothed on
planetary
the
rings.
x-axis, although probably
Yeah,
more
if you wanna do, like,
realistic,
a
You can make like
flatter
very
field.
flat
on
map.
the y-axis to create a more flat field, which I'm going to do here. You can add exclusion areas, so we can put a large sphere here near the center of the map, and then when we regenerate the field, it will make sure that there are no asteroids placed in that particular
Oh,
spot.
for
So
cap
if we wanted to have,
objectives.
like,
Yeah,
there,
Like
or
carve an area,
objective or
put
something
your,
that we wanted to make sure stayed
station there.
clear.
That's
we could put
really
that
cool.
exclusion area in, and then the generator will make sure that it stays empty. Overall, it's a really fun tool to use. It's made making realistic and randomized layouts of asteroids a lot easier than trying to place them by hand, because trying to place asteroids by hand in a way that looks realistically random while also having interesting cover and things is really hard to do, and this allows me to just shotgun layouts until I find something that I like.
Yeah, Jar's
This
probably
is
right. This
something
is
I'd
probably
really
just going to
love
be
to
a
get into the
development
game
tool.
as an
Yeah, she just
actual
confirmed it.
game mechanic for
it may
randomly
be
generated
allowed
asteroid
to
field
players.
map. That's
Players
been on
will
the
probably
roadmap
be, I
for a
think,
really
able
long
to make
time.
their own maps.
And I've wanted it. A lot of players have wanted it. Something to
I mean, it's
kind
a
of
development tool,
keep
so
each
it'd help
game
any map
fresh,
makers in
although
general.
maybe not
I know
Yeah.
I'd definitely make
balanced
use of it if
outputs
I
each
went
time.
into making
But the
maps.
biggest blocker on that is not so much generating the asteroid field, it is making it so that the nav graphs can be generated, because right now that is a very time and manual intensive process. It's been sped up quite a bit, and I've created a lot of tools to make them
make it so
better
fighters
with
get less
the
stuck.
carriers update.
Yep.
But it can create several. It can take several
And
minutes
for
to
AI
generate those,
pathing.
and then it requires a little bit of manual massaging to make sure that there are paths everywhere and that there are no edges with not enough clearance, that kind of stuff. At some point, I'm going to take a look at making that multi-threaded and faster, and figuring out a way to make it so that it's something that's realistic to do during the loading process of a skirmish game rather than just an offline thing. For ship entities, the number of things that you can do has expanded quite a bit. Most of the top is the same from before, from the last devlog, although now you can actually change the template and the owner in place without having to delete and respawn the entity, because that would break a lot of references. And the difficulty spawning has been turned into a easy, medium, hard toggle, so you can, for example, change out which ships will spawn in a specific spot on each difficulty. So if you want a light cruiser here on easy and medium, but you want something else on hard, you could disable hard for this ship, replace it with another one that only spawns on hard. You can also edit damage for the ship at the start of the game by clicking this button, which brings up a DC board that you can use your mouse wheel to scroll on. You can scroll down the damage, scroll up the damage. You can
that's
click
so
on them
sick.
to destroy them or restore them. And, this basically allows you to give the player ships that
really
have
neat.
been damaged through some other
That's so
narrative
awesome.
event without it.
Do you have a drive
fresh
disabled
and not
Vauxhall you have
making
to
sense
rally
through the
with?
ship's story. You can also edit the
And then, like,
initial
keep them
ammo load
protected
or what's been
while the
expended.
driver
So,
stores.
for example, the storyline is that the ship has been fighting for the last couple days, so some of its ammo
And you're
obviously
still
would have
live?
been
Apparently you
expended
stream
from
issue?
what the template says it should have. And then there's
Ooh,
also
ammo
a
edit.
placeholder for editing armor damage, although that's not implemented yet. Over here are what's called spawn allocations, active allocation being the default one, which is where the ship is just here at the start of the game. You can have a docked allocation, so for example, you can make it so that the ship starts docked with a specific station, and if we select this, if there was a station here, we could select the specific docking point we want it to be at, or you can use inactive spawn allocation to make it so that a ship is inactive at the start, which is what's used for these ships up here that are the late arriving ships, and then we'll go through how that arrival gets triggered in a minute. Unfortunately, the placement of this room on the map and how it connects to other rooms places some constraints on how I can either hide certain things from the player or expose them to certain things based on where they arrive from, because these routes to the different locations have an actual place in the room. And this creates some problems when I'm building maps, because I don't really have a reference for how the layout of the room is on the overworld when I'm building a map blockout. And it also creates a problem for mod maps if someone wants to use one in a custom campaign. So what I did was I made it so that you can actually rotate the map inside the room around the y-axis, and this actually works for the octree as well. Or more technically, the queries against the octree are inversely transformed by the map's rotation, and then the answer is transformed back out. So the octree is actually still fixed in space, but everything that's queried against it or returned from it is transformed by however the map is rotated. And this works for any arbitrary rotation, even though the campaign editor only lets you turn the map around the y-axis. This opens up a lot more freedom with how you can build maps in the editor and import them into the campaign and still be able to make use of them in a room wherever you want when you move things around the overworld, or how you connect things, and allows you to use maps that were not made with a campaign in mind and still be able to have them
Probably going to be some bugs with that, but
No,
Next
this
up, we
is
have
still a
campaign
prototype,
variables,
remember,
which
so it's not
allows
out
you
yet.
to define a number of variables. These ones in this case are
Ooh.
local to the room,
Trigger
but
menu.
there are global variables as well. And this allows you to set values to signal certain scripts that certain things have happened and that they're now clear to execute, or allows you to set things that will persist between visits to the room, so you know whether certain things were completed or whether certain things were encountered, and allow you to drive scripts that way. And then for the global variables, you can do things like a certain thing happened in this room, and then 5 rooms down the line, you know, oh, this thing happened, and so I should trigger this other event because of it. And this feeds nicely into the largest thing that has been added to the campaign editor, which is a script editor that is node-based.
Okay, Liz,
This
you've
thing
outdone yourself
actually-
Liz is
again.
cooking. Liz is cooking.
Made this while I
Holy
was
shit.
sick. And between drinking cup after cup of tea and honey, I just kind of like came to, and all of a sudden this thing was in the game.
I feel that. I feel
And I
that.
was like, oh my gosh, here. I knew that there had to
That's
be
funny.
some way to script events in the campaign without having to go back and do C# code for every little thing that I wanted to trigger. And I could have done a text editor for something like Lua, but as someone who's been using Visual Studio for decades, trying to implement a featured code editor in the game that would have the quality of life features that I would expect
I'm
to not
having a
make it
headache
an
just
absolute nightmare for
hearing
me
this
to use
idea.
would be
Yeah, no, this
way
is-
more work than actually making
Congrats,
this.
Neb now
Yeah,
runs on
visual is
Scratch.
better. Visual
And
is better.
on the other plus side, a node-based editor is far more accessible for non-programmers. So in this case, it was a double win. There's
That
already a
works
really
on
big
Scratch.
set of
Yeah,
models
visual
on
was
the
the
map,
way.
and you can access them through the
Lamau.
right-click menu, which allow you to do all kinds
Well,
of
now we
different
know
things
why we
that we're
haven't
gonna
gotten
go
the public
through as
test
we
branch
walk
for a
through
little
this
while.
graph and a couple others.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
adding
Jar's
your
right.
own
Can
nodes
this
is
run
really easy.
Doom?
The classes are very
The answer
simple,
is
and
I'm
declaring
pretty
a
sure
new node
yes.
type is as simple as just inheriting from the scriptable graph node and then writing your own code, adding the ports, that kind of stuff, and it will automatically be pulled in by the game and added to the list of nodes that you can add to the graph. This graph that we're looking at here is the one that's used to basically play the opening battle cutscene that we saw in the playthrough
Okay,
earlier.
so some of these are
So this is what's
camera
called a triggered
angles.
event graph.
Yeah.
The way that this works is that the skirmish game controller will loop through all of the graphs that are defined for the room, determine which ones are ready to execute, and execute that first one until completion,
That
because
makes
only one
sense.
graph can execute at a time. And then when it's done, it will check to see if any other ones are ready to execute.
Gives you fire orders.
The
for
first thing this graph
box.
does is pause
Yep.
all of the AI bots so that the AI doesn't mess up anything while the cutscene is playing, because the cutscene you saw earlier is actually a mechanics-based battle. It's not like an animated sequence. So what this does is
Oh,
it gets the
Spadice is
trigger
Renders
right.
an
ships,
engine like Halo
issues a
cutscenes.
bunch of
Spadice is
orders
right,
to
that
them,
missile is
like
gonna
block
miss.
the target, fire the guns,
Yep.
fire a missile, move to this position, that kind of thing. And then the ships will be given those orders and begin to execute them. And all of these nodes run through instantaneously until we get to a blocking node, which in this case is the green one, which plays the cutscene. And then when the cutscene is done, since this is a mechanics-based battle, again, I want to make sure that the shuttle is actually dead at the end, so I just grab the CIC reactor and drive and kill those at the end of the script. And then
Oh,
let the
I
AI
see.
take
That
over
checks
again
out.
from
Yeah,
there.
okay. I was thinking of
You know-
project.
Then we've got this second scripted event, which is
you
what
gotta
triggers the
account
first
for
wave
edge
to arrive.
cases.
And
Mhm.
so it
That's
waits
fair.
a specific number of seconds once the
Kill cleanup
dialogue's been
command.
completed, and then that triggers this, which basically takes all of the OSP ships that are in the room, tells them to begin the arrival sequence, and that's pretty simple. And then it sets a variable saying that the wave has been sent in so that we can check that to see if the objective has been completed.
Ah.
And that's because ships that are in inactive standby count as eliminated, so we need to make sure that the first wave has actually been sent in before evaluating whether or not we've successfully defeated all of the OSP ships and can mark the objective of retrieving the light cruiser as successfully completed. And then if our light cruiser is destroyed before the objective is completed, then that counts as a failure. And for
Oh.
the final graph-based thing, we have AI strategy scripting. This one is really straightforward because this is just a simple annihilation battle. So this allows me to define AI specific behaviors that I want the AI to do for a room without having to write C# code and write individual strategies
what
for
came out of the AI
15
rework.
different battle scenarios that I want to do.
Okay, this is part 2 of
This
that.
one doesn't have any
Yeah.
actual missions connected to the mission master, and that's
The AI
because
rework.
if nothing's connected to it, it just falls back to a
Because
simple
the AI
annihilation
rework
strategy.
basically rebuilt the whole thing
But
to
what
be
this does here,
modular
what
and
these
very
purple nodes
easy
do,
to
is
edit.
it allows me
Ah.
to
Yeah.
declare the specific task units that the AI is going to use and which ships make them up.
Remember grouping into like
But
3
if
different
there were
types of unit.
specific
This is more
battle
advanced
actions
version
that I
of
wanted the AI to take, like if I wanted a specific group of ships to be attacking a certain ship that's allied to the player that they need to defend, then I could use these attack mission nodes and assign those units into it. Or if I don't attach any units to it, it will just use all of the AI units that are available and rank them based on the priority system that it has, and generate the attack missions for them. I can also define goals, like if there's a docking point that I want to defend. So if the player is trying to dock with it, I want them to suddenly have that ship be focused down by the enemy to prevent it from getting to that docking point. And that's what this goal will do. It will generate all the relevant missions, not just one specific type to accomplish the goal. There aren't many AI-based nodes at this point, and that's because this is probably the newest part of the scripting system, but I'm planning to make it pretty powerful because there are a lot of things that I'm going to need the AI to do to tell the story that I want to tell. And now the part you've probably all been waiting for, which is cutscenes and how you can make your own. So this is the built-in dope sheet editor that allows you to move anything around in the scene that you want and
Oh, it's
control it.
slurping.
This one is
Dialogue,
actually
camera
pretty
tricks.
simple
Okay, you
because,
can't
as
see
I
behind my
said,
stuff,
most
but
of the
it's
battle that
there.
you're seeing is a mechanics-based battle, so the orders get issued to the ships and then they carry them out, and so this is really just controlling the camera and playing the relevant dialogue. I've actually been working on this tool since about March, although it was one of those cases where I just kind of hit a brick wall on it, and so I put it down for a while, and then once I came back to it a few months later, I just kind of breezed through it. Like I just locked in and figured out exactly what I needed to do and put it all together and build a cutscene while I was making it and made sure that everything that I needed was in there. It's track-based, so you can add any track that you want, and there's a lot of different types, so you get these special ones like audio and animation and screen text, and then
Okay.
you also get a track for every entity in the room that you can place keyframes for. This first track here is the screen fade, so Every cutscene starts at a black screen, but we just want to snap in on this one, so this will set the screen to be clear, not black immediately. The next line is dialogue, which allows us to select a character from the cast that we talked about earlier and select a clip. We can also write a subtitle, although since these are just placeholders, there's no clip associated with them, and I just wrote the subtitle myself. But if you do select a clip, there can be metadata associated with that clip that has the actual subtitle text in it, and you can override it if you want, but the metadata subtitle will be included in here by default.
This reminds me of Free Space's in mission dialogue.
And then we've got the camera track, which allows us to move, rotate, and control the zoom of the camera. In order to help with lining up shots, there's a viewfinder, so you just right-click open the viewfinder, and we can now see the view through the camera, and we get
you get
overlay
previews.
on top,
That's
which
fucking
shows
sick.
the black bars on
Awesome.
the top and bottom and what's masked by them, and then
Based.
crisscross.
Congrats, Liz, you
pattern
make
that
DaVinci Resolve.
helps
Thanks.
you arrange,
Holy
the,
shit.
the standard
That's so good.
cinematic
That's so
techniques,
good.
keeping things in the third quarters and
That's
Time
so
stamp,
base.
that's
To make
20.
the
To be
visual
fair,
appealing,
Liz
just kind of
does
aim
use the
for that,
DaVinci
and we can
Resolve to
script
make
the
all
timeline
of
and see
the
how the camera moves during that.
trailers, auto trailers.
The diamonds in the track are the
I
individual
use DaVinci
keyframes
Resolve
for the position
too,
and
but
rotation.
I've never used it
But
this
what's
in
really
depth
special
before.
about this type of entity track is the gray boxes that you see here, which I call entity scopes. And this makes it so that any keyframes that are found within this block will be positioned and rotated relative to the entity that the block is assigned to. And that makes it so that during this battle, while the ship is moving in maybe an unpredictable manner because it's just receiving the orders that the script graph has given it, I can make sure that the camera is still staying in the exact position relative to the ship to get the shot that I want. And then I can also select the individual position keyframes, and I can tune their rotation and how their tangents work to make it so that the camera flows nicely along this spline and gets whatever
It's
curve I
node
want
and
to.
then curved
That's so
along with it.
Increase the
cool.
tangents.
This is
and make
so
the
well
line
done.
curve
Holy
more
shit.
shallow. I can rotate it. I can twist it around. I can try to match the relative velocity so that things move slowly through the control points. This, I think, still needs some work, for example, detaching the tangents and making some auto-smoothing functionality, because getting the tangents to line up nicely can be kind of difficult, but for now it is serviceable. And now I just want to show off one more cutscene that is kind of a stealth tutorial on how to properly use beam destroyers, because I'm just happy with how it turned out.
All right.
All right. Oh yeah, you can see they're hidden behind rocks.
Target mass. There's the beam.
Beams going out. Torpedoes as
Okay,
well.
popping now.
Torps on a beamstone
Spindle
base.
laid in track.
Be short, be
3.
short, be short, be
Popping
short,
down,
be short.
spindle in. Whew. Hammer away.
One more cycle on the track and come around 260 to get into cover.
Oh, they've got the custom
Bring
13th fleet badge.
IFO.
They've got the custom 13th fleet badge too.
Yeah, I saw it on the
them.
Vauxhall earlier.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, look, the
Cool.
thruster effects. The thruster effects are definitely different too.
Oh
They're
yes,
much
those
sharper.
Yeah, those are-
definitely
Look at
new.
that.
different.
So
They're
good.
so good looking. Holy shit.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, the dialogue did give you a
So,
stealth tutorial on
The only
beam
thing I want to
destroyers.
see added to that, like, you know, you can go first person with like some ships. It's like key or something by default.
The
I
last
just want to
feature
see
we
like
haven't
the
talked about
beamstone
in
from the
room
bridge
editor that's
unmask and just
new is
annihilate them.
Skybox entities. So if you look closely, you can see the gas giant in the background
Whoa.
of the skybox, and by selecting it in the
Whoa.
entity list, we can actually position
That's
it
so
relative
based.
to the map
That's so
and move
based.
this game
That's
object
so
around
cool.
in the skybox.
Ooh.
Yo!
This is a better
you see the
reimplementation
spy-
of the
the
camera
So as you
skybox
get
updated
closer
in
to
the
the gas
background?
giant, actually,
is in the
Whoa.
Conquest branch. Not only does this fix the annoyance of the starfield being attached to the camera and so being able to clip through world objects, or for example during the arrival cinematic for the skirmish game, this makes it so that we can now have any game object that we want in the skybox, and we can basically do anything that you could do with
That's
normal
so
entities in the skybox.
cool.
Holy shit.
It gives a lot more flexibility than we can get with like
Whoa.
an HDRI.
I'm speechless.
And if we make the planet bigger, we can see that I kind of added a special shader to the rings of this planet, which makes it so that you kind of get a shadow zone around where the
Ooh.
camera is.
Fighting in the
So it
rings,
makes
that'll
it
be
so you can
awesome.
kind of
Oh.
look like you're in
Look
the
at-
rings and the dust
Oh,
is
that's
getting more
so
attenuated as you
awesome.
get close to you.
What the fuck?
We can
I'm
also
actually-
spawn in
I
additional
have
planets.
no
What
words
the
for
hell?
that.
Go to
This
the
is so
spawn
epic.
sky
No
box
words
This,
for that.
this
entity button.
campaign
We
is
can
is like-
going to
select the
be
planet item
so
from there.
good.
We can place another
It's like one of my
planet
old
where we
favorite
want in
Space
the
Engineer
skybox.
skyboxes that always felt like you were in the
These
belt.
planets
It's great.
unfortunately have to be predefined, but I'm hoping to get the ability to configure them into the editor at some point. But let's select the
They're
test moon
making
one
them-
and position that as well
I feel
somewhere
that.
nearby the map. So it looks like we're in orbit over this moon.
Wait,
that
you
is
can set up
orbiting the gas giant.
orbits?
Scripts and cutscenes can also affect any entity in the skybox because, again, they're just entities, so we can do whatever we want with them. So, for example,
could blow up a moon with this.
sick.
a battle taking place in orbit of the moon in the background.
Like
There,
literally, you could
we
set off
could
like a
have
nuke on the moon's
No
surface in a
way.
script.
explosions in orbit or explosions on the surface from cities getting bombarded.
I called
or
it!
something, which may happen.
Holy
in the
crap.
game,
That's so
you
It's
know.
like Sims 2.
But I
It's
was
so
really excited to get
peak.
this back into the
It's
game
so
to
peak.
port that over from the Conquest branch because it just makes the background.
Give
of the
this
game
game awards
way prettier and
already.
provides me lots of flexibility for storytelling.
As usual, Liz is
through
outdone
background
herself.
kind of narrative.
Holy
elements.
shit.
Before I show this next part, I want to be clear that this is not a skirmish mechanic. It is a narrative device only to enable things to
Time
happen
to
in a
piss on the
campaign.
moon.
I still think that boarding is an untenable mechanic in terms of the skirmish game. I think that there's no way to do it in a way that is both fair and fun and not overpowered.
I love the
But I
disclaimer.
realized
As soon
Yeah,
as they
yeah,
as soon
no.
as Liz started
rooms that
saying,
Liz
it's
is
like, I
so-
don't-
really make a lot
Liz
of
is so-
sense that
Liz
a
is
lot
so
of these
real for
stations
that.
would just let you dock.
Oh
at
my
any of
God.
their docking
Oh, that's so
points because
fucking
they
cool.
control
That's
the docking
peak.
columns,
That's so
control
peak.
the docking
Yo!
clamps. So
This is
I
what they
added
meant by
this
tethers are
boarding
required.
animation for certain points around the station that allows you to get a ship on there and like take control of the docking control and make it so that you can dock your other ships with normal docking points.
that's how
Because
that
I've made it
works.
so that docking
That's
points can
so
be disabled or
cool.
enabled by script.
Yo!
And so this is kind of a way to get a foothold onto an enemy station. I think the animation looks really cool. I had a lot of fun making it, although it took a bunch of finagling
The
to
wires.
kind of
think-
get the cables to look
You think
good.
is
the
so
animation looks
amazing.
really
It looked
cool?
like they were
The
getting beat
animation
up by
is
inertia
really
rather than
cool.
just
What
kind
do
of
you
getting
mean you
lost
think?
according to a curve. But I think the result
thought it
was
was
pretty
gonna be like the
nice. If
docking
you
ports.
look
I didn't
really
expect the
closely,
fucking tethers. That's
when the
cool.
cables
Oh, do you
go
see the
taut, there's a
icon by the
little
frigate
wobble
that's
in there
docked?
as they kind of settle into their normal tightness.
Oh, like the same
But
as
again, this is
the.
a narrative
RTB.
device only
Fighters.
and is used for
Yeah,
the purpose
neat.
of getting footholds on
It's a
station
hard
and
dock,
Why
it's
do you
like-
sound- that's a
story into
frigate.
knots, and then it's gonna
It's
be
like
coming to skirmish.
forceful dock.
StaffMo has been in the middle of an art refresh for the ships for a while now, but that's not going to be ready to show in this devlog, so look forward to it coming up soon. But I also wanted to touch on the tech art
Art
side
refresh!
and improve some other aspects of the ships
Oh yeah, this is the new
while we're
damage effects. I
doing
think.
just a complete overhaul of their appearances. So you may have noticed new engine effect particles and stuff, but damage has always bothered me a lot. So if you take a shot at the center of a large
Yeah.
open face, it looks pretty good, but if you hit a corner like this, particularly a seam between two different parts of the mesh or faces that are not nearby on the UV,
Yeah,
you
the
get
problems
these
with the
ugly seams,
the
these
problems
ugly
with
cutoffs.
textures and UVs.
So I went through
Well,
and
Oh,
rewrote the damage
that's so
shader,
much better.
to
This
make
was
it so
also
that
a
the
Blue
damage
Blue
can
Sky. I
spread
think the turrets as
across
well.
all of these different unconnected faces
That's
and
so much
produce
better.
nice, clean, large
You can get
blocks
a
or large
shader?
spheres of damage that don't care about the UV layout. They don't care
Probably
about
proximity sphere widget base.
even different
No,
parts of
no,
the
no.
mesh. They can bridge
If it's
two
a sh-
different segments of the hull, and it just looks so much better.
Wait, that's a
Like,
plasma
check
It
buff.
requires some
That
That is
plasma
that is
buff.
actually a plasma buff, yeah.
Yeah, you can tell what you've plasmid now.
They're generating it in your
No,
modeling
because
software
plasma
will make it
is
look
based
better.
on painting over the armor texture. That's a straight
Yeah,
up
so-
plasma
That's a
scripts
plas-
bigger areas
As I
now.
started blocking out these
Plasma
rooms and
buff?
starting to test
Holy
them out, I
shit.
very quickly realized that any kind of rapid iteration was going to be really difficult to do without
Yeah,
some
that does
special
buff
tools
it.
to enable that.
Yeah, consistency.
For example,
anyways.
this is only the second room from the starting room, but having to publish it, go to the main menu, start a new campaign, and fly to this room would have been untenable in terms of how I would be able to rapidly iterate and test things and find bugs. So I added this quick test from the current room feature. It allows me to select the difficulty, what room I'm arriving from.
Like how List's
what,
development is just. This
visit
annoyed
number
me
this
during
is,
testing, so
how
I
many
fixed
times
this.
I've been here before. If you have like,
Better
a scripted
development
This is
than
how I
most
do
if you
actual
happen to
AAA
go into a room
devs.
for the second time,
Yeah.
for
This is how
example,
I do
Yeah.
development
you
as
can
well.
also edit the conditions of different
There's gonna be
variables,
so many
including the
player
global
made
variables.
campaigns.
And then
Yeah, that's the
over on
point.
the
It's
right,
great.
you can pick which ships the player is going to have with them. So the ships that you get in a starting room will always be selected by default, but then it also shows you all the other ones and even gives you hints in terms of which ships are on the route from the starting room to the room that you want to test in. And you can also expand out by like one or two.
It could be. Oh, hey, look!
jumps.
You can see
So if
the
you're, like,
in the
backtracking
Caltrop area,
off
the
of
Great
the
Salt
route,
Sea.
you
That's
can
one of the tanker
quickly
support
add
ships.
those ships
Oh, it
as
is. Yeah, at the
well.
very bottom.
So
Yeah,
it makes it
it's
so
the
that you don't need to
Mercury
guess
class, I
what
think.
ships the player could
Ooh.
possibly have if
And we
they
can do like
followed a
in
reasonable
mission
route
docking
to
stuff
get
for
here.
resupply. Oh, that's so cool.
This has been a huge time saver in terms
That's
of
so
making
cool.
my iteration speed increased and making it really easy to just
Quickly,
cycle through and fix
judge
bugs.
the
Like,
the
there have
builds
been
of
times
List's
where I've
ships
had to
based on the point
start
count
the room
for
over and
them.
over and over and over again in order to figure out something that was
14
wrong, and that just would not have
1400
been possible. It
point
would have
light
taken me
cruiser?
days to do that without having this.
It's got a size 2 backpack.
I mean, it's
That
got a
is
size
true.
2 backpack.
That is true.
As I
Yeah.
said, This is more
But it's
or
also
less
got
all
aux
of the
tiers in the
major
front
campaign editor
instead of room
features,
for a stack.
and we moved on to actually building the campaign. We've been doing concept art for all the different
DC
rooms.
Central
I've
is
been
in the
doing
middle as
blockouts
well.
for them. I've been doing
Sort of the
scripting,
mag.
and pretty much all of the rooms leading up to the
Judging,
gas giant
Mark
have been
62's
blocked out
AP rounds loaded
and
first.
started having their enemy
minus
units
1 on your
placed and
points
their
list.
scripts built so that we can start getting to play testing. And I chose to do this devlog now because starting tomorrow, I'm basically going to be sitting down and playing through these first two
Or were those
zones
missile
over and over
saviors?
and over again. And
Is that Pure
finding
Act,
bugs and
Thunderheads?
testing
I think it
things
was.
and making sure that everything's
Was
working
that
the way
Command
that
Attack?
I expect it to
I
before
think
passing
they're
it
the
off to the
standard
testers
missiles,
to
yeah.
let
I
them
know they
get a
are,
first
but
crack at it.
also we're judging.
Developing all of these tools has consumed pretty much the entirety of the last 3.5 months, aside from time that I've been spending on main branch as well. But I think that all of the time that I've put into it has been well worth it.
No mixed
because
torpedo
now I can
salvos in
really
those bombers?
iterate quickly and
Yeah,
and
that's gonna be
making
another point
new
against the
rooms
story
is
list.
This was the
extremely
previous.
fast.
This was the
The
very
rest of the
start of it.
process should move a lot faster from here, and hopefully we'll be able to start getting into full.
I mean, it's
scale
meant to
playtesting
stay
with the
easy for new
blocked out
players,
levels
right?
And rooms
True.
in just a couple of months. Although getting each of these locations to final art
We're not
is
gonna get
going to
meta
take a lot
builds.
longer.
I mean,
But the
meta
most
doesn't really
important
matter
part of
when
the
you have
campaign is making
technically
sure
an
that it
infinite
plays
point
well,
budget.
that it's fun, that the story makes sense, that everything works correctly, and getting
Those CMD
things like
12
meta-
final art,
meta doesn't
voice
really matter
acting,
when
final
you're
cutscenes, writing,
12K
that kind of
It's
stuff
against
campaign.
is
four
a
shuttles.
thing that we can
Against,
Yeah.
do
like,
once we know
four
that
shuttles and a
blockout
tug.
versions of all of these rooms actually plays
It's also
correctly
campaign,
and
so
that the
like,
campaign is
there's no
enjoyable.
point balance. It's more about
So
what
that's
you
it
have
for this
available to
devlog.
you.
Thanks
Alright.
for
Yeah.
watching.
Holy shit.
All right.
That was
well,
so peak. That was so peak.
yeah.
Don't play don't
Couple
don't
things-
play that.
yeah.
Anyway.
So a couple things to note about this. For anyone wondering, one, where has list been and why haven't we had a public test branch for a hot minute or two? Here's your answer. Hope you're satisfied.
Liz has been
Incredibly
pretty
based
happy with the
updates.
current state of balance as well.
Yeah.
Or reasonably happy. So she's like, she basically decided to go ahead and focus on campaign. Which was what she wanted to do initially, but got
Right.
sidetracked because Carrier.
Yeah, Carrier 2.0 update. That was pretty good. Getting the was it modular craft update? I think they
Yeah.
called it.
Man, why did everyone complain about carriers? Jeez, they should have just
Yeah, Neko, why did he have to complain about Carriers?
Okay, all right. Yeah, fine. All right, Sui.
cue that SpongeBob memes like, "Wah, go back and re-update carriers and make them balanced." And then, hello, Liz.
Yeah.
Hello, Liz.
Hey, Liz. Yeah, incredibly based update. Thank you for posting this and keeping people informed. Transparency for like devlogs like this is showing what's like coming down the pipe is incredible, and this was really well done.
Oh, that's so
I'll
good.
go back to just like where was it? Couple different areas, like just looking at the way the map nodes are connected like that for the room battle style. Scape, you've been playing High Fleet.
Yeah, I'm
yesterday,
very
the
much
other day?
seeing. I've been doing my first actual experience with High Fleet on stream. Continuing Monday, by the way. I very much see the inspiration. Very based. I love it so much.
The node system
so
making
good.
it so like this connects the skirmish battles that we know and love of Neb and provides like kind of the operations level of like stringing them together that Conquest couldn't really do because Conquest had its own like system flaws, and it just looks incredible.
Right.
Some of the other things like I'm just picking through this right now. Where was it? The dialogue at the start of the levels where you just get like the cutscenes of like the ships engaging. You've got the like voxel on the top left who's a placeholder, and like you got the dialogue. That feels super much like free space storytelling to me, which I love.
No nukes. There's reasons why nukes are not in Neb.
Yeah.
And
There's lore
yeah,
reasons and gameplay reasons. So
right, which are both valid reasons to not have nukes.
yeah, Star I think is the most properly educated to Unga Bunga over just how amazing this editor like visual connection thing is. So
Yeah, no,
Like,
just when I heard Liz describe like the idea was like the one idea being the Lua editor, I immediately thought of all the problems that came with that, and then Liz just listed them out, and I'm just
Yeah.
like suffering from double headache trying to just thinking about it. Because I know
Lua
just how
is
bad
good
it
if you
is
know
to
what
be
you're
like that.
doing with it and that, but
But
this
so,
kind of editor, yeah.
But visual is so much easier to implement like this in some
Right,
ways.
for accessible to people who haven't coded before, such as
and
me.
it's also more accessible.
Hey, I have
Works as
experience. I'll
well.
have you know, I have experience in Scratch, so this is perfect for me.
I made that joke, but it's like, yeah, Scratch, for as much flack as it gets, for simplicity of anyone can load up the editor and make something
Right.
good. This is giving me the best vibes of the Age of Empires and Warcraft, Starcraft editors, which is fantastic because those are really good creativity-wise.
Honestly, the thing this reminds me of most is the Blender graph nodes and also Unreal Engine's visual scripting, because Unreal Engine has a visual scripting basically option that you can use instead of having to write everything in C#, I think it was.
Yeah.
So if anyone is interested in game development, that's always an option. Personally, I prefer Unity though.
Yeah. You can have like your own mix of stuff. And it's like this is its own editor within Unity like stuff here, which is cool that this is functional.
I think this is in game.
Yeah, it's in game,
Yeah, like
which is super fucking
it was
cool, right?
no, where was it? Where's the asteroid rendering?
I think what excites me the most is how like it feels like anyone will be able to like just create their own campaign. And and not only just make a campaign, but make like really good on the same level as the developers.
Yeah, OBL is going to be
Yeah.
eaten good.
Oh yeah.
It makes me so
Within
excited
the first, yeah.
to like just try out just all of the campaigns.
Yeah,
I think
OBL
another
is going to
thing
have,
that-
by like a week after it launches, OBL is going to have 5 separate campaigns. Jeez, I don't understand how they make things so quickly. There's like
'cause
10
they don't balance
factions.
it.
Yeah, okay, there's
you go
that.
into a mission, right? And then
There's that.
3 seconds after you like finish burning in, you just get hit by a 20-kilometer beam.
Yeah, I love
Yep.
getting beamed from
Welcome to
across
OBL.
the map. Yippee.
Just the custom map maker, like the random generation. Again, I think of the best parts of like Age of Empires, which is playing on a random map like Arabia, Black Forest, etc. And just the fact you can now have like random asteroid field that you slowly clear through, and the different mission types as well. Like, okay, capture a station with boarding action, destroy a convoy, skirmish with the enemy forces to recover your own.
I do really like the ability for map makers to essentially generate a random field out of essentially a tile set of asteroids.
That's
Yeah.
really nice. And the maps look really good, too.
And then define
I think
clear
that-
areas and spaces, which would be really nice to have.
Yeah.
I hope that they're as someone that kind of wants to get into map making at some point, because there are no good 5v5 maps.
What do you mean? Sailor has no problems whatsoever.
Relos is also perfectly fine.
Hell,
Yeah.
actual college.
The only good 5v5 map that I actually like enjoy playing on is Nyx.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Nyx, and I will
Nyx
say
is
Sailor,
like-
I have some enjoyable time on, but
Nyx is, I mean, 5v5 is just, it's hard to do without it getting stalematey, right? Because
Yeah.
you've got so
Yeah.
many, you have so much forces because of the extra player that you can afford to pretty easily defend both sides of the map rather than just one, which makes
Yeah.
pushes and things too difficult. Nyx is way too open. Yeah, that's the only
Yeah.
downside.
Yeah.
There's cover, but like there's a lot of
Yeah.
spots that are very open.
it encourages a lot of open
I did a,
sight lining.
I did a battle on rotated Nyx the other day with IMA. Was actually like a pretty good experience. Rotated
Really?
Nyx is,
Rotated maps are interesting because they
rotated-
just screw with your brain.
Rotated Nyx is actually a pretty fun map to play on. I've only played on it a couple times, so I'm not sure if there's like balance issues with it. But for the thing I did on it, it was pretty fun.
Sorry, there's balance issues for rotated Nyx.
Yeah, can we get let's we can do rotated abyss next. How do you think rotated abyss will work?
I think that the map
I
is
think
overpowered
rotated
because we
small
tilted it
piston
90
is more
degrees.
complicated. Or maybe rotated caltrop.
Rotated
Yeah,
caltrop.
spin the
Rotated
caltrop.
caltrop changes absolutely nothing. I'm gonna rotate caltrop. Oh, so we're still gonna be bringing beam destroyers and 100 mil bulkers. Yeah, okay.
Okay, but like now you rotate them all 90 degrees. It's really different.
Yeah,
right?
now
Well,
now the bulkers
okay.
and beamstones are also going to be rotated 90 degrees. There you go.
All right, but hang on
Big
a second.
change.
Okay, so one thing that was where is it?
Inverse
the,
caltrop.
like-
Inverse caltrop is just like not pillars, tombstones. Kind of. No.
Kind of, but he can go around. Imagine imagine an inverse caltrop where it's like all you fight inside of a ball.
You
Actually,
fight.
no, this is the
Ooh.
You
That's
you.
just abyssal.
That's
Never
just a.
mind.
Yeah, that
That's just
that's
abyssal.
literally just abyssal.
That's-
Whole testing range.
Okay, so something I've talked about, like entertaining the idea of before, is imagine a map that's kind of stagnant and played, something like Pillars, where everyone's played a dozen matches on it at least. Now, looking at like the 15-minute mark with the rotate room ability thing, imagine if you just had like Pillars, but your deployment was randomized every time. Like you're still like dropping opposite sides of each other, but instead you're.
I would
approaching from a
love.
different
I've talked about this before.
Oops.
I would
Ah,
love
you've-
to have a feature like this.
You're
Andy, you're in
unmuted
the-
in this stream together thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
There
Oh, sorry.
Alright.
All good.
But yeah, just the idea of like random angling coming in, like because we see this here. It's like you see on what's the 1455 mark. You see like the labyrinth gate is one way, iron spindle's the other. So you could get like reinforcement ships coming in from those in a scenario like this. I'm just thinking multiplayer, like you get a randomized drop on a different angle of pillars or something, and that refreshes one of the default maps in the game that people otherwise have kind of figured out. Because there was, I think it was Lone Wolf did. It was like tilted pillars or something. It's like
Rotated
45-degree
pillar-
rotation.
Oh,
Rotated pillars is interesting.
rotated pillars is rotated pillars actually plays
It's not
a lot
the no, it's not the
differently than
rotated
regular
one.
pillars.
Like it's 90 degrees chip. It's like a 45 degree, so it's like
Oh.
like this
Hmm.
from instead of like flipping it sideways, right? You just kind
you
of
flip
tilt
it on
a little bit,
you
like if
turn
was,
it on the x-axis, 45 degrees.
Yeah,
Interesting. Okay.
I feel
'Cause it
like I
changed
would
the
have like
spawn.
permanently 45-degree neck tilt for the rest of my life if I played on that.
I think the spawn ship later will be limited to narrative gameplay only.
Yeah, that's a campaign
However,
thing.
Yeah.
it does give me hope for spectators join mid match.
Okay, if nothing else, a rejoin feature would be really handy.
A
for multiplayer,
rejoin
'cause you
feature
know
It
how
would
to
be
get,
really,
like,
really good.
I'm not sure.
It's on the wish list.
It's on the wish
Mm.
list. I'm not sure how practical doing a rejoin feature is.
Yeah.
I mean, you can rewrite the. You'd have to essentially rewrite big part of
networking's
the
You'd
map.
have to
hard
do
with
a lot
that,
of stuff
right?
with the net code. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm
I believe
optimistic. I'm
it's-
optimistic, but
believe
I
it-
wouldn't be surprised if it can't be done.
That's probably one of the
believe it's
like
something
after
that's-
everything else patches,
I
right?
believe it's something that's on our wish list, but it is not something that is a priority.
Yeah, like finish the game first, then bells and whistles after.
Though, if there's one thing I do wish is that I do hope that these kinds of triggers make it into the map making.
Mhm.
Actually,
Oh yes,
they
you can make
technically
some.
already exist. You see things like the custom voice lines in what's it called, Bulwark.
Yeah,
and also
with
the
the,
ships that come out on the top.
Yep.
Yeah, Bulwark Naval Yards, where you get to have like the rocks going in. It'd be cool if you get to launch like a couple waves of like NPC freighters out of the top of Bulwark.
Bulwark.
Or just other things, like imagine just having like just things flying through the map.
Yeah.
Like just
Yeah,
at
like,
preset times.
Bulwark-
Dynamic asteroid fields that move would be
Bulwark makes my
difficult, but-
Bulwark makes my computer suffer. A fun map in theory. However,
Yeah.
I would also like to be able to play the game and have frames.
The cooked
And then
map
there's
of-
whatever what's the black hole map called again?
Singularity.
Singularity, yeah, in modern day and age, that's a experience.
I don't think
Just
Singularity.
like boom, BB appears. It'll have a second wave skirmish.
Oh, like
That
like
does
what if
sound
you
fun.
could what if you could like deploy like a 2K fleet plus a 1K fleet that comes in later,
Yeah.
like as a game mode.
I was thinking as well, like, what if you make a mechanic that, like, the further from, like, you can, like, expand the deployment area, but the further from the center you deploy, the longer it takes
Ooh.
for you to deploy.
That's
like-
actually a cool idea.
You can deploy on the
Interesting.
side for, like, a cheeky flank,
Yeah.
but then you have to deploy, like, 30 seconds to, like, maybe 2 minutes after everyone else.
Sort of like how
So
Mecha Bellum can you can do flanks, I guess.
Yeah, I was thinking more like Total War games. Like I played Total Warhammer not too long back, but like you can have your reinforcements come behind the enemy, but it takes them like 5 minutes instead of dropping like immediately behind you at the 2-minute mark.
I
That's
see.
kind of a
Yeah.
neat
There'd be
idea.
I mean,
some. There'd have to be some.
it would definitely need things like early warning and stuff like that.
We would need
Yeah.
a
Otherwise, to not make
ton
it.
of balance stuff to make
I would
sure
say
that
Yeah,
that
for
doesn't
sure.
become insane.
Okay,
But
so just the specifics of it. Imagine like, because you know how the deployment rings are offset each other, right? Like
Right.
everyone deploys at
Yeah.
the edge, generally speaking, unless it's like container line or hiding spot. You could make it so maybe like there's delayed deployments, like it takes you 2 minutes to hit like the edge of your deployment ring versus like you get into the game immediately and set it up. That could be interesting.
you would
Yeah,
have to
that's
do a
what I
thing
said.
so that deploying the middle of your circle and deploying at the edge of your circle doesn't just become the same time to get to the edge as it takes to just deploy to the edge. You'd have to do some timing
Yeah.
with that.
That's an interesting
That's
idea. If
literally what
nothing
I
else.
I
said.
feel like it's not
Yeah.
very. I feel like that's not. I feel like the deploy circle should probably stay the way it is.
Yeah,
because
because the
For
thing is
simplicity, it's
that
just
what's
spitballing
going to
ideas.
happen is that a missile yub fleet is going to have to deploy in the middle to launch missiles at the early cap stuff, and it would guarantee it would be there for the enemy counter yub. It would just give the enemy.
Either way, I don't think it's a fun time to literally just
Yeah.
be sitting there waiting for your fleet
Yes,
to
that
deploy
is
for
true.
2 minutes.
That
It
is
does
a
give
very
the
good
idea
point.
of
There's a
like,
better location.
do you deploy like certain ships earlier or later for that? Like that's just a slider thing to like spitball the idea for.
But like you could
have, say, your
deploy
shuttles
one ship
deploy
in
and
the
then your
center
SLO arrive
and
later.
one ship in the edge. So
Yeah,
you'd
but
still like
still, you're
start
just,
playing
like-
at the same time as everyone else. You just have your second ship come in later.
Not everyone's fleet has multiple ships.
That's
Is
true.
the downside to that.
Mhm.
And also, like,
Mhm.
it's just. I don't think it makes for good gameplay.
I don't think it does
Yeah.
either. I think that the deployment should probably stay the same. Maybe there
Mm.
can be some experiments with letting you deploy outside of your normal deploy circle for some extra like deployment time, but I don't know if that's going to be necessarily healthy for balance.
I do like
That's
the idea
true.
of a 1K or like something like a 2K plus 2K format, where the second 2K comes in 15 minutes late or something.
Oh yeah, you could do that, like what
Really fun.
Rageface
Yes.
was saying, like a second wave sort of thing. You could bring in like a 4K fleet, but could only deploy half of it at the beginning, and then like at a certain point you would get more reinforcements. That might be interesting because that can let
Yeah.
you.
That would definitely be something like all the players.
That'd be like a
in this
custom
lobby
mode
would
for,
have
like,
Yeah,
to
yeah,
do
that would be
it.
like
stuff.
that would be like a
Yeah.
different game mode entirely, though.
Mhm.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I do. I
Just
think so.
that's
yeah.
literally Total Warhammer's domination mode, where you draft your whole army from the budget, but you can only like bring in so much at once. You build up resources. That's a okay. Somebody write that idea down for like.
Yeah, that might be
custom
an
level
interesting. That
simulator.
might be an interesting idea. Yeah, we would get to see some
Maybe
variety
you
in
could even
fleet
have
builds too.
a game mode where if you get shot down, you respawn, and then it's like whoever kills X amount of assets.
Yeah, 2 wins on the
points
kills, or like
assets
it
to
can
win.
still be control
Okay,
point,
yeah.
but you can get
Like
laser
you need to
spawns,
kill
like-
like 12k of assets in order to win.
Yeah.
And then like once like a shuttle is destroyed, it can spawn back or something, and that could
Yeah,
be
the-
a
the-
different game mode.
The downside to
spam,
that,
yeah.
if we do like a deathmatch
Well, the
thing
thing
with
is, everyone
respawns,
does
is that
run Yub.
BB and Yub would be you would run literally nothing
It-
else because
also,
everything
Yeah,
else
there'd
would
be
be
some
vulnerable.
balancing to
Yeah,
do about
definitely.
like what and
Everyone
when you
needs
can
to.
spawn stuff, but yeah.
You just like can spawn a container liner, you shoot off 240 salvos just randomly, and then or missiles randomly, and then you just evac it and spawn.
Yeah,
the
then we're
next
back to the
Yep.
conquest issue. Damn.
Hmm.
Still interesting, if nothing else, that we can think about this. So
There's definitely
yeah.
it definitely goes to show that there's so many stuff
Ads.
that we could be added.
Right.
Do we want to run an ad break and then get into like
yeah, I
fleet
think we
review
can do a
or
3-minute
a
break
game or something?
here.
Yeah, let's do a 3-minute
Um,
break, and then when we get back, we can do what we actually were supposed to be doing this stream until.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's just happen to have the first
Then
thing.
Yeah.
Let's just
list-
hang on. Wait, where is it? Where's
At least
Bliss's,
it wasn't-
fleet
At least
here?
it wasn't a PTB this time, Liz.
I don't know. I think this is like more.
Yeah. Where
Yeah,
was
by
that?
the way, Conquest was like a game mode that was meant to be added, that were like
But never wor-
multiplayer campaigns,
It
Yeah.
never
but
worked.
it never got to work. And it's been
Multiplayer
scrapped.
it's multiplayer
Like
player
it-
versus player.
Yeah, it was like a
PvP.
it was like a
Close
D&D
Dropbox, right?
campaign, long term,
Grand strategy.
grand strategy.
campaign.
Yeah. But it didn't really work for the way Neb currently was, and Lisk ran into the problem where they basically had 2 different games with different balance and different mechanics and stuff, and she didn't really like that, which was completely fair. This
Yeah,
game is
valid.
early access. It is definitely subject to change course. through its development.
Mhm.
So List scrapped Conquest, but then not really, because everyone on Steam thought it was a single-player campaign and fucking complained like children without actually reading anything, because cool.
Yep.
Awesome, Crate. It's cool that they did.
Oh no, guys, look out! The single player mode's canceled.
So it
Oh,
turns
no,
out every
right?
single person in the Steam review section of this game is illiterate, so that's cool, I guess.
Yep.
But then List
It's
dropped,
the scene for it.
and then List dropped Conquest anyway, the unfinished thing, to make them shut the fuck up, because yeah.
It's like, all right, you want it? Here, go play this. It's like, oh,
If
this
you've
sucks.
ever
Never
This
mind.
isn't-
into
but this
the-
isn't
if-
as-
if you've
We didn't want this
you-
version of Conquest, then why did you ask for it?
if you've ever opened up the Conquest Unfinished branch, right?
I have not.
And then just looked at the title screen, like list plastered like 10,000. This is a test branch. This will be buggy. This is experiment. This will never be finished, right?
This won't
And
stop
then
me because I can't read.
Immediately after publishing the branch, there were people complaining about the branch being unplayable.
I'm sorry, Liz.
It
I'm
was
sorry.
like the entire title screen was literally plastered with
Liz,
it everywhere.
I'm sorry that the vocal. I'm sorry that the vocal minority of your community and fans of your game are completely fucking illiterate. I do sincerely apologize. How has this happened? How
I
can
remember just red text. It's like the moment you loaded up, red text is in your face. And then like smaller red text above the Nebulous Fleet command, below the entire menu, to the right, to the left, everywhere.
Yeah, people sometimes just can't read.
Oh my god! All right.
Why was
The
balancing in
reason balancing in
Conquest?
Conquest is
'Cause
different is
Conquest
because
was a
things
completely
did not
different-
adhere
yeah.
to your 3K format.
Yep.
Instead, players were encouraged to essentially construct a navy out of the grand strategy layer, producing a large amount of ships, and essentially just grouping them all up and using them to defeat the opponent in detail.
Yeah, they ran
Yeah.
into the same
Defense
problem
of
that.
strategically important locations was also not very important because
Yeah.
you could just kill everything.
It ran
and
into the
win,
problem
even if you
that
lost all of it.
it ran into the problem that Annihilation has, where there's no reason not to just group all of your stuff into one single ball and just not be able to be killed.
The thing that I say with Conquest is Conquest was a strategic layer game, which meant
Right.
that you did strategic layer assets, which basically meant the equivalent of a nuke, which was a Vauxhall or battleship or Axford loaded to kills missiles to fire once and then not be relevant anymore.
She even said at the beginning of every devlog that about Conquest was not single player. Yeah, that's what surprised me so much about people not understanding that it was single player. She
Well, they
literally
never
said it.
watched
She
they don't
lit-
watch the devlogs. They
in
just hear
every
Conquest
yeah
and
in
go,
every single fucking
player.
possible location when Liz was talking about Conquest, she always mentioned that it was multiplayer. I don't understand how they missed it, even if they didn't watch the dev blogs. Like, how?
I'll say in my initial run of it, I was under the impression it was like, yeah, he's single player playable. So if you wanted to do like kind of your Total War Grand Strategy layer, you could do
Right.
that. But the main
Oh.
focus of Neb has always been like multiplayer skirmish. It is playable single player. That's why we're getting campaigns. But
Well, the reason
It's
that
not single player.
campaigns...
I think campaign is based. I think
it
campaign
is.
based.
Well,
I do
the
hope we had
carriers...
collaborative multiplayer campaigns potentially.
that-
Right. Well,
that's a
carriers,
question, actually.
carriers did fix the problem that Liz
She
had with...
has mentioned in the previous devlog, not this one, that she does want to make it multiplayer co-op compatible.
Ooh.
However, that's all up to change. That's
Alright.
all
Depending on, like,
all of
scripting
that
and
can
that kind of
change
stuff, yeah.
very quickly.
All right. I think it's time for us to actually do what we were supposed to do. 3-minute ad break really
Yeah.
quick, and then we can go
anyways,
into
Liz,
fleet
thank you
review.
for your submission. We have given you your review of your fleet. We'll be back in 3 minutes for
Yeah.
more Nebulous fleet review.
Pure Act S2s is a little bit interesting, but you know what? You're the dev, so I'm just going to trust you on that one.
I'm looking at that right now. Anyways, back in 3 minutes, everyone. Meow meow. Meow, 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 meow.
We have returned. Firebird, I do not have to close my Neb submission because you fool, we're only doing Neko's today, and then I'm doing mine tomorrow.
Yes, we are all back.
Why do you think I titled the stream the way I did? I have taken over Neko's stream today.
That was better than what I titled mine, so.
How
right.
dare you?
Thank you once again, Liz, for your submission. We're going to go into the fleet editor and take a look at the other ones. Campaign editor review. Thank you. All right. Let's see.
Alright, which
Who
one are we
is first
starting with?
on the list for today?
I think was it Dragonbender or?
I think Dragonbender got first slot. Let me see. It was them or?
Yep, Dragonbender's Poic fleet, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. So that is going to be imports called Poic. Okay. Looks like a Axford, 2 destroyers, and a Corvette. So let's take a look and read the description off.
Arrow's playing Armored Core 6. Cool.
You have
nice.
the one and only Diocilla Bender, Critical Events and Reactor Overload Bender.
Wyvern
And the
Bender,
Wyvern
Wyvern
Bender.
Bender next to Dragon Bender is a very funny.
All right,
I
fair enough.
see, I
Anyways,
see.
let's read the description for this. So, it is 1 heavy cruiser for frontlining with a sprinter escort with decoys and jammers, 2 rail destroyers for team support against heavier assets. Okay, so it seems similar to Redwood, which is a nice start. Let's take a look through this.
Okay, first thing I noticed, it's not an Enoch, so that's good. It has a ball jammer on the back.
I was like, what the fuck? God damn it.
Okay,
Star.
second, looking at the PD layouts, this is very oak-like with defenders and stone walls on the sides and defenders on the shoulder mounts. So this feels like very much oak-based.
It's an okay
With
PD
the
layout.
holes
I
on the
would
front.
prefer. I think that the defenders on the shoulders would be better on Mount 8 where the bullseye is, and Mount 9 where the chaff box is, and then you put the bullseye and the chaff box on the shoulders instead.
Yeah,
I
that
don't
gets you
like
better
the bullseye on the
hemispheres.
shoulders.
You don't like
mostly
the bullseye on the
because,
shoulder?
The limited angle, it works fine for bow tanking,
Yeah,
but
it
as
does
soon as you're
limit
not
the
bow
angle.
tanking, the limited angle can mess you up sometimes.
Right.
So
That's
that is
true.
the case.
I do prefer the chaff box on the shoulder mount and an illuminator on the other shoulder mount. That's what I prefer.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just not a big fan of the defenders on the shoulder mounts. They do not have good arcs at all.
My
Yeah.
specifics, I like the chaff box on the shoulders and then the illuminator on the nose so I can self-illumine my own chaff.
True.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
that is
bullseye
a very
typically
good
sits on the
point.
other shoulder because usually I'm bow tanking. Besides that, nitpicks of the point defense, you've got 4 defenders, 2 stone walls, pretty good for solo Axford, bullseye checkbox, interrupt checkbox, drives. We've got 2 raiders and a whip. That's
2
good.
raider whip, yep. Parallax
Internals
as the
check.
radar, 3 large and a reinforced. Where the large is in the bottom.
I'm gonna need to move myself so I can sidebars here. Whee!
5 ammo elevators, pretty standard.
7
Very good for
restores.
450.
I think I'd prefer to maybe swap out one of the largest for another reinforced, just for missile resist and DT break resistance. Considering that the only reinforced you have is in the bow as a bow tanking thing, if that goes down, you're gonna have no reinforced restores to bring bursts
Something
back
to note
online.
is that you have a single reinforced CIC and no backups. You do have 2
I'm
auxiliaries.
seeing
as well.
2 AUX, and I'm feeling maybe one of those could be another CIC.
The
That's
auxiliaries in the
maybe
front are
bow
bow
tanks.
tank slots.
Yeah.
So I would recommend having a reinforced CIC
I
in
mean,
there
yes,
because
but
it bow
like, but-
tanks and acts as a backup.
Evox, one of the other developer people that I know tuning in here, you just missed us covering the latest devlog, Evox. Damn, should have been here sooner.
Yeah, Vox.
Now we're doing
Yeah.
fleet review.
That's what you
Yes.
get for coming late.
Yep.
Exactly.
In terms of stuff on this build, I can definitely echo a lot of what y'all are saying. 2 CICs can be quite handy. Oh god, drown the Catboy redeem. All right, well, there goes my sentence here. Briefly,
I'll
excuse me for a
continue. I'll
moment.
continue for you. Double CIC can be nice, just for resisting getting CIC'd in battle. The place where you have your 1 CIC is a really good spot. Compartment 6 is very well protected. That being said, if a stray missile hits you in the belly, or if you get a flank on you, say like a 450 liner
Thank
gets your
you,
flank and hits you in the
Steve.
belly,
Yeah. Sorry, you got
compartment
a meow
6
routine.
is gonna go down really quickly. Bow 1, the CI where you have the CIC is going to be insanely well protected. But if they do get your flank, you're gonna lose it really quickly.
All right, thank you, meow. Thank you, Tasty, for the meow. Meow.
I need to get better at mowing. All right, Neko, cue the soundboard.
Don't worry, you already got one.
Yeah, cue the soundboard. Yow. There it
No,
is.
no.
Star.
Meow.
Can a single Citadel CIC be better than double reinforced? Yeah. Sometimes, for
Yes, but no.
for BB, I do prefer the Citadel because it gives me an extra compartment for more DC and stuff like that. It is very point inefficient, though, is the downside.
Okay, so the thing about the Citadel CIC is that despite being very tough overall, it having
I
let's
know
see,
those are not real
400
redeems.
points and 50 DT.
Right.
Despite that, it can still be redded out and disabled. So having 2 reinforced CICs is generally more effective.
Right. True.
In that case as well, the
is
big thing is
Grahataya?
dispersing your CICs. You see this on bulk freighters very commonly. There'll be
I
a
don't know who
like
Grahataya
CIC in
is.
one end and a CIC in the other end of the bulker. In case you get missile struck in one area and Hyper Command read it out, got a backup in the other place. Generally, missiles deal enough damage that whether you've got a Citadel or the regular CICs, it's generally going to red it. So best to have a dispersion or a backup like that. In this case,
True.
with the expectation of this battle tanking, singular CIC you can get by with. I will say the bulk mag is a bit of a risk, but
I didn't know that was a thing. But yes, I have a new 3D model.
yeah, Indy Star has just shown off their like orange cat self. So now we got both sides of the portal gun. I'm blue cat boy. She's orange cat girl.
And I'm GLaDOS. Hey, Tasty did a meow redeem apparently. Neko, cue the soundboard.
Yes, allegedly. So yeah, you had to spend channel points for that. Nice try, buddy.
Oh, we're not doing it? All right. No, Tasty.
I mean, you can press the button.
I don't have the soundboard. I'm not doing it.
It's on the server.
Is it?
Yes.
Yow. God damn it, Star. It is on the server. Ah, hell. Oh, God. Well, there. Yep. Okay, we're fucked. No.
Anyways,
those are highlight my messages. I'll do
matter
it once.
here,
I'll do it once. Those are highlight my messages. I'm not doing that again. Anyway.
Yeah. In terms of this build, you're checking most of the boxes you need for a Axford. This thing will certainly do the job. You've got a ton of damage control, double buffed with a deep central and a small workshop.
I would like to raise your attention to one thing. You have a single magazine, just a single bulk mag, that can be vulnerable to be knocked out. The other thing is that your ammo balance, you're paying essentially 2 points for 18 rounds of ammunition.
Yeah, you could round that off a little bit better, like you go with that.
I would recommend reducing it to 300 armor piercing rounds and either upping HE to 518 or just dropping 10 of them to 500 rounds.
True.
I will say you also don't have you can't exploit the full range of your 450s right now because the bullseye only gives you a locking range of 9 kilometers.
Are we getting sensors
that's
from
generally
allies?
not the biggest issue, unless if you're running Quad TC Spy on a battleship. Quad TC Spy on an Axford is...
It's doable, but you lose an ammunition elevator, and you're not able to run
but usually on
specific builds you
on
can
a
run.
half Axford fleet, you'll have the other ships will be able to provide you offset.
Not necessarily.
I'd say that in this case it's fine because this is going to be a 9-kilometer gunfighter Axford, and that will suffice. You are correct though that having a spyglass quad track correlation setup can be
possibly
good for,
just on the escort. Something to consider.
Yeah.
Big sippy time.
Hi, Star. Thank you for making it.
Yeah. Overall, the build looks pretty good. Like we said, vulnerabilities, only a single command and control center, which, I mean, that's your choice on it. In this slot, it's pretty safe. The singular bulk mag, that will be good as long as you're only taking damage to the front, but you can get yourself magged very easily, which is a lot of trouble.
Is Quad Spy a cello viable? No.
The reason you don't run Quad Spy
OSP has ways to get long-range accurate tracks already without needing to...
essentially what you can do is you can grab this thing called a long-range tracking radar on
Bloodhounds
or a monitor, and then that gives you a 14-kilometer range.
You've got Bloodhound, you've got EO Pike, you've got... And even, like, light shuttles with Bridgemaster, because Bridgemaster gives you insanely good tracks as well, and so just having a bunch of Bridgemasters around the map will also passively just give you good tracks at long range. Like OSP
has
does
very
not
good
need to worry about
targeting ability.
investing into The only reason A&S sometimes runs quad TC Spy is because A&S is very much lacking the long-range accurate track equipment that OSP has.
And to that extent as well, things like battleships are not very fast, so having a ship that's able to accurately fire at 11 kilometers makes a lot more sense rather than something a lot faster like the Acellos can get around the map quick. Bulk freighters are quite nimble.
They can get into range. They can get into positions where they're much more accurate. Do not put an LRT on an Acello. Yes, please do not do that. Can
That
you
does
even?
not sound good
possible?
because the
Okay,
Acello does not have.
I'm loading up an Acello fleet right now.
It does not fit. It does not fit.
We will make it
Oh,
fit.
I mean, there
Whatever.
must be at least one spot that can fit it,
No, it's not.
but it
deep
won't
enough.
fit.
It's not deep
it
enough,
Won't be
yeah.
facing forward.
You
Okay.
can fit the early warning radar, but you cannot fit the long range tracking radar.
The mounts aren't deep
But anyway,
enough.
it doesn't have
yeah.
any forward facing,
No.
so you won't be
Yeah,
able to use
I
your
can
guns
make it-
to talk
and-
towards the enemy, obviously.
I can make it forward facing.
All right. Anyways, that's
Not deep
a
enough.
The
thing.
250 reinforced.
The only thing-
we are no longer taking submission, friend.
If you
We have
submit it
closed the
to,
submissions
you
for
can
today.
submit it to my server and I'll get it done tomorrow. But one other
Unless
thing.
if we're willing to swap runs for mine, I don't know.
Maybe.
No,
It'll be
you're gonna
funny.
review
It'll be
your own
funny.
fleet, buddy.
Yep. One other thing
You're
I'm
really
saying
gonna
about
make me renew my own fleet.
the Axford, one more thing before we move on. You have 3 larges and 1 reinforced for your DC. The only reinforced DC locker is in compartment 10 in the bow, where it's quite vulnerable. You're using it as bow tanking. I would definitely probably replace one of your larges with a reinforced. You'd lose a restore, but you get 2 reinforced and 2 larges. The reason for this is that reinforced DC lockers are what's going to make you able to chain restore against missile hits, and the only reinforced that you have is in the bow, where it can be easily killed by like 450. And so if you lose that and get missile hit, or if you get missile hit and then hit again by 450 and you lose that, you're going to be unable to chain restore because the missiles are going to take out your larges.
My critique, the single bulk mag, that can be a little bit risky. I'd recommend take a bulk magazine, probably in like the top compartment 11 area as your
bulk
like,
in
kind
there?
of overflow ammo, and then you use compartment 4 as a reinforced magazine. Gets you
Yes,
a lot of mag
Star Dreamer.
space.
You
and
could.
have
Star
a couple
Dreamer, we
extra
have
kills.
multiple stars here.
We have
think
3
three
stars,
now.
yeah.
Yep.
And a star, and Star Dreamer. And then we also
Yep.
have,
I think
Three
he's
stars
up
and a
here
trench coat.
searching
We
as
have,
relevant.
we have Starcaller too from, Modded Neb, so great, cool. That's cool. I'm not
Yeah.
confused
Yep.
at all.
On the keystones,
Yeah,
I'm
let's
noticing
take a
they're
look.
kind of bulky. You have reinforced magazines, a bunch of DC, and
I mean-
a lot of point defense.
So when it comes
Uh,
to these,
Oh, that's 40
the
minutes
small
of,
DC lockers. Oh, Vren,
that's
that
40
that kind of night.
that's,
that
that's-
kind of night.
that's 40 minutes of rail firing time.
I
Wait,
think
what?
you might have
Are
overinvested into
Oh, that's
the
too many rails.
That is-
yeah.
keystones.
That should be 25 minutes maximum. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you've overinvested into the
Okay,
keystones.
So,
And by de-investing into those, you could possibly either afford another escort for your Axford, or even invest even more into your Axford.
I don't think you're
okay,
going to be
s-
affording another keystone by budgeting these. You might be. You're probably going to be able to budget the keystones and then invest more in the Axford, probably though.
Yes.
looking at the current investment, I would say if
There's
you
a lot
save
of
points by
investment into
reducing-
those.
If you reduce the investment into your keystones, especially with the point defense, well, point defense is nice, but you don't need it if you're not going to get missiled.
Exactly.
don't need-
Missiles don't
you don't
exist.
need three. You don't need 3 DC lockers. You don't need that much ammo.
The ammo is the big thing here.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think
you
that the
don't have
fastest way to
radars
get
of
through
those,
this,
but I think that's
yeah.
fine.
No, there's no radars. That's normal.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You
Yeah,
don't want radars on
normal.
these because they're backline. They're not going to be close enough to ever spot
Yeah,
things,
you don't
and
have
you
the
need
power
the
to power
energy.
it.
Yeah, you need the
You don't
energy.
have
Yeah, and in return they won't be shot at. So again, like de-investing the point defense,
okay, so
de-investing the
my
DC lockers.
My recommendation is 1 small at maximum.
Yep.
Otherwise, just go with rapids. It's a singular rapid. And as for the point defense, I wouldn't bother with point defense because anything that's going to be using missiles is either going to be so close that it doesn't matter for point defense, aka craft, or like it's going to be containers, and those are slow enough that if you're not sitting still while railing people, you can essentially just dodge the whole seeker cone because they're firing at 20
Hmm.
kilometers or more.
By bringing your firing time down to about 23.5 minutes, removing one small each on each keystone, you save 50 points, by the way.
I would say
Yeah.
that along those lines as well. I think these keystones are a little bit overbuilt. For the rail checkbox, I say that about the 500 point mark is a good reference. So something that was mentioned before was simplifying your DC. Just take out one of the lockers.
If you
Basic
want
is in the large slot. You could probably just put that in the small one.
If you want PD on these, I would recommend put PD on one of them and remove them from the other and just have them in formation, and then one of them can cover the other.
Yeah.
I would get rid of the chaff box on one of them for the similar reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. You really want one of these to be like your basic checkbox of it's got some point defense and the chaff, and then the other one is just a additional rail salvo. So I'd say you probably do want to have like a front line included because that's 10 points and you can keep it turned off. It's nice to just have some days. You're a little short on power if you do that, unfortunately. And a good way of
I mean,
no, okay,
it's
that's fine. That
optional.
just shuts down
It's
an energy
very much
reg. That's
optional.
okay. So yeah, with that, I'd say just simplify them down. You can get rid of the small energy regulators because while they do add some extra rate of fire, you're paying an extra 40 points for diminished returns there. So just simplify these
I mean,
a
it's
little
definitely
bit.
noticeable. I would say it's worth it if you want invested railstones, but otherwise, if you just want the minimum cost, drop them. So
Yeah.
this one I would say is very much a matter of personal preference.
Right.
Mm.
I
You
have also
the budget to
seen.
include them. You aren't
Yeah.
since you already have basically the key stuff that your fleet needs. So I would consider dropping them after you essentially add some more meat to your Axford.
Right.
And maybe you could also consider running a capper or a second escort for PD or similar, or a sensor asset or something else.
Yeah, I just took a look at them right now and did a quick little swap around. You can definitely keep the energy regulators there if you want to just max out your rate of fire. Tune your ammo count a little bit here. Small DC and a rapid, that's enough to keep up with flank damage as you need them. You don't really need much besides that. This is largely a backline artillery asset that if it's going to get shot, it's going to die anyways. So don't overinvest in keeping it alive.
Right. And that is, yeah,
If
that is
you-
something to be
If you
to
have
consider.
no idea, if you have no idea what else to spend your points on, may I recommend VOS 3 and 2 or 4 nat finders, just to yub immediately at the start of a match.
True. That's always a
And
nice
spend
thing to
them.
have.
Yep.
Just doing
Looking
some
at the
adjustments here.
sprinter, I'm seeing you have so double jammers and a VLS 2 with 3 conures, and then you have no modules. I feel like you could
The
definitely get
sprinter's
more
also, yeah, the
use
sprinter is pretty
out
empty.
of that sprinter.
What you can do is you can run 2 actively cooled amplifiers to massively boost how long you can run those jammers for.
Right.
Yes.
That's one option.
Ooh, here's an
You can
idea.
also buy
I'd
a
say
couple more
that's a
active
good
decoys.
investment here, yeah.
Here's an
Well,
idea.
You can
We
also
can
buy some more active decoys because they're always nice to have.
You
we
could
put
potentially even move the interruption from the interruption jammer from the Axford to the
the sprinter.
to the sprinter.
It's risky
and
if
put
you
in
do
DVLS
that.
to-
If
I
you
would
do that,
not
you might.
recommend. I would not recommend
It will,
A
moving.
little short on power.
I would not recommend moving the interruption jammer to the sprinter because it is common to have your escort sprinter get taken out at closer ranges by 100mm fire.
True.
And
Yeah.
once you lose
That is
that
true.
and the interruption jammer, you're very vulnerable to any command-based missiles. For example, Torpecello. Well, Torpecello's gonna kill you anyways, but
Yippee.
for example,
Command missiles like size 2s will eat that thing up. Same with 100 mil.
or the more dangerous size 3 command hell bombing containers.
I wonder who's bringing those.
I wonder.
There's definitely more use you could get out of your sprinter.
You could also leave it min invested, and you can get another ship like a capper. If you just get a simple gun capper, you can definitely grab a natural with that, throw it onto a cap, or just overall help your team with the capper because all assets
So
are good.
Richface GPG asks if the Bloodhound gives you good enough track for rail smash driver. If you have
Yes.
enough track correlators, yes.
Double track
I
correlated
believe you.
Bloodhound
I
Tug
do not
is
believe
insanely
you
useful.
necessarily. I don't think you need a track correlator because the Bloodhound already provides a fireable track. However, track correlator is good if you can fit
Yeah.
it.
It's highly
It is very
recommended for
useful
if
for
you
those
are
like
taking-
very long range shots, especially if you're going to leave your spotter a bit more behind.
Tasty's
you
right
want
on this one,
effective
where
fire,
if
you
you
want
need,
more, the
like,
more TCs, the better.
If you want effective long-range fire, double-track correlator is what you
Mhm.
want. You can do if
generally
you want,
for that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Bloodhound on its own for these like long shots like 15 kilometers and over, you are going to struggle without track correlators.
The
All of this,
maximum
again,
range
is
of
very
Bloodhound is
subjective
14
depending on
kilometers.
your target size, your distance to them. Generally speaking, to answer the Bloodhound question, if you're getting it on a tug, give it 2 track correlators, call it a day. Don't worry about integrated radars or anything else.
Right.
That will get you accurate tracked fire for like 225-ish points nowadays, I think, costs around.
Something like
Tugs got a
that.
little more expensive.
It's cheap and it's very useful to have as part of your fleet.
Yeah. So that answers an OSP question. I think to do the simple overview of this build, maybe balance your Axford a little bit. The idea is here. This is Redwood
Concept is
Redux,
good.
where you get big Axford plus rail support. Rail's a little overinvested for defenses. You can put that instead onto your Corvette here. Maybe you trim a little bit of budget from the backline rails, and you get some more active decoys, which is good to have. Besides that, the concept seems good. Anyone else have something to add?
Not really. I've kind of said what I wanted to say about the builds of each ship. The concept's good, don't get me wrong. The rail support for frontline nowadays, considering how ubiquitous the cellos are, with craft and stuff, very useful to have. As rails are a very good anti-cello tool for 450. But yeah,
Adding
just
on to that
a couple
as well.
a couple design changes with the ships themselves is I think really all you need here. The idea is very solid.
I just wanted to tack on that rails are effective against monitors as well.
True,
and
yes.
If you put continuous fire into a bulker, you will de-cripple that thing.
True.
Rails are just effective into anything, really.
Oh, it's
They won't kill it,
just,
but they'll make it wish it was dead.
Consider getting double CIC on the Axford. Consider getting
True.
a reinforced magazine.
Backup mag for sure, or at least
Or a backup mag,
reinforced.
yes.
Yeah. So
Backup reinforced mag is very much recommended.
I think the play. I think the
Reinforced
play
small.
here is just to play around with the internals and budget a bit.
Yeah.
You can
The
definitely
concept
shuffle
is
things
definitely
around.
here. You're just needing a little polish on it.
And yeah, just check out your ammo amounts. Some of it you have too much, some of it you don't have enough. So just turn around with this. See how, do a few mash and see what needs adjusted.
One thing I will
Otherwise,
definitely say that needs to be included, the Jammer Escort needs more damage control. You've only got a singular rapid, which for,
Yeah.
a small
that's not
minimal
enough
investment
teams. I
Corvette,
You're
need
not
two
going to
fine.
be able to get restores, and you are going to take fire.
You're gonna
because
be.
you need 2 teams
escorting
at
a
minimum.
front
You're gonna
line.
be. Yeah. You're gonna be flanking. You're gonna be shorting the jammers. You definitely want some better internals on this sprinter.
Yeah.
You want at least 2 rapids, if not a singular small.
I'd say
Right.
you actually want to have a rapid and a small here, because you can just take that off of the destroyers that you already have.
A rapid and a
You
small.
can get this.
Yeah.
Small DC, you get 2 teams to repair both of your blanket jammers, which, let's be honest, are going to end up battle shorting. Hit the button and forget it. I do it all the time. You get a rapid
Right.
team then to bounce around the ship, fixing
Yep.
some thruster
Also
damage or other
consider
things.
if your sprinter is going to be taking fire, consider replacing the basic CIC with a reinforced on the sprinter.
Maybe for point reasons.
Yeah.
Okay, so the
It's
thing about
not
the
necessary
reinforced...
if you have the
I think the
budget.
basic here. I
okay.
think the basic here
But
is
mostly
justified
spend that
because if
budget
the
on more
Hold
if
up.
the
DC
sprinter's
definitely
getting
on the
fired at, if the sprinter's getting fired at, it's gonna die whether it has a reinforced or
Okay.
basic. In
Your
the situation
basic
that it's
CIC
in.
and a reinforced CIC have the same hit points. The only difference is that the reinforced CIC has a higher DT and the reinforced tag.
True.
However, because damage reduction on a sprinter does not exceed the point where it reaches the effective damage threshold doesn't go above 50, HEI will still kill it.
True.
So
Really, just
generally
are you
with the
going to die to the
reinforced
first
CIC
missile or the second one that hits you?
Basically, yes.
Okay.
To that note, I'd say a more important thing, currently the CIC is on the outside. Because you're not using the mag,
putting it,
just take the
squeezing it in
CIC,
the middle.
put it in compartment 2, and then put the mag on the outside as a bit of...
Also, to answer
That
the
way
question in the chat, a beam
it'll be
backpack
sandwiched
on a
between components and it'll be better protected.
The beam backpack on a battleship is definitely a good option because it provides you the ability to, effectively engage anything within a certain range of you.
I like it a lot on my BB because it allows me to destroy light targets that get behind me. 450 is not good at destroying shuttles and tugs unless the tugboat is stationary, which is why I like the beam. It allows me to engage flankers that get behind my BB. If you don't have the points or power to run a beam backpack, the triple barrel 250 turret with RPF will also do the similar job. It'll do it less effectively, but it'll also be pretty strong at that role.
It's
Yeah,
much
and the
cheaper
250 will be
and
a little more effective if you like need to NGA something a little bit more longer ranged as well.
True.
So it'll give
definitely
you
the
more
Mark 65
flexibility.
backpack's the minimal investment. You're already paying for ammo of elevators on a battleship, so you just get that for like 40 points, I think, and that'll do you well. I don't think we have much else to really talk about here. Just adjust the damage control and ammo count a little bit. The concept seems solid. Want to move on to the next?
Yep.
All right. So that was Dragonbender's submission. Next, we are going to go on to PB's submission, which is
250 is cello. Interesting.
All right.
Where is this?
Why do I have so many?
What's it called?
This is a bit of a weird
I-
fleet. That's what a 250 SLO is called. Look it up in Neb main. The main role for fills is anti-cap fleet and guarding. The 250 SLO is very good at anti-Vox keystone elements, but can frontline if needed. It exists with support from the two... Is that supposed to be tugs, or should I just say trogs, which usually stay alongside until ambush is needed?
Apparently, I don't have...
The brick is a
It's
cap guard, and the
7.2
ruddle
Alkaline.
is
7.2
extra.
Alkaline, maybe? No, it's not that one. Where is
The
it?
SLO is
Yeah,
called
that-
Dirty Dancing. Is it not...
I must have messed up my imports or something, because I don't
No, I
see it
think
on my
this-
It's
list.
called
I
Pit.
think the
It's called
fleet
Pit
name
Slut.
is-
The fleet name is called Pit Slut.
yeah,
That's
fleet
Pit
name.
Slut. Okay.
Got it. They must
Right.
have renamed
Pit
it
Slut.
Renamed the fleet
afterwards.
The
Wow.
Pit Slut returns. Yep.
So
The brick is a
Okay.
cap guard, and the ruddle is extra. Probably could slot in a scout dragger instead, though. It's kind of a hodgepodge fleet, but it's extremely fun, even if it's not meta. Okay. All right, so,
I'm seeing-
so
5 ships in the
of
fleet.
course,
Let's
an
go through
SLO
this
with
real quick,
50
Michelle.
millimeters.
Very low investment SLO here. This thing is missing 2 compartments in the
Yep.
nose.
And it's
I mean, it makes
missing
sense. It
one
is-
mount as well.
It makes sense. It is a 250 solo. You
True.
can't really be affording the same price as a 451. Because
Especially
it's
since you have
a
some
low
music.
investment. The entire point is if it's
Yeah.
a low investment asset. I would say for the same role, I think of 250 liner might do better.
Yeah.
Mm.
From just because they cost less
Keep in
and
mind,
do the
yeah.
same cap guard.
You do get the Auroras with the Acela, which is nice, but if you're using it as a cap guard, a liner should do the job perfectly fine. It's unlikely that the cap guard's going to be the primary target for missiles, especially if you're like keeping it behind cover and keeping it hidden.
And thankfully, you can just if you
And with
really are concerned about it, you
1,400
can.
points, you can probably get a very nice
You can get a
liner.
really nice liner for that price.
Yep.
Another question that was posted here in chat to answer: does the CC get RPF? No, it does not. You have access to ANS mounts. You do not get ANS ammo types. So no hybrids and no RPF round.
On the
To be
on
honest, that's
the
a very
tugs,
good
I'm
thing.
seeing pinpoints on the front mount.
On the
You
tugs?
might want to consider replacing those with the bloodhounds.
Wait, wait, no, wait, hold
Bloodhounds,
up. What role do these tugs?
These are torpedo
cover?
tugs. Okay, so
Cap
Torpedo
defense.
tugs.
I'm going to cover one last thing about the Acela before we move on to this, which is that for the Acela's intended role that you've got it set up as here, you've got a bunch of different support modules. Like you've got interrupt jamming, you've got all these Auroras with great area defense, you've got a blackjack on this. It's cool as like the concept for this, where you're trying to make this essentially a like sort of Voxel in that punchdown role, but really you're trying to do a little too much with this Acela that it's not intended for. You're trying to have it be a cap guard, which is better suited by other OSP hulls. You're also trying to have it be this like leading the pack support ship, which it's just not got the loadout for. It's a little shy on the.
Also, I would like to mention one thing. Don't be running Dragonfly drives in an Acelo. Run the yard
This
drive.
is triple drive.
Is it triple? Does it
Don't
have
run the
yard?
Dragonfly
It is
drive,
triple
but
drive.
run the yard drive. It's
The yard.
just that.
Yep, turn rate,
It's a
and
straight up
also
add.
you get linear thrust out of it too.
Yeah, I do see you're underpowered, so maybe you chose the dragonfly for the extra bit of power.
The thing about the underpower is that power cringe is fine. The auras will shut down the non-defensive equipment when they fire, and then they'll
Which is
restore,
perfectly
and then they
fine.
won't draw power when they're not firing.
They're gonna
Yep.
lose one of the guns and all the ammo elevators to do that.
That's
Actually,
fine.
this-
That's
this
fine.
Acelo's just like it's struggling a little bit to try and find its exact spot. It's got the Acelo's defensive kit plus the Dazzler, which typically is on another hull, but it's just kind of set up to be a too expensive cap guard, and it's not expensive enough to be a frontline pack. So it doesn't
Right.
really.
I would move the interruption jammer to where the VLS is. Personally, but
I'm
that doesn't
agreeing
really
with that
matter.
one because the thing as well that Star mentioned there was the chaff box. If you're popping chaff, this is going to be your chaff's kind of closer towards your ship's hull with the top side
Yeah.
there. So it's better to put it on the bottom
Chaff,
slot.
yeah, you want to
or
put chaff
the
on a
very top
mount
seat one.
where it gets as
The
far
other
away from
thing
your
I
hull
would
as
do
possible.
is
Possibly
thing I would
on the
do
roof,
is
since you're
I-
only using a VLS 23 anyway.
Could be the
yeah,
roof.
basically.
Oh, that's a VLS 23. Oh, yeah, you do want to bring
Yeah.
the big VLS. Whenever you can bring the
Same
big
price.
VLS, bring the big VLS. It's same price and has more hit points.
The other thing I would consider is running floodlights and bullseye.
Yep. Definitely you want to
okay,
get the ANS
question.
checkbox as a ANS hull, floodlight to punch through jamming, and the bullseye to hold a 9-kilometer lock.
And
Could
that
the
should
job
help
of
you with
Auroras
dealing
be
with,
done by
jamming.
cheap AMMs? No.
That's a okay. Yes and no, depending on circumstance. So
So
there is
basically,
the reason you want
Auroras
Auroras-
are longer ranged, and they
Auroras-
intercept missiles not going after you specifically, making them suitable for
Right.
fleet-based defense
And
or
also,
formation-based defense.
they're immune to self-screening jammers. They are effective against hybrids, S2s, and torpedoes too if you B-short them. They allow you to have a very long-range, reliable point defense grid that can support allied ships such as liners, which typically don't have good PD, monitors too. AMMs are a specialty point defense weapon.
Yeah.
They
AMMs
are
are single use. They deflect essentially singular missile. Each AMM
Yes.
can deflect half a missile for blast frag and one missile for blast frag enhanced lethality.
Yep, so what you want to be using AMMs for, AMMs become very point efficient very quickly compared to other point defense options such as soft kill and turrets. You want to be using AMMs for like dealing with specific type of missile attacks that you're anticipating bringing that your hard kill and soft kill can't deal with on its own. And AMMs are also very useful on smaller ships, which are very limited on their mounts and can't typically take the PD net or jamming net that you typically see on larger ships. So on an Acello, you can bring the
essentially
point
what
defense.
AMMs represent is ablative defense.
Right.
You can use them a certain amount of times to deflect strikes, but once you're out, you are out and completely vulnerable.
AMMs are
Would
a good
AMMs
killer
be
for...
counter of Acello
yes,
killer?
you can make
If
a
I could cover this briefly.
Yes. Go ahead.
So I've been doing some tech research into this because Acello killer missiles have been getting pretty popular. We see them in the backpacks of Vauxhalls. We've been seeing them on certain Axford builds. Occasionally, you'll just see them whipped from like a Yub frigate or so. I will say that the command AMM has a specific place in targeting down those Acello killer missiles that are keyed to deal with Acello's current hard kill, be it Auroras or Sarissas. So that is a tech option, but that means specifically building a command AMM. I think the riposte is, blast frag set up like that.
Essentially, take the riposte, you swap it to EL if you want better hit rates, and then that's what you use against the solo killer missiles.
Do CMD AMMs get seduced by the decoys from staging?
No, they
They
do
do
not.
They do not.
They do
Okay.
not.
It's only
Notably, they are resistant. The thing about
it's the act
CMD
ones
is
that get
they're-
seduced.
Yes.
Okay.
They
I
are
couldn't remember.
resistant to
I knew one of
most
them did. I knew
panics.
one of them did, and one of them
Yeah.
didn't. I was just unsure as to
Axe
which was
goes
which.
after it.
The only
Command is
Panade
that track
that-
right there, officer.
Right.
The only Panade that they are not resistant to is technically BSSJ, because they cannot guide onto a missile that they do not have, that the ship does not have track on.
True.
Yeah.
BSSJ
EO
only...
AMM sounds expensive. Yeah, don't put EO on your AMM.
EO
Because-
AMM, EO
Yeah, that's
AMM. So yeah, once again, the secret you put on your missiles is entirely dependent on what soft kill you expect the enemy to bring. Yes, they won't be able to soft kill EO, but they'll be pretty much unlikely to soft kill command either. So command is cheaper, so that's what you want to do. You want to
But
be.
also, I
this-
would like to mention that EO is direction only.
That is true. It's gonna have trouble intercepting.
Doesn't measure velocity either, if I recall. So that can
That's
make
what
it a little
direction only
silly.
means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's gonna have
Yeah.
trouble intercepting because it's not gonna be able to do the calculations for intercept.
Have a good day,
There's a lot of
Stardew.
tech for Acellos, so use at your leisure.
Easier.
The standard Ocello is the Aurora setup like this. Some people swap some to Sarissas. Some people include
BSSJ
AMMs.
stands for Boosted Self-Screening Jammer. It's a appendage you can put on missiles. It's similar to Self-Screening Jammer, which emits a bubble of radar jamming around the missile to protect against ACT interceptors. BSSJ is a directional cone that fires forward at the target ship and scrambles the fire control radar and actual track radar of the ship you're firing at and make it less likely for the ship to be able to get accurate tracks to shoot down the missiles.
As the question of do you bring radar AMMs or command AMMs, that's personal preference.
Personal preference.
Oftentimes people go with the
I
cheaper
used to
ACT
be-
AMM to increase magazine depth, but command will more reliably get you results.
I used to be a big believer in just going with ACT AMMs until I realized decoys BSSJ.
Yeah.
So
CMD
now I'm
is
now
just-
a believer in
Yeah.
either CMD AMMs with either one warhead or like near max warhead. With
Yeah, I
think it's a case of what are you expecting the enemy to bring?
specifically.
I have...
The reason I like... Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I kind of interrupted you there. Go ahead.
Okay,
You
the reason I
finish.
like enhanced lethality is that how blast fragmentation works is that on a head-on intercept, so that means minimum angle, hot launch, max maneuver, on a minimum angle intercept on, or head-on intercept on an incoming missile, blast frag has a 50% chance of hitting the missile for the listed damage. Blast fragmentation enhanced lethality, however, has, I think it's like 80-something% chance.
85% chance or so.
Okay.
So you need
believe.
3 blast fragmentation missiles to achieve the same to-kill rate as the enhanced lethality missile.
Pair of them is typically I see.
Typically,
most common
you see 2 of them
AMMs
for
you'll see-
75% PK, percentile of kill.
You typically
Where's that,
just see them fired in salvo size 2.
Where's
then
that
you get 2 dice rolls
AMM
for it.
chart that keeps getting posted? Because that AMM chart that
Yeah.
someone drew is a really good way
The
to...
Hardly one?
Is it the Hardly one? It's the one that looks like it was made in paint.
Hardly
That
one.
sounds about right.
Okay, yeah.
The most common
where's that one?
AMMs you'll
Post
see
it somewhere. It's a
uh,
very useful chart for determining how you want to build your AMMs. It gives you everything you need to know.
For AMM, like I said, the most common thing you'll see is either people firing salvo size 2 of just the ACT type. This costs you 2 points. Alternatively, you can see people do the command guidance, and then they'll do similar thing. This is paying twice as much per missile, but it's more consistent. You
Here,
do
I'll send it
a whole
in
bunch of ACT
Neko's,
missiles.
Neko, I'll send it in your server. If
Yeah,
you
I
want
can
to
throw
pop
up
it
the
up on
picture
the
then.
stream.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Oh, that's a lot of writing. Okay.
It's very useful, though.
Just look at the bottom
yeah.
right. Just look at the bottom.
Yeah.
Bottom
That's
right
all.
gives you secret combos, drive setup, and different builds and what they're best at.
Yeah. All right. Good old image pull. Let's see if we can pop this thing up on the screen. It is on my Discord, which I can link briefly once it's loaded up.
It gives you the calculations for hit percentage, and with different seekers, it tells you how many you need for different types of missile builds, such as S3H with hardened skin, S2H, regular S2s, stuff like that. And it just kind of... It gives you the rundown of how you want to build your AMMs for countering specific type of missiles. Because much like point defense and soft kill, you want to be building your AMMs very specifically to deal with the types of missiles you anticipate you need to deal with in a match. Optimizing your AMMs is a very strong tactic.
Right, I managed to put it on my stream as well.
Yep. I just
am-
linked the Discord thing there. That's on my Discord, which shameless. Here we go. There's my Discord link
Get
there.
my character out of the way.
So you can
Hang
see this
on,
stuff
where
here.
is-
Again, most of the time, the common AMM is going to be salvo size 2, act seeker, blast fragment. These are 2 points a pop. People throw like 4 points worth of missile towards an
There it
incoming
is.
size 2 or 3 threat. Can AMMs protect from bombers? Sometimes it not consistently
better
as
off
bombers
taking
typically fire
breadsticks.
first, but
So,
better off taking
as a last
breadsticks.
resort, it is never a bad idea to Z-Pro launch every single AMM you have at a bomber strike that's about to kill you.
Yeah, that is
because if
true.
you're
Never a
going
bad
down, you
idea.
might as well
But
hit
I
them.
wouldn't, I wouldn't rely on it. It's never a bad idea, though.
Yep, the thing you have to remember, AMMs are single use, but so
They
you
can
have to
be
be
used
you do
very
have to
quickly.
be you do have to be worried about running out, because once you're out and you're relying on AMMs, you're kind of screwed. However, if you've got enough of them and you use them strategically, you can pretty reliably avoid getting annihilated.
Yeah.
Can A&Ms protect from bomber strike? They do some damage. You want to be firing them at the bombers and not at the missiles, unless they're S2 bombers. In that case, I don't know what
You still want to shoot at the missiles.
There's a lot of conditions in regards to that.
It's rough.
Yeah, if it's torpedoes, your AMMs are not really going to be doing anything to counter the strike.
Well, not conventional size 1 AMMs. However, what you can do is you can grab a shipping container.
Oh no!
You can give it blast
boy. Okay, we're going a little far off topic.
Yeah,
here,
let's.
But yes.
There was a fleet that we were reviewing or something.
Yes. So to close out the AMM discussion, which is a whole other thing, as you saw with the chart there, AMMs as a tech on the Ocello, specifically command ones, there is missiles with penades like decoys and jammers that can get past the Auroras, which are very good point defense the Ocello includes. It can be worth bringing some command AMMs to target, specifically set up for targeting hybrid size. You set those as your programming, or you can just set them to nothing and manual fire it. That's a optional tech you can consider.
So, as someone that runs Ocello killers quite often, I would say that the biggest threat isn't AMMs, but actually Sarissas. A pair of Sarissas will very much shut down any attempt to heck P1 down the throat.
Because they have really long range.
They have enough range to snipe out a couple
destroy
of
before the stage.
No, there's enough to strike out a couple before they stage, and once they stage, the reduced salvo size means I cannot kill it in that one salvo.
Yeah, you really just need to trim it.
They will straight up not pen their auras.
Checking DMs.
Part of the reason why I keep improving and working on my Ocello killers is just because of that.
What did Levy say?
One more side, he says bring a Lyrebird shuttle. It does the same thing.
Yep. That's another tactic for dealing with incoming Ocello killers, is that you can use an offset jammer to attract the Hodge or ARAD backup that they typically have away from your Ocello before the command acquires. Make sure to MCOM. Yeah, make sure to MCOM. That's always a good thing to do.
Yes.
Also, bring flares. Bring flares.
Flares are useful, yes.
Same deal, command wake.
Bring just sidetracking for a second.
Anyway,
thank you, Levy, for that wonderful submission. I sent it to the group chat there, y'all.
What have you...
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Can I even show this on stream? Is this like copyright infringement or something?
I'm showing it.
No. Audio jungle, audio jungle, audio jungle, audio jungle.
Thank you for the art.
Anyway, I like how you're like the canonical size there, Escape.
Canonical side, thank you, Levy, for making the...
All right. So back to the fleet, the Torp tugs, I mean, I'd recommend a C30 in the nose, just because you can.
Yeah, I'm at the tallest.
Actually,
yeah,
I will briefly discuss tech here, okay? So, these Torp tugs, your pinpoint in the nose, don't do that. Instead, put that on one of the wings. I like the idea of Torp tugs. These are a fun little asset you can bring out to sucker punch somebody as a surprise. Take that pinpoint, put it on the wing because you want a C53 in the nose. 250 AP rounds and HE, if you splatted right, are really good for breaking damage thresholds after you've torpedoed a target. And since you should have a little bit of space in the magazine, quickly fit some ammo in there just to finish off something you've wounded.
Yep. 250 AP is insanely good for DT breaking after successful torpedo hits. It's only 10 points for the turret, by the way. The C30 is the C53 is dirt cheap. Bring it.
Yeah.
This
is 12 points in total for what you're adding on to this thing. Like
12 extra points, you can definitely afford that. Also, your Torp tags are in formation here. You do have the additional cap guard of the monitor, though, so you don't really have to worry about splitting up the tugs to different points. See, I'm looking at this fleet. The main thing I'm seeing here is that it's like it's completely dedicated to cap guards, is what I'm seeing here, which... In a 5v5, if you have a good cap player, which they have like a specific cap fleet that doesn't really have a lot of those, it can be useful. The problem here is that OSP's cappers are super cheap anyway. You can make a good cap fleet that has plenty of cappers and still has quite a lot in the tank for cap guards. I have a cap fleet that I made that has 7 gun cappers and still has room for 3 monitors. Like, you can...
Or just look at Tantalum.
Too.
Tantalum is a great example. There's basically, in terms of OSP cap, an OSP cap plate really costs around 2K, and it's that last 1,000 that you're kind of deciding what you want to spend that on.
The last 1,000 is the tech.
Minor. Mines.
It's always some kind of tech usually.
Yep.
Yeah.
Liners and monitors are very useful in OSP fleets. It gives you that ability to resist cap retakes from anything other than a flex fleet or a frontline fleet, which if they don't dedicate one of those fleets to dislodging you, good, you've capped the cap point, you've done your job. If they do dedicate one of those to you, you've gone ahead and distracted the frontline or flex from dealing with your frontline, which can give them the opening they need. It's very, very strong.
Honestly, looking at that fleet that we're just reviewing, and I'm just looking at Wolfenite, in some ways they're very similar. Wolfenite also has a 1k cap guard-ish. That's instead of 250 cello, it's a 250 liner. And it's got essentially long-range torp tugs in the shape of craft.
It's got the
bombers.
rocket shuttles.
True, yeah.
And then a pair of rocket shuttles.
I'd say that this fleet falls...
So it
like,
feels very
fleet...
similar in terms of role.
Right.
Which I find kind of neat. It's just something I've noticed.
Andy, did you have something to add on? I was going to go for a bit
Yeah,
here.
I do think that a cello begs to transition into a liner.
Right.
With 250 liner, you'd get like it'd be more point efficient, but it'd get also like so much more usefulness out of it.
Yeah.
I think the play is definitely taking a look at this fleet. I like the torpedo tugs for cap denial. Those are super strong. They are very good against light ships that get there and can do some punch up against like CLs or Axfords even. I think the play here, I would definitely either do one or two things. Either remove the monitor, make the Acello 250 and add more cappers, or the other thing you can do is keep the monitor, just remove the Acello and add more cappers. You've got good cap guard with the torp tugs in the monitor already, or conversely, the Acello or maybe a 250 liner and then the torpedo tugs. I think for like the role you're trying to do here, you can do the cap guard role still pretty effectively while cheapening up the amount of points you're investing into cap denial. The Acello is nice here. You do get the PD net of the Acello. The thing is that a frontline Acello, a 450 build that's fully built out, is going to be much better at that frontline role. And you don't really, if you're using the Acello as cap denial here, you don't really need the enhanced hard kill and soft kill equipment that it has. You're spending a lot of points on that.
Something I'd also like to note is that 250mm on Acellos isn't actually very good at killing cappers.
No.
Yeah.
You don't have the RPF, and 250 overpens quite a lot on cappers. The reason you bring a liner is you can bring the 100mm sidearms, and a lot of them at that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we kind of said it best. The Acello, it can be used for this role, but this is really not the role that you want an Acello for.
Yeah, I think
if you want an armored cap guard, you've got the monitor. You could even include a C56 on the nose of the monitor just for 250 if you want that.
Right.
For that price point,
unfortunately, the Acello is a very specialized hull, and it's good at doing only a few things.
Yeah, you guys have summed up what I was trying to say. I think this is basically trying to force a specialized ship into a role it's not supposed to do.
Yeah. It's something that is not fast enough to catch cappers. It is excessive for defensive purposes there. Yeah.
Antivirus says you should, instead of 215s and nose of the tugs, you should probably have
you can do a
C30 instead.
You can do a 100mm Acello
is better than at cap denial, because 100mm you get access to grape, you get access to high explosive rounds.
The problem is that if you're doing 100mm, you might as well just bring a liner.
But
yeah, and that point you're like, why is this not a monitor, right?
Same amount of firepower.
I do mean on the tugs instead of on the Acello.
On the tugs?
The C30. The reason you want to do 250 on the tugs is because they are torpedoes, and 250 AP can DT break the components that you read with the torpedoes, whereas the C30 cannot. Not reliably, not as reliably as the 250 does.
C30 is overall regarded as the better gun between the two.
But for this specialized role,
however, we have a very specific use case for the 250.
Right.
So that's always an option.
Yep.
I think we covered that the best. I'd say the overall assessment of this fleet, We have a rocket shuttle as just a last inclusion, I think, just as sake of, well, it's there. Not really much to be said about that. You're missing a free magazine in that, so it not. It's
Is
a
it?
Ruddle. I
It
don't think we
is,
need
yes.
to talk too much about Ruddles. They're useful. I think that the fleet, like we said, the Acello is an overcommitment for cap guard. This would be better suited as either a pair of monitors if you want the heavy armor, or as a bulk freighter if you want to just 250. Take a look at Wolfenite, that kind of well. The Torp tugs are good, just need a little bit of tech added to them so you can finish off enemies. I will say that you could also do mixed salvos if you want to have your MLS3s using 2 different types of missiles, which is kind of fun to do.
It could work.
The enemy had to think more.
The Seekers, I think, on these torpedoes are good enough that they will reliably
They're
hit
fine.
at close range. I do like there is a little side grade tech that you can do for this particular tug build that I do. I do CMD Saw, and then I actually do bring an illuminator on the tugboat itself. Typically,
Yeah, you've got
Saw
the
makes
option
it go
for that.
straight if you're not illuminating, just like Hodge does. But also, by the time the comms gets jammed, the Saw has already TGGI'd the target most of the time if it is being illuminated. The downside of that is that it is very vulnerable to jamming. Is the downside.
Saw command reject is fun for roleplay. Yeah, you can do some fun designation stuff like that, but
Or if you just
again,
want to,
your choice.
yeah, that's funny. Unfortunately, it's where, yeah.
I mean, yeah, the torpedoes are good. The torpedoes are.
This
Well,
doesn't
the
jump.
only thing I would check is that make sure you're, let's see, torpedoes have 2.3 Gs.
2.3.
You want-
That's pretty
You
low.
want at very minimum
Very big boom on
3
these as well.
Gs of maneuver to get through defenders. And if you want to hit small targets, you'll want even more than that because defenders lock in, especially on smaller targets.
I'm
when mounted on smaller
guessing what they
platforms.
did here was they just took the default torpedo, which loads up 7-7 ratio. You can definitely reduce your warhead size a little bit because these things have plenty of boom at 5,000 damage a pop. You could drop that down to like a 10-4 or a 9-5 ratio and
Yeah.
get yourself a little
Generally,
bit more.
4 for ship launch is the golden standard,
Yeah.
but you can make your own adjustments depending on your needs.
I do 5 just for the bigger boom, but at the end of the day, it's up to you. You keep in mind that torpedoes do an insane amount of damage even with small warheads. You don't really need to be paying for the extra boom. You will do plenty of punch up with a smaller warhead.
I
Give
would
you a
say,
places spawn very well.
I would say drop your speed to minimum speed because you don't need speed on a torpedo.
No, you don't. You're relying on your maneuverability to throw off defenders enough to get through. Speed is nice, but it doesn't really matter.
The common torpedo you'll see is, if I remember my bracket thing right for the price point, yeah, it's like you can get 4 Gs at 3.6 kilometers, give or take. 175 speed is most people just drop top speed. There's some tech for a little bit more top speed, like up to 200, but that's user specific.
Yep.
This will give you a good torpedo for the 13-point even mark, and you do want to also
it
look
just
for the price.
works.
A Walla
just
redeem
works,
and
and
a
you
big
can
sippy.
Adjust
Alright.
it as you like.
Good.
A wah wah wah, and then a drink of water. Yippee.
Meow.
I turned into Vastal there for a second. Jeez. All right.
We have sealed the deal. All right. But
Anything else we wanna say about
torpedoes,
this
they
one?
seem good. I'd say
I think that's
honestly
it for me.
just like this fleet, it's a bit of a more stuffed fleet, much in regards of Wolfenite, I believe it was we discussed.
Right.
And Wolfenite is good as a more stuffed fleet because it accomplishes multiple different things. You've got a light carrier able to do a little bit of air support. You've got a 250 bulker able to help out your front line a little bit, like maybe come from a flank and off some lighter vessels. 2 Ruddles is just good for capper control or doing some aggression now and then. That's a more diverse fleet. This is a little more specialized towards just killing cappers, and it's got some assets that could probably be refined. I'd say probably just ditch the Acello, get yourself, like, if you want to just turn this into a fun fleet, ditch the Acello, get yourself like 3 of these monitors kind of built up for a little more anti-capper, and that's just a
Right.
better, like, we've got more body style fleet. We've got punch up in the tugs, and you could even run another rocket shuttle in there.
Because the camp fleet that I run for OSP, I've got 3 monitors in here that are pretty well built up. They've got a complex, they're double drived, they've got quite a lot in terms of the internals, and I still can afford 7 cappers with 10 ships total in the fleet. Like, OSP just gets their cappers so cheaply that you can do so much in terms of support, Captain Isle, more frontline, even a carrier.
Let's
And
take a look
yeah.
at this. I managed to do just what you said. Like, I've got the 2 torpedo tugs. I can get 3 monitors. Just if you've already got a capped player or a half-capped fleet from a container liner, which is pretty common these days, you play cap guard with 3 of these monitors, which are a pain to remove. You've got
Yeah,
2 of your own shuttles to step on a point, and then you've got a sucker punch in your torpedo wing.
if your cap player is bringing the CLN half cap fleet, bring that fleet, and you're golden. You've got the cap denial, and your actual cap player has the more offensive cap style play with the CLN, able to dislodge defensive stuff on the enemy team.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. That's taking us to the next intermission.
I think we should probably do,
here
3-minute ad and then
one.
go on to the next one. So we
Alright.
did.
I need water. I need water. I need water.
That was PB's
That was Pit Slut.
mission.
It was Pit Slut.
Yep.
We gotta call it by
That
its
one
real
goes-
name, guys. Anyway, 3-minute ad break.
Yep.
I'll see y'all
Past
around.
submissions
I'll
and
see you
it
guys in
was-
3 minutes. See you soon.
Like Neko says, meow meow.
Enter meowshin time. Meow meow.
Yeah, perfect
welcome
timing.
back,
What kind
everyone.
of timing was
Perfect
that?
time.
That was, jeez, I
Alright.
literally just did the countdown to unmute and you just appear as soon
Excellent.
as I'm done. Okay, well,
Yep.
we're all back. Next fleet is Jeffreyism's 250 voxel fleet.
Yeah, which one was that title? Let's find out.
250 voxel fleet. That's what it's called. 250 millimeter
Oh, so,
voxels.
okay. It is what it says. All right.
It's that
wait.
shrimple, folks.
Hang on. Okay. So, slight irony of this one as I look at the names of it. Siren, Chimera, and just Star. Just its name Star.
We named the
Congratulations,
Sprinter
buddy. You're in the
Escort
fleet.
Star. Oh my god. Why does this one have the missiles on? Wait. Oh wait, no, those are anti-craft S3H.
Those are
okay.
ACMs.
Yo,
S3Hs.
okay. Interesting.
All right.
Comms jammer.
So-
Okay.
All right.
Taking a look at this thing, comms jammer I immediately notice is on the escort, which is kind of what you want to do with double CL because you want the VLS3 on the back, or the VLS2, depending on what you want to do with it. It is an unfortunate downside to the fleet comp, I think.
I'm seeing a lot of radar jammers on this fleet. We got, I think, 4
Wait,
in
whoa.
total blankets.
Yeah, there's 2 on the
okay.
first voxel and 2 on the escorts. That's 4. That's a ton of radar jamming. Jesus.
All right.
That's definitely something you can do, but
Mhm.
how are you paying your power budget for that?
Double drives. How many
big
we're missing?
radar,
We're missing
small
ammunition elevators, aren't we? Yeah, there's only 3
One,
ammunition
two.
elevators, and I'm assuming
Yeah.
3. Yep,
That's-
3 microreactors.
that's a bit
That's
rough.
rough. Yeah. I would definitely
Okay.
prefer the 4 ammo elevators, especially on double CL. You want the firepower.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go over to just the basics. We have 250mm guns in all slots, pretty standard for 2CL. We
Yep.
have an escort for jamming and a single actively cooled amplifier. I would generally run 2 because more jamming is better, but
True.
you can get away with 1. Reinforced DIC is definitely a questionable pick when you need. I would say you need another DC locker.
What's the DC setup on this? Just a rapid? Yeah, you want
This
more
is rapid.
DC.
You need
You're
two.
going to be
You
shorting
need 2
that.
rapids at minimum.
You've got 3 things on there that
we
are B
have-
shortable, and you're going to be on flank most of the time too. Whoa, that's only a basic drive. Can this thing keep up with the CLs with only a basic? It can,
basic
right?
drive,
can
it
barely. It can
can.
Barely. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'd still prefer
Actually, it's
that
a little
to be
bit
a whip.
faster.
Yeah. It'll lag behind a slight bit just due to the way that escort positioning
However,
does,
I
but-
generally run a whip on this not for speed, but for power.
Power. How much we
All
are
right.
we are
Can I
overpowered
interrupt
on that
briefly
too, yeah.
here on this jammer?
Yep.
The
So,
missiles seem
what-
to be mostly for killing Ocellos based on the kinetic penetrator that I'm
Yeah.
seeing.
Yep.
That's the backpack of the voxels. I'm just looking at the escort here. One thing to note is your power consumption. Even when the VLS is not firing, it should power.
Yes,
So-
that is one big thing. Missile launchers take power regardless if they're firing or not.
So as it currently stands, you don't actually have enough power to run both your blankets and your interrupt and your missile launcher there. So
yeah.
yeah.
Can we do it with the
you
whip?
need
Does
to
the
give
whip
yourself
you
a
enough
whiplash
extra
here
power?
It's
in
not
order
enough.
to make this
It's
work.
not
it's
enough
not
because
enough.
of the CLS3.
Yep.
Yeah.
That
So-
CLS3 is very
It is power hungry.
It is very power hungry, yeah. Ooh,
I believe
that's
that
a little
both
rough.
the VLS, the 2 and the 3 both take 200 kilowatts. So that is a thing to consider on this.
That is a
Personally,
little
Yeah.
rough.
I
Also,
would-
you only have 2 missiles on that
Oh, yes,
escort.
that's normal.
I'm
That's
not
normal.
sure it's really worth.
Oh, it is.
Like the
those, each of these missiles is fully capable of completely annihilating like a squadron of 6-ish bombers. Like if you get the hit right, like those things.
Well,
have,
it's closer to 2, so or it's closer to 3 per
Is it
missile.
3? But that's still
Yeah,
a lot.
So you need
yeah,
2
you
of them
can-
for a squad.
And keep in mind,
Thing
too, if you
is-
have long range tracks on the incoming craft, 250 RPF is also very good.
I would say this is kind of a role overlap, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because it means you're specializing into killing craft very effectively. But I would say that this is something that's not a necessary capability for a TCL
Yeah.
fleet. But if you
Yep.
find value in it, by all means keep it.
I
It's just right now I
there-
don't see any good way of fitting this in while
I'm-
staying within power budget.
I'm of the argument that your power budget and point budget is pretty tight on double CL plus escort, especially with the Ocello killers. And I believe that also the whole number of the sprinter is 1954 too. So yeah, that's definitely intentional.
targeted,
I just
absolutely.
realized that. I just realized
I'm
that.
flattered.
Anyway, I think that
It's doable.
CLs, you're investing a lot of stuff into a very specific role. You want to be kind of committing to that role as best as possible. I think that 250 RPF is probably a good enough tool for zoning out craft and
Light
bombers.
assets, yeah.
I think that jamming and soft kill and 250 RPF should probably be enough to deal with bombers for the most part. You might take a couple hits. Keep in mind, too, that you are insanely maneuverable on CLs, so if they launch Spearfish at you, there is a chance that you can also dodge quite effectively. I've seen it done quite a lot before, where CLs are just able to completely dodge Spearfish strikes just due to their maneuverability. So I think maybe the play here is to definitely remove the CLS3 on the escort, get the power back up, run more DC, more actively cooled amps. I think that's probably what... I mean, I think that you're probably going to get more value out of that, but like Star said, it is down to preference at the end of the day.
I did a quick math calc on it. So it is possible to get, with a lot of investment into your jammer escort, you can get double actively cooled amplifiers. It requires a plant control center, but that gives you enough power for the ball jammer, both blankets, and the torpedoes. So you don't even need a whiplash for this, but that is a lot of points that you are putting into your escort. And as we kind of mentioned before, escorts like this are fairly soft, so a good couple 100 shots from Grape Shot will break something on that, and that's pretty bad for you.
Like was mentioned before, you might not need the reinforced CIC on that escort and save yourself a few points. Downgrading
another
to
thing
basic.
to save points on. In regards to it, though, I definitely want to add more damage control to that escort.
I already did check my DMs quietly. I will not share what I saw.
Understandable.
Also, I'm looking at the DC on the CLs too. Has me a little bit. It's 2 rapids and 2 larges. Gives you 4 restores. I'm not sure. I would definitely want at least a reinforced in there, I feel.
I can echo that. So in my case, I say 2 larges is good, but not in the locations that are located.
Ooh, yeah. One of the larges is also in compartment 4. Compartment 4 is like the first compartment to die on CLs. Like, this compartment just gets killed so quick. You do not want to put a large DC there. Yeah. A rapid might get a rapid I would put in 4.
I'm also noticing the damage control central in compartment 5.
Compartment 5.
That's fine.
So in like testing for which compartments die quickest on CLs to like gunfire, for some reason that compartment 5 is very well protected just due to the shape of the ship. I don't really know why it doesn't get killed all that fast.
I guess because most blows get deflected, and those that do penetrate get their damage shared between the other 2 very close components, and possibly even the gun.
Okay. So, as the resident CL main, it's actually really simple. HE shells usually detonate in the first 2 compartments, and usually don't reach this the back small one. It's a small compartment, small hitbox, and it's also low and in the nose. So it's like just really hard to hit. So that general compartment stack is the most survivable. The order of things that usually die: bridge, center stack, and then the nose, and then back almost never dies.
Compartments 8 and 9 are largely untouched. It's why you'll see usually that's going to be the large DC lockers or
magazines, CICs, stuff like that.
Yeah.
You'll also see
in terms of internals, though, I am pretty opinionated on internals. I think your front stack has to have all of your vital equipment. Your magazine, or sometimes doesn't have to be there, but usually magazine in front, where the big compartment 7 is, the big slot.
Really?
RCIC in the small slot in front, and then DCC in the DCC or actually a reinforced DC locker on compartment.
You get that reinforced triple stack, kind of like how you see in the nose of liners, getting those 3 high damage threshold components together.
In this case,
CLs have 20% reduct, which is enough to soak a missile hit or 2 in there.
In this case, it's basically having the health pool, and also more importantly, having all of your important key things in that little compressed area. That's also usually the part that doesn't get hit.
Yeah,
which is interesting considering it's at the front.
CL vulnerability is really strange, and I do trust Star implicitly with their opinions on this, given that they are the curator for the starter CL fleet for the game, and also have a ton of experience in CLs.
I'm gonna do a little more detail here. I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just building on something Star had mentioned. If you take a look in the initial formations thing and look at the nose of a CL, you see just how thin that like small area is where you're putting all your essentials compared to the mass that is a lot of the other space there. If you take a 450 HE round, it's going to likely blow out the stacks like compartments 4, 3, 2, and 1 in the descending order there. So you're better off taking the stuff that you're okay with losing in those slots, and then having your essentials either in the very front where it's a small narrow target area, or far in the back where the shells don't typically reach.
So
That does make a
surprisingly, the front doesn't
large amount
fall
of
off.
sense.
No,
Yeah.
the front doesn't fall off. The back falls off, which is effectively the
Yes,
same
Thruster
thing.
17
middle,
gets shot
the
out of
middle
the
gets
nose, but that's
annihilated.
given.
The back is fine, and the front is fine.
CL
Yep.
moment.
The middle of the CL breaks.
That's
Interesting.
interesting. So it gets split in half, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Just do the shape, I guess. That's very silly to know. And
Yeah.
also,
This
will
is the thing
definitely.
that happened.
And also, I am definitely not going to be changing the internals in my CLs. Definitely not.
I'm definitely not gonna use that knowledge as well.
Another thing that you can do is if you're running single CIC, I generally run 2 CIC. I believe single CIC works just fine if you just stick it in compartment 8. If you run double CIC, I run 1 in the nose and 1 back here. If you don't run double CIC though, you can put everything, all of your reinforced compartments in the front stack. That's
I think
that's
I
the
do
magazine,
CIC
RDC.
and
Yeah. What you can do is RDC, magazine, and DCC, damage control central, and then just RCIC in the back.
I see.
That's another option. And then you can do a large DC locker in where it's already at, compartment number 9, the big slot.
Yep.
And then that gives you 3 restores that basically doesn't get knocked out, like ever.
I'm a big fan of double large GC in compartments 8 and 9 because I find that gets me teams and 4 restores that's very safe and hard to kill.
You could do that and then
Mhm.
put your CIC and stuff in the nose. Yeah.
Does mean you run single CIC, so you're a little vulnerable for that, but
You do run the risk of having both your largest taken out by a lucky like missile hit or whatever. But
Also, I will say, something just like kind of insane is that this compartment 8, you can swap it to a basic CIC and realize that it actually never dies.
a basic CIC survives really well. Interesting.
Because it never
Interesting.
actually hits the point where the damage threshold matters, and that's the only difference between basic and reinforced, is the damage threshold.
True. Yeah.
And if it gets grayed out by a single 450mm armor piercing round, it's gonna get grayed out by a 450 armor piercing round no matter
yeah,
what.
like
That
if
thing
you're
does,
gonna
like,
get hit
100
by that,
damage.
it really doesn't matter either way. 'Cause
That thing does
if you're
like
getting hit by
100
one
damage.
450, you're gonna get hit by a lot more.
Right. Huh. Interesting to know.
So if you're severely points cringing, you can toss that to a basic CIC.
A very
It's-
this feels like cursed information, all of this like strange
Yeah.
CL
It
behavior.
does feel really. It does
Seals
feel
are
really
cursed.
cursed.
I can say that much.
Seals are interesting to say the least. They've got compartment groupings, which is, I would say, almost comparable in a way to liners, where you get this reinforced nose to them that is very hard to knock out, and then you get kind of like scattering with the others, like compartments. Like you've got your 2 safe ones in the rear, 8 and 9. It's like, what do you put in 4? So generally going to be rapids you don't care about. It's
As
certainly
for
cool to be there.
As for your module specifically, I would say, I mean, small whip, big radar, pretty standard. I would say, honestly, I dropped jammers
On
this
the
one.
CLs,
Yeah.
yeah. I think that you can get
Because
away with
I-
2.
I generally run 2 and it works fine. Things that you
Yeah,
can't jam out, you're not going to jam out with 4.
Yep.
And the solo
Yep.
with 4 floodlights, doesn't matter how many jammers you have, you're not cutting through that.
And
Other
also
thing
keep
to
in mind
remember
that the optimal
is-
range that you are also going to be jamming at optimally like 7-ish km range, which is relatively long range for the jammer anyway, and very far range away from the enemy sensors. If you're, you don't want to be at close range with CLs unless
You don't
it's a
need
ship
too
you've
much
already.
of jam. You don't need too much
you're,
jam.
You should be fine with 2. That would also save you a ton of points because that's 50 points each on the jammers. That's 100 points right there.
I would
And-
swap them
Yeah.
to...
There's something I'm worried about. The bullseye on the second voxel being on the shoulder mount. That will limit your ability to
That's
like
fine
block,
because the CLs
especially
are
on
fast
the
enough to
left.
Yeah,
It's
so
fine because the CLs are fast enough to maneuver that they can bring essentially any one
And
of their
also,
mounts
that-
on there within
wait,
seconds.
that's a yellow dotted line. That jammer has full 360 degrees, so it can
Yes,
fire
yes,
through the
yes.
ship
Yep.
too. It can fire through
this-
the ship too.
Oh, okay.
We used to it used to
Didn't
be
know that
that
was a
these
thing.
were red dotted lines, but then they got changed to yellow because apparently for 3 years Les never realized they were red.
Oh,
There you go. I mean, to
Do
be fair,
the-
there's more
what do the
important things
dotted
to look
lines
at than
even
the
mean,
exact dotted
actually?
line color.
So
It's
yeah,
just
so
funny
yellow
that
dotted
happened.
line means that the turret can fire 360. It doesn't have any bearing on whether it can actually fire 360. It's just it can turn 360, and the red dotted line means that it cannot do 360. So it's the turret itself is blocked by the ship. So the
Okay.
cool benefit of this is that if you put a bullseye on a mount that has yellow dotted lines, and even if it only has, like, you can see here, it only has a 180-degree half circle of which it can theoretically fire, but the bullseye can fire through your ship. Like, you can fire through your
okay.
ship, which means that on these yellow dotted lines, as long as it has, like, the elevation or depression angle to fire at it, it can just fire through your ship and lock a target on the opposite side of your hull.
Well, it's also a little more nuanced than that. Yellow indicates elevation limits. So what used to be the case was that defender arcs could not overlap on the top and bottom of the ships, more or less. But so ever since they got changed to yellow, now the point defense ability of voxels have been improved. And like,
That is true.
what can I say? I'm happy to buff. I'm happy whenever my main is
Yep.
buffed.
So the defenders
my
can
main.
fire. So the defenders can fire slightly into the ship as long as they're pointed up enough.
I'd
So
say that
they
we
can-
covered
yeah.
most of the details on
And so
this
now you
for,
have
the
like
mechanics.
the cross arcs on the top.
Yeah.
On
I
that,
just wanted to touch
so-
briefly on something if I could.
yes.
So a lot of people don't understand how the bullseye works. The bullseye projects a cone very similar to the way the Bloodhound does. Instead of it doing off a fire order, it's off of a lock order. If you want a actual like image of just how the bullseye cone looks, it's a where's that cone?
It's 20 degrees.
20 degrees.
It's similar
It's
to
20
the
degrees.
hang up, I
Yep.
think, right?
Yeah, the hang up. Equip one of
Yeah.
your ships with that, and then give it a hang up fire order, and you can see just how the bullseye's cone works for those shoulder mounts.
So
Yep.
it can track
The
multiple
bullseye-
targets at once?
No,
No.
the
Yeah.
bullseye works.
Oh,
The
okay.
It means
bullseye
that
works.
it can be pointed up to 20 degrees away from the target and still lock it.
Yep.
Mm.
So as long
Okay.
as the bullseye works by you do a lock command on a ship, and as long as that target is within like a 20-degree cone of where the bullseye can actually point, you'll get perfect track quality on it. As long as it's in range, of course.
Okay.
It is also very cursed information to know that that's how the bullseye works, but it is very useful information when it comes
Yeah.
to actually
Yeah.
determining where you want to
It
mount
also
it.
means you can lock things like jamming lobs and or I'm
Yeah.
not sure about jamming lobs. You can
This
lock
is-
elent lobs. In a way,
Elents
they're not
and
lobs.
also burn through tracks. This is the reason why you can lock
Yep.
burn through tracks, even with the ships that you're trying to target moving after you burn through them.
On the topic as well of burn through and such, these CLs are a mix of parallax and spyglass.
Yes,
fire.
and the spy one also has a scryer instead of a fourth ammunition elevator, which I think is definitely not the
adaptive
play.
radar. Yeah, honestly,
Oh
I'm
no, it
okay
only
with
has
the scryer tech.
two.
It's
It only has two ammunition elevators. We're still
Oh,
running the
that's a bit
turbo
rough.
micro reactor.
yeah.
Yeah, three at bare minimum, I think. 4 is very good
4
and
would
the
be
most
better,
optimal
yeah.
thing that you want.
Yes, you're already
Three
low on
micros.
firepower
What do you mean
because
low
you're down
power?
a bunch of turrets from 3CL. You're going to want to make that up as much as possible with ammunition elevators.
Also, the
My recommendation would be
Hmm.
drop the spyglass because it doesn't actually benefit you. Because
Right.
spyglass is for long-range search and for general situational awareness. However, with CLs, you can get away just as well with a parallax, or rather, it's better to have a parallax for the burn-through ability, even if you lose one of the ships.
right.
Taking a scryer is a choice you can make. I don't think you have the space to take it on the CL, personally.
No.
No,
A
too much power
scryer's-
draw you need. You need
It's
the
not
ammunition
power draw, it's
elevators.
not the power draw, it's the fact that you need as many ammunition elevators as you can fit.
on CLs. Yeah.
Yeah,
you
but with
need the
less power
firepower.
draw you get, you can remove the micro reactor.
Yeah, that
Which
does
gives you
free up
extra
a slot
spots.
there. The spyglass
So
is
I would
4,000
take
versus
off
parallax
the
36.
I would take off the spyglass up to parallax, replace it with ammunition elevators to the point where you can run off of 2 microreactors at 102% power. 102% power is fine.
Yeah, it just means that some of your ammunition elevators are going to shut down when both guns
You're
and
You're gonna
defenders
take
points
like a
are
little
fire.
drawing
nap when the
175.
point defense fires, but that's
Yeah.
okay.
So your
You're-
defenders will turn off 2 of your ammo elevators at
That's fine.
most
That's
when they're
fine.
firing.
At that point, you want to prioritize defense anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
And here on the other ship, I would also swap out the blankets with the fenders, and essentially, the two ships should essentially be very similar to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the difference here?
You want a bunch
if I
of
could give my 2 cents, just thinking about this for loadouts, I would say that you can bless you. I would say that you could go with a spyglass if you wanted to, but typically you see spyglass included on Axford pairs because they have the range to get glass. With your Vauxhalls, you're engaging at 8 kilometers and realistically not gonna find or fight anything beyond that. Even if you have a spyglass, there's no guarantee that you're gonna spot that shuttle or the tug at the distance that you're really advertised. And if you do, you're not really gonna be able to influence that immediately. The 9.5 kilometer range of the parallax is sufficient. Plus, if need be, you can use the parallax to get a lock through the ship's hull with your bullseye being masked, which
if your bullseye is
not
taken out,
great,
you can
but
use it to get a lock. If sometimes I've kind of abused it to essentially lock a target with my bullseye, and then lock a small ship with the parallax on the other ship that doesn't have a bullseye, and engage the small ship while keeping the big ship locked for friendlies.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is something you can
gives
do.
you
if
the
you can
option of
manage
dual
to-
locking then.
If you can manage to acquire a target and get a lock with the parallax, you can just lock something else with the bullseye if you have it on a different ship. Small
The parallax
sippy.
is
Sip
the
time.
parallax,
Yippee.
however, is known to be bad at maintaining locks, especially on small targets and at distances. But it's still a useful capability,
Yep.
and overall, the parallax is the best radar that ANS can field.
The parallax, the lock capability of the parallax is a nice bonus, not the main reason why you bring the radar.
Yeah. The parallax is great at burn through. It's got good detection range. It's got the lock feature if you want to there. Additionally, the parallax is quite survivable. If you take a look at it, this thing is 300 health and 40 damage threshold. You've currently got them up
I've
top
never seen
in
this
8
thing
and
die.
9.
I've straight
Yeah.
up never seen this thing die, ever.
Take the parallax, put it in module slot 5 or 7. It can take a hit up front there and still keep on trucking.
I've lost my parallax radar on my BB a couple times, but that was only when I'm under fire from 6K worth of frontline that has 450 AP loaded.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, you're just dead.
And at that point,
if you're in a situation where the parallax is dying, the rest of the ship is not far behind.
The only situations where I've actually lost the radar module on my BB, the rest of the BB was kind of already gone to begin with, so we're good.
By that point, your panels are all dead anyways.
Yeah, it's not like I'm going to be using it. Anyway, I am also a big fan of the S3H here. I think they're doing a tech here that I use on my SLO killers with the commands. You tune the drives so that the command stages them at certain intervals, which means that the missiles in the front stage at about the same time the missiles in the back do.
Let me just
take a look at this
based on the separation
here.
of the missiles from the launchers.
Okay, the tuning is slightly different than what I use, but they're basically the same.
Yeah, you got 3 speeds on these missiles, which
I suppose that's fine.
This one here.
Mind if I take the brief thing? I've done the work. Right, so the way this goes is you've got one of them with a boost self-screening jammer. That makes sense. You're trying to mess up Aurora fire control. That's why you got the range. The other 2, you're running decoy launchers, which makes sense if you want to have the firing. If an incoming missile does not project a 10... Okay, so the way point defense works for considering a threat, a missile on a approach path that's within a 10-degree cone projected in front of the missile is considered a threat to the ship. Ships will prioritize those ones. You want to have your decoys being shed so that they're still projecting that cone towards the ship, so the decoy is considered a threat. Otherwise, they'll fly by and not be...
Neko.
Yes.
Decoys are maximum priority always.
They are, but you'll still notice sometimes the PD will decide that it wants to...
No, they'll target the decoy
I've
off
noticed
angle.
a problem with the missiles. They're set to hot launch.
Yeah.
That one is...
That's actually... No, that's the way there's... So these are hot launch because they want to avoid any specific timing intervals
probably.
that can be set by cold launch. That's to make it consistent. These are key.
Okay. It's inconsistent regardless if you use cold launch or hot launch.
Yeah, no, because there's still time between them.
It's going to be the same regardless. I would say go with code launch because it gives you better angles towards getting the Heck P hit. Because if you're looking on my stream right now, I'm in testing range and firing them hot launch. They're not getting the Heck P angles you want because of the hot launch sending them to the side.
Yep.
With hot launch and with the low maneuverability booster, you're also going to be limited in when you can fire them. You won't be able
So-
to fire them if you're
So
close
this
to a
effect-
rock, for example.
The biggest thing is that the hot launch right now is effectively restricting your launch to a minimum range of, I want to say, 6 kilometers, or even further than that out. Because anywhere under that, and you'll come in, the missiles are coming from an angle instead of head on to get that HEC-P hit through the nose.
You're correct in that regard. I haven't loaded up testing range,
I'm
but
in testing
hot launch
range
of the
now. I
missiles
just
does
wanna
make them go
see-
wide, and the angling can be awkward.
Yeah, I just
getting them,
I was
on
in
the proper
testing
head.
range and I just friendly fired my escort shuttle trying to hot launch them. So I disabled that and I'm testing it with cold because I think they're set that they
So you'll notice
stage
if
near the same
in
time
the
here.
ARR,
Yep, they do.
if you
They
hit
do.
in Cello, if you notice in AR if you hit in Cello,
Yeah.
it'll core out the back sections, but the front is mostly intact because it's getting those weird angles onto it.
All right.
That's
well,
the other thing
missiles
to remember.
The missiles set to cold launch are holy shit. All 6 of them got through on the Cello target that I have. I have a double Cello with 8 Auroras as a target, and all 6 of them got through.
Yeah, that's pretty normal.
Yeah, those are really good tuned. They're tuned so that they stage at the same time with the decoys in the back of the formation, and so there's maximum time that the decoys are affecting the Auroras.
I'm not sure about. Hold up. Let me testing range. This
I can
because-
explain this at best here, or at least I believe to my best knowledge. So, the decoys, the ship will ignore them if it thinks the decoys are going to be flying past it. This is why even when you have decoys in the air, sometimes you'll notice Auroras or Sarissas or such targeting your live missiles. You have to make sure that you're constantly shedding decoys on approach. Container players actually taught me how this works, where you want to have like a leading box dropping decoys and a tailing box dropping decoys. Idea being that you're just constantly shedding decoys that are in your incoming threat arc.
Right.
Or these hybrid missiles, they're keyed up at different stage timings and speeds, so they all simultaneously strike. So an Aurora does not have enough time, even on battle short, through all of the hybrids. Like maybe they'll get 1 or 2 of them.
The missiles are tuned insanely
something
well.
I want to. Okay, I need to mention something. Do minimum angle, not free approach. Minimum angle.
Yes, that's another important thing to know about these.
Oh yeah, they are.
Sometimes
on
you'll
free
see people put terminals on their missiles, even if they're like direct with the min angle wiggle. That's kind of risky with HEC-P because the idea of a HEC-P missile like this is to remove either a Cello or a monitor that has its nose towards you, and you want to hit that thing right as straight as you can because there's good odds that they've got their heading locked onto your track.
For the very specific role these missiles are filling, you want to have no terminals, minimum angle, and just rely on your pen aids.
Mm-hmm. You're paying for the pen aid, so that's really what you're getting with it.
Right.
I mean, you don't need terminals against Auroras. They don't care
Agreed.
for terminals.
It's hit scan anyways, so...
Okay,
right.
I'm looking at the staging at 5% speed, because that's what you need to do when you're testing these things.
Yep, welcome to why missileers are crazy.
Okay, the staging is slightly off. The problem here I'm seeing is that your front missiles are staging too early and your back missiles are staging too late, I think. I'm actually not too sure.
Well, that's a pretty easy fix. We just tune the drive so that
what's the... Okay, let me relaunch these because I'm not too sure now.
We just increase the burn duration on the dash J's and decrease the burn duration on the dash S's, and that will fix that problem if that's what the problem is.
Okay, so it's not really a problem because it will still get through because of the pen aids.
It's something you can do to optimize them a bit better, I think, but...
However, if you're... I know that Jeffrey was trying to get the leapfrog tuning.
I know that we're going to be here for a long time if we try and fine-tune these missiles.
Do we want to just move on? These missiles, there's some
the
fine-tuning you can do with the missiles, but I think that it's probably best that we move on.
They're very good. That is a very good fleet. There are a few adjustments to be made, but it is a very, very solid fleet.
Yeah. I think the core concept is there. This is a popular fleet we've been seeing a lot lately. Dual Vox plus a Jammer Escort is solid. You get the size 3 backpack to deal with Ocellos, which are something that typically sees off CLs, since unless the CL gets a flank on the Ocello, they can't really scratch them with 250. Additionally, this helps out against monitors, which can sometimes take forever to die. Helps a lot for opening up a cap point for your cap players. Jammer Escort, you sometimes see these with VLS 2s and active decoy inclusion, but in this case, just power is an issue. So you can do a Whiplash and VLS 2 for active decoy if that's your desire. Include some breadsticks maybe if you want anti-bomber. But yeah, I think it's a decent fleet concept. Star, I know you've tried this fleet a bunch before. Ethan,
Similar
I
archetype,
think you've seen these around, right?
Seeing what around?
Seen this kind of like concept around or played it.
Well, I mean, this is basically the same archetype I run a lot of the time.
Yeah, so
I
very
usually run
common
the
Hellbird fleet.
VLS2 with the active decoys, but you can run the bomber anti-bomber missiles.
I think if we want to
It's
get
not a bad choice.
if we want to get
if you can
matches,
soft kill without the AD crush, like I can't.
if we want to get matches in today, I think we should probably be a bit quicker on the fleet review. We've done 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
promise to get.
We should
Well, maybe
be-
we do what would happen to 4 of us here. I will also point out that these anti-bomber munitions, these are set to offensive. You don't want to do that. That equals programming time. Set them
As long as
defensive. Set them to
they're-
target no threats. You'll just manual fire these.
Yep.
Just Z target and you're done. Let's move on. I think we covered everything here. Just reorganize the internals of the voxels a little bit. Take advantage of those tanky components in the nose and the like parallax and such, and just simplify it a little bit. You don't need all that jamming and stuff. Let's go on to the next though.
Up next
Which would be-
is
That was 250
it's
Vox from
tasty
Jeffreysm.
cookies.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's tasty cookies, triple yub, Reigns fleet.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
With the quantity of R2 instant stages TTGI going around, I thought it was about time I made a ANS true TTGI fleet. This fleet is mostly centered around the TTGI S2H and its ability to damage anything other than Acellus because they consume S2H. It should be able to shut down most liners at its speed. Change will prevent effective flat kills, and there is enough salvo size to eat losses to Pavis. We're also doing good anti-capper work due to the chaff ignoring feature of TTGI. Additionally, the ability to seek onto the target means that it will not miss due to the target changing velocity, probably. Mix of Hodge and Wake backpack means that the Omni Radar Jammer is less likely to shut it down, and the mix of S3H gives it some solid punch if needed. Fairly useless into Acellus because they just kill S2H, yeah. One of the missiles is accidentally set to hot launch. It is not supposed to have this.
Take
Okay.
a look at that then.
All right, I think the main draw of this fleet
That's
is the
the
missiles.
TTGI
it's the
Q. That's
Qs.
the hot
Okay.
launch.
I see.
I feel like I should cover some stuff first because TTGI is a term not everyone knows. So, is a acronym that stands for Time to Get Impact. Basically, the missile will check if it thinks it's going to impact within a certain amount of time, dependent on each different type of seeker. This is not written down anywhere, so you have to do a little bit of file wiki dive to find this. But if the missile thinks it's going to impact within about 2 seconds to its target, it will not change its mind. This is kind of exploited by some very fast missiles that want to, if I understand it correctly, these are probably keyed to go fast. Yeah. These are going to try and hit a target before there's opportunities for it to change its mind.
So there's basically no chance for it to go for chaff, there's no chance for it to switch targets off of a ship onto chaff or off of a chaff onto a ship.
Right, so if it's already
It'll go
acquired...
after the first thing the seeker basket acquires on, whether it's a ship or chaff.
Right. So if it acquires the ship first, you're good. But conversely, if it acquires the chaff first, you're screwed.
Yeah, this is similar to the kind of insta-stage thing we've seen with rocket containers lately, with the Seekers and like 2,000 meter stage thing.
Right.
So basically, you're gambling that you're going to see the ship first and not the chaff. And if you see the chaff first, you're just going to miss. So,
I mean, it's better than getting soft killed every single time by an experienced player. That's all I can say.
True,
but
yeah.
It's one of those, like, it seems like really good tech, but it is counterable. It just depends whether the chaff and
You have to put
Or
chaff
another
between you and the missile, which can be hard since they're S2H and they're hybrids.
Yeah. Early on in the stream, somebody asked, what's the purpose of size 2 hybrids? You get a lot of them for the space. Like, if we take a look at the mounts here, each of these
It's
mounts
short.
BLS freeze.
I mean,
I-
in
get,
short, you get a lot of them.
Hmm.
They're fast. Their cruise stage is pretty fast compared to S3H, which have such a slow cruise stage.
Yeah.
They hit decently hard, and you have enough of them that they act as their own penates. You don't have to bring your own dedicated penate modules.
Right.
Mhm.
Small sip?
Yeah. Weaker than old TTGI, where it would only really stop rerolling post TTGI if it was on the actual ship. Yeah, there was a good change that was made because previously...
But that was a bug.
Yeah, previously there was a issue where the missile's time to get impact was calculated off of its maximum speed, not its current
I just
speed
did a
factoring
sip.
acceleration.
Oh my god.
Like another, I guess.
Yeah,
Someday you'll learn
for
to add
efficient
cooldown redeems.
HEI dispensers,
Maybe I'll do that.
you can fire just loads of them at
Yeah.
the same time.
Yeah.
It's really just the case of you're getting mag depth for this, and you can
It's-
throw a lot of them.
It's points efficiency with S2H as regarded as opposed to punch up ability with S3H.
I mean, S2H hurts everything.
Right,
Yeah,
but
it's-
S3H has the ability to punch through stuff like Isellos.
Still calculate max
Yeah.
speed? No, I believe the bug fix was that it was purely based off of top speed, not factoring in the like acceleration.
No, because
you get
how
with
OTTGI worked was that if it rolled onto chaff, it could roll off of chaff, even within a TTGI time.
Was
But
it?
if it rolled onto a ship, it could not roll off of a ship onto chaff.
Okay, my mistake then. I thought it was based on the acceleration factor. I must have
But
been
also
misreading
that
patch
I
notes
think
or
that
other
was
stuff.
also fixed. That was also a separate bug fix that also happened.
Okay, maybe there was multiple. This
So I
is
think
weird
we- I
wizard
think
stuff that
we
happens
just-
under the hood of Neb. Don't question it too much. Yeah. Tasty with size 2 hybrids, less points efficient, but
More
Yeah,
slot
so-
efficient.
yeah, you get more of them for the space. So if we compare pricing, like for a size 3 versus size 2, a size 2 runs you like, these are 13 pointers. A size 3 is running you 23 points with a lot more boom. So
Plus two,
You
I
can
think you also get
you can-
more ability to target small.
You can
You
get
can
you can
still
throw more,
target
so-
small with S3H, but
S3s are
Yeah,
actually
but
very
it's-
effective if they hit a small target. It's just
Yeah,
that
it's
they're
kind of
slow
wasteful.
enough that hitting them is planning. You have to be very good at planning out the missile salvo to hit
right.
small targets with S3H.
4 times the damage for double the cost. Is that? Let's double check.
That's,
So
that sounds about right. I mean, the S3H hits
1152
like a
compared
torp.
to-
The S3H hits like a torp.
No, it does actually do torp damage effectively in terms
Yeah.
of the actual number.
It's still a size
It's a
3
lighter
missile.
torpedo, but yeah. If you want to like generally knock out a small capper, size 2 hybrids can do a good amount of work there. Additionally, if you just want volume of fire damage, size 2 hybrids have kind of a tech place against something like a bulk freighter, where the typically will end up impacting the bulker and hitting nothing, which does structure break damage, which is really valuable for killing a bulker off.
Right.
Liners basically have a health bar.
Yep.
Yeah. Like once you hit like 4 size 2 hybrids into a liner and then put a little gun sprinkling in, it's going to get crippled and blow up really fast.
All right. Well,
Anyway.
this is a good fleet. I'm not sure there's much more to say.
Yeah.
Yep, you mix
the tech is
salvos,
really
It's-
just in
it's
the
mostly
missile.
S2H
It's a basic,
salvo, yeah.
It's Yup ship, Yup fleet.
Yep. The tech
Um,
here is in
basic
the
missile
missiles,
tunings.
and the missiles are tuned pretty well. So I mean, like,
Yep.
yeah.
Yup is
Salvo
mostly
size of
dependent
4.
on skill, player user skill, so there's not really too much to say about the fleet.
Yeah.
I will say one thing to worry about here is that if you're mixing the S3H together, there could be some problems with staging, considering that the ARAD will stage on target detect, which is 3 km, but the other one, the Act EOVal, that one will stage at like what's the stage range? 4.5 kilometers because of the extended range. So you just keep that in mind. The EO validated ones will stage a full 1.5 kilometers before the ARAD one will, unless the target
Extended
of course,
act backup, so
I
they will
guess
stage
maybe
at the
this,
same time.
maybe it'll MCOM. Yeah, the problem is that if the enemy doesn't MCOM, they're gonna stage
No,
weirdly.
no, because if the ARAD doesn't see anything, the
Oh, no, that's
Yeah.
true.
SEAC
Yeah,
will stage
that's
it.
true.
The SEAC will stage it.
I
Okay.
believe that the
That's fair.
ARAD, if this thing is armed, like it's hit the end of its cruise path and there's jamming towards it, I think that will cause the ARAD to stage
It
them.
will.
It will.
So
will.
you just have to be
Alright.
careful with how close to your target you're setting up your end of.
That's the rough part about ARAD, but I think that's why it has a distance of nearly 6 or 5.5 kilometers.
Yeah, no, 5.5 stage range. Yeah, you should be good.
Does it?
Yes.
Generally, oh, these are duplicates, right? Yeah. Okay. 4.6 kilometer stage distance. That's
All right.
That gives you
um,
that gives you a decent amount of wiggle.
stage at 5 up with hell jamming. Yeah, and again, the seekers don't arm until the end of your path with cruise. So if you position your cruise path close enough to the enemy ships, you can still get away with it. Yeah. Really, the fleet I'd say is designed for a bunch of sweeper work. You can send out like a dozen of these size 2 hybrids at once. That's a good way of overwhelming a lot of people. You have these
Yeah.
hybrid
Cookie says
or
they were
size
designed
3s for
to punch into jamming to
Yeah,
kill
because of that big
MN boss.
long stage
Yep.
range. That big long stage
That's
range.
fair.
Yep. I'd say like
And
in
if they
terms of fleet
Imicon, the
comp.
Accio Val will get it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But going to the fleet comp for a brief second, I think that the best way to look at this is not so much of this as a 3k yub fleet, but as these as like a 1k yub splice into another fleet. You could easily take one of these things with these missiles teched and just plug it into another fleet. Like let's say
You'd
you
be
wanted to
missing
have a
salvo
Axe
size
bird,
is the
other stuff.
downside.
That's the big thing, yeah. You wouldn't have
Hmm.
to salvo size the pen.
Yeah.
You could add extra programming bus arrays if you're gonna
You
put it,
can,
and that'll increase
but-
price a little bit. But I think it will still be fine
Would push you up
if
to at least
you're
salvo
plugging
size
it into
6.
as a fleet.
I mean, what you probably do is you probably put a single. Can you put a single strike planning center? Not under the reins, right? No, you can't.
No, it's a larger
I'm not too
module. You
familiar
need
with
the
reins.
CLs
Yeah,
for
but I'm
that.
too familiar with Yeah, S3H Yub is better for putting into using small numbers because they're already built around using small numbers. S2H needs the salvo size.
Yep.
So if
To
you
show
want
you
to
how
put
good your
this in
missile tech is,
another
I saw
fleet,
your fleet in half. Yeah, I think a lot about how Tantalum has a size 2 yub brick, which if the enemy is not brought flak is going to mess them up really bad. So you see
Right.
something similar with the reins.
if you want to put this in another fleet, honestly, just take the top VLS 3 mounts and just copy them to the bottom ones.
Yep.
Easiest way to go about it. I'm just gonna briefly take a look how that will end up
It makes it
costing.
cheaper because
715.
yes, because S3H is less points dense.
Yeah, just think of the slots. That's not
Because
bad,
every
actually.
S3H is the same volume as 4 S2H, but it's only double the price.
Yeah. Missile quantity that gets you. Let's see, that's 10 in total. For
TC
20.
says
Okay.
the S2ish are able to skip the flag.
Black skip.
Yes, Fox skip
Uh,
S2H, pretty standard.
Yeah, they S2H with enough flak can get shot down as they're only like 25 health per missile.
I mean, they
but-
completely ruin flak targeting because the flak
Yeah.
shoots at where they think it'll be, and then they stage, and flak misses, and they readjust, and then they're already
Yeah.
they're in the ship.
Thank you.
My case was like if there's enough flak coming at you and you have a big ball of these, you will lose some of them. But generally speaking,
I think if
hybrids
you
are
shoot
just
them
gonna
into
blitz
Kynat,
right
you'll
by.
lose like a couple.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Honestly, pretty normal for a tasty fleet. I'm satisfied with that. We covered some missile tech, discussion of
Admitting a
TTGI.
not
Looks
creature
good.
is crazy.
All right.
Alright, let's move on then
What do we
to
have
solars.
next? This
The
is
Evankite half cap called. Okay.
All right. It's a half cap OSP fleet.
P50 liner with 2 pikes. RD.
Let me just read their description off real quick here. Quote, a cap fleet led by the Sol Evankite, a 250mm line ship tasked with holding points against lighter ships. Tug with long-range track and CMB Hodge missiles provides a reliable way to deny A point. Remaining 8 shuttles are cap ships with 1 Ruddle in there to ambush a ship on the A point. On A point, the Evankite is watching. Okay.
I see.
Interesting.
I believe that will be then there's technically like really there's like 3 parts in like a Ruddle to this. Ruddle's like tech. So I
Alright,
want to go over
starting with
the
yeah.
Volker here first, I suppose.
Yeah, Bulker is.
Constantine
sorry,
Constantine
my
beam base naming. You. Oh, okay.
Lack of hard kill, but that's whatever on a liner.
Yeah.
It's fine. It does have some flak on the front. And
got flak in Pavise.
Pavise. Yeah, I mean, like in terms of hard kill, that's
Bastion,
typically what I
Pavise,
run.
Pavise.
on the back though. I'm seeing
Yeah.
some decoy surprise package.
No, they're mine
They're
dispensers.
mine dispensers. Oh,
Ooh.
Yep.
standard Matic
Okay.
mines.
Just drop the one on out.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like a free mine shuttle.
Yep.
There you go.
That is how many of
just-
them in total?
4.
4. Okay. All right. That's a way of doing stuff. I mean, as long as you have the slot on the back, then definitely.
If you're not using
usable.
for anything, might as well.
Uh,
Mines aren't regarded as particularly good, but like in small volumes,
They're
maybe you'll get a
useful.
surprise. And if you don't, it's
Yeah.
like what? How many
Hey, it's
points is
called a
that?
surprise package.
30?
Yeah.
30 points.
It's
That's
like-
not bad at all.
Yeah, 28 point total plus 5 for the mount, and honestly, container backpack mount, like you're generally going to put those there anyways on a bulker just for health bar.
Right. We've also
Warbler,
got
pretty nice.
2 pikes
soft
on
gun.
the fleet as well on the back of the liner. Those are probably just
EO ball,
EO
countermeasures,
scout
looks pretty
stuff.
normal.
Yeah. For fleet support, it's always nice to have EO pikes as fleet support. They're very useful for your front line.
I would recommend one thing for your pikes, which is give them the chaff launcher upgrade. You're already paying 20 points for the hull, so either getting high capacity, so in case the missile goes towards them, they can typically outrun it, but it's good to have chaff on you.
Oh, you want
or the
high
high coherence in
coherence.
case
High
of
co,
needing to
yeah.
deflect that. Yeah.
High capacity isn't all that useful just because countermeasures aren't very effective at defending craft to begin with. So aside from Heiko, which gives you the ability to detonate incoming missiles by them slamming into the high coherence chaff, countermeasures
I've
are
found
largely
high capacity is
unnecessary.
helpful for things like sundials and pikes that tend to stay up a while,
Well,
radar skiffs as well.
The
but-
thing is, with those craft, I would rather them survive the initial missile hit and then have them return to base rather than, being in the air for longer.
Yeah. High coherence, very good against the common SDM2, which is Act Wake, memory serves.
Yeah,
Right now, pure command SDMs are the common in high level
the
play
standard,
because there is a bug.
Oh,
There's a
Similar to how
bug where
AMMs, where
craft-
they pay for the premium.
Well, no, it's because the craft. There's a bug where if they're targeted by pure command, they don't drop countermeasures. So they don't
Really?
get high code.
oh,
Interesting.
I see.
And
That's
you
why
can't manually command them to drop countermeasures either.
Interesting. That's a
All
very
right,
interesting
tech alarm,
bug.
tech alarm.
Yeah, this is
wee-woo,
why
wee-woo.
this is why you don't bring Wake back up on your command missiles for anti-craft, then, huh?
Because they don't really have comms jamming, so you don't need it explicitly.
I've been considering running a shuttle with a warbler to provide a safe haven.
They drop Heiko sometimes.
That's not
inconsistent.
like the
Might be
worst
depending
idea,
what kind
which
of
is
missiles coming.
really funny. You've got like your little your creature to defend your fleet. That is
No. Okay, hear me out. Omni soft kill shuttle with fighter escort. It's brilliant. They'll never see it
You'll
coming.
never see it coming. I do actually do the Omni soft kill shuttle in support of my MMTs on some of my cat fleets, and it's actually really funny to just
It's
not
really
be able to
good.
get killed by missiles on my MMTs. A Wawa and Small Sippy. All right. A Wawa.
Hostile alarm. Wee woo. Wee woo.
Yep. Thank you, Firebird.
Send seal pick or die.
Behavior and testing range different from matches. Yeah, that's another thing too. Just depending on all the other contributing factors of what's going on in the match. You can do
Yep.
something in
It's-
testing range, and then actual gameplay will be very different.
Anyway,
it's
back
actually
to
the mechanics in testing range and single player and multiplayer are actually different
Right, because
Interesting.
for some reason.
Anyway, back
Yeah,
to the
there's-
fleet. Back to the fleet, which we were reviewing.
point.
Yeah. So we've got 250 liner to
250
start
Bulker.
with 100 mil sidearms here. Single drive, we're using the big chi drive, which is a really nice single drive for liners. That linear thrust and
Internals
turn
look-
rate is very good.
Yeah, internals look fine. I would honestly drop the gun plotting center.
Yeah, the
and go
gun plot was
Yeah.
I'm looking at this thing. The
but-
gun plot's the only thing that I would
Yeah.
drop. Maybe replace it with like a rapid DC or something. You already have your DC pretty well buffed, and you've got a good amount of teams in there.
Look
with
at
like
this
it's
as
kind of
well.
whatever.
a complex,
It's kind
a
of
large
whatever.
storage,
Yeah.
and a reinforced is really strong.
More I don't know. I'm gonna disagree on some of these like layouts because the more I look at this, the more it's kind of irking me with some of these. So
I would put I would use a reinforced mag in the front and a sit-down
Yeah.
mag for the big slot personally, but
Oh, yeah,
I
hang
do
on,
understand
we're-
it if you cannot afford it with the point cost.
my big gripes for this is one, I don't like this bulker midsection. This is my least favorite one due to how spaced out the compartments 2 and 3 are compared to all the other ones. It makes damage splitting not good for you. You do get the
True.
nice mounts for it, but it does kind of screw you for that.
Pros and cons.
Secondly is the nose. I'm a very big fan of the triple reinforced stack there.
That is
typically it
true,
goes
yeah.
Complex,
Bulk
DIC,
mag.
and mag, or some variant of that.
We're running double mag. We're doing reinforced in one of the. What is taking up all that ammo? Do we need?
Nothing.
Whoa!
Nothing.
You don't
Yeah,
need
no.
all
Okay,
that
yeah.
space
Replace.
there, yeah.
You either replace the reinforced one in compartment 3 with a citadel, and I think you're.
I would just
probably
upgrade both. I'd
Uh,
upgrade both for one step. Bulk to reinforce the citadel,
Okay,
and then drop the gun plotting center to make up the points. If
Okay, that
that's
works.
enough.
that might.
If
that,
that's
think
enough.
I don't think that's going to be.
echoing
It may
I
not
don't
be
think it's enough, though.
but it'll get you close. I would definitely do that. Yeah, with 250, you don't. Double magging is nice in case one gets knocked out. For 250, I don't really bother double magging because you can fit it all into one citadel, which is pretty resistant.
I think
The
the
thing
case for this
about-
would be like Citadel. I think is tempting, but What I'd say is this is not meant to be a I'm gonna full frontline someone. This is more of a cap guard. So single
True.
mag I think is sufficient for there. My advice
Yeah.
for keeping this simple is damage control complex in the front and then the magazine in the middle with the reinforced CIC down below. This gets you a single reinforced mag and you have a second CIC in the back as your backup command. That could just be a basic as well if you so desire. Your choice on how you want to split these things up, but
Right.
that gets you it gets you the reinforced triple stack. It gets you the benefits of having like your magazine in a smaller target rather than this reinforced mag, which is a very large target, and the bulk mag, which tends to honestly get shot out even if it is the smaller target.
We are also full ammunition elevatoring this thing.
Yeah.
no
I'm gonna
RCCs
call this
for
one out
it.
as well. You call this Constantine Beam and you don't rapid cradle it? Come
Yeah.
on, buddy.
I think definitely replace 2 of the ammunition elevators with RCCs, I think, is the play here.
Yep.
Agreed.
The typical mix for that is you balance your RCCs with your ammo elevators in favor of the ammo elevators.
Yeah.
So
Can
you'd
you,
see like a
is it
3-2
possible, is
ratio.
it still possible to manually reload your flak
Yes.
guns? Alright, so they
Or,
do,
oh, flak guns? Maybe.
because if you
No, I don't
can,
believe they are.
there used to be a thing that you could make the reload time on flak less than the recycle time for bastions, and you used to be able to manually reload them. So the optimal strat for flak
think
was
you
just to
might still
spam
be able to
reload
do
button.
that.
Yeah,
I
you
think
just
you might still be able to do that.
because what you do is you just spam the reload button, and the it's faster than the recycle time, so you just have faster fire rate.
I think you might still be able to do that.
If you're
While
still
we're
able to
saying
do that, then
DCX
that's
in the
tech.
front-
It wasn't tech. You
believe that
actually
bug got
can't do that.
fixed.
Okay, tragic.
Yeah.
Tragic.
So
That's a shame.
That sucks.
To address another thing Walrus had brought up here about the DCX. DCX goes in the front if you're not taking the Citadel mag. So that way you get your triple reinforced stack, because otherwise you have to pay for a reinforced DD locker, which you might not want to do. This gets you 3 reinforced components. And if you're taking a bulker and actually building it, you should put a complex in it. They've just been patch changed and balanced to accommodate for the DC complex in them. As opposed to
Right.
previously with very skeletal sheet
You could be
bulkers.
pyro up and add 3.
Don't be pyro.
Or you could do power up and add 3.
That's true.
Don't actually do that.
Yeah.
All right.
Please don't do.
So that's the bulker. I think we've kind of said what we want to say about the bulker. The
Yeah,
ammunition elevators, the mags, and the compartments are the big things there.
I will say one thing about the back of it before we go on, which is that you've got point defense turrets there and a T20 as well. I would not recommend the T20 on the back slot strictly because it forces you to put the Warbler in the big slot.
That is
The
true, yeah.
Warbler's- Yeah. It's only 100 hit points. Take off this back turret that's probably not going to be what you're shooting at anyways. Get your Warbler into that smaller slot up there. It's much less likely to
13.
get shot out.
About
and
13
keep
specifically.
itself alive.
Another thing here, elaborating on the mounts in the back, since this is a broadsider and you're going to have one side facing the enemy at all times, you don't really need the Pavise in the back, I don't think, if you want to save points.
Yeah. You could probably cut that.
It can be useful, but if you want to save points, that's like the first thing I would remove.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of taking the chaff launcher and putting it there. This chaff launcher is a bit of a weird slot, actually, on this.
I don't even see it. Where did it get put?
Ooh.
It's on the underside.
Interesting. Can
Yeah,
that
Mount 17.
chaff into the ship?
It can't because chaff doesn't have collision, to my knowledge. But yeah,
You
use
might
an
yes,
arming
it
missile.
look like an AD.
Yeah. Arming
No,
missile
okay.
could be good. Yeah, I'd say put it on the backside because it's less likely to get shot there, anyways. So.
Yeah, fortunately OSP doesn't have active decoys, because this mount is literally the active decoy containment zone. Like, that would be an awful spot for that.
Well, it's funny you say they don't have active decoys because they've got the container stack.
Yeah, they do have the
launcher with actual
containers. Yeah,
decoys.
so they do have active decoys. The problem is that those ones won't get like stuck in the ship if you pat them right. If you pat them wrong, they will, and it's really funny.
They'll
but-
absolutely latch onto you like a remora. It's really funny.
All right.
Yep. To that
Taking a look
note,
at the rest of the fleet
bring up the
here.
budget.
Okay, the LRT tug looks like a tech piece.
Not see. Oh, it's
Let's see.
search radar, no track correlators, and a scryer.
Um,
I'm a big fan of the gun and the missile launcher on it.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice for like
That's
an
good
upgrade.
tech.
Wait, hang on. Is this like an offensive thing, or is that command?
This is a long range
Oh,
like
I
sniper.
see. I see.
What?
It's.
This is like
Yeah,
a
so that's for-
sniper.
Don't you want
with
track
missiles.
correlators? Don't you want track correlators then for the CMD?
yeah, so
Yes,
Yeah.
you want track correlators.
specifically, if I read this right in their description, the long-range track CMD Hodge provides a reliable way to deny ACAP. I'm telling you right now, with the LRT and its track error that you start off with, it's like 30-meter error. going for the A cap, you're gonna experience some issues hitting that initial sprinter with your
Yeah.
command missiles.
I think the play is to do if you
I-
it's a good idea, don't get me wrong, but you definitely want double TC if you
Yeah.
want to do that.
I think
Better
you run
idea would
T-track
be
correlators.
act with command validation if that's what you're going for.
You
Very common
could.
multi-mission tug missile.
I
Yeah.
think what you do is you do T-track correlators to get TQ12.
Mm.
Then you grab maybe you even grab a second MLS too to get the salvo size because
Yeah, second
at long
MLS
range your missiles aren't
Yep.
that reliable at hitting,
Mhm.
especially through PD.
I do like
It's also
the
is running
T20
100
can
mil
also
flak,
be
which is not the most effective.
100 mil flak is relatively it's
Mm.
good in numbers against S2 clusters or S2H clusters, but if you're for like S3H, grape is generally kind of better.
Mm.
You shouldn't be relying on 100 mil for point defense anyway. Like bad idea,
It's
bad idea.
secondary role there.
It's a secondary role, yes. It's primary. It's just like the dual-purpose guns on ANS. Yes, theoretically it can shoot down missiles. However,
It's better at just like encouraging people to maybe not throw as much stuff at.
yes.
I'm half tempted to say, what if you ran two missile designs?
Yeah.
And half of them were SSJ.
Oh, you could do
Yeah,
CMD Hodge and
Command Hodge, SSJ and Command Hodge. Or
salvo
something similar
size
like that.
8 for SSJ and for yeah, no, that's pretty strong.
The
for,
multi-mission
like, A
missiles I run are
denial-
like that.
For ACAP
Because
denial,
then
I
you
think
get,
that's
like,
pretty good.
Because you get the SSJ salvo you need to shut down defenders, and you get the salvo size you need to just make it through
To guarantee
other
kills.
things.
To guarantee kills.
Missiles
Yeah.
are also priced a little funny, where they're like 6.25 points. You could probably drop
Yeah,
this
you could
down
probably
to like
reduce
a
the warhead,
6.4.
especially if
yeah,
you,
there you go.
Yep.
That costs you like a little boom, but again,
If you're doing
saving a point or
if
two.
you're doing salvo size 8, then dropping the warhead is what you want to do. I'm having ads.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
All right. Well,
Do we want to pause
wanna
this
do, like,
one
a
and do?
yeah. All right. Quick
all right.
pause. We've just kind of wrapped up that bit. We'll be right back in about 3 minutes, folks.
Yep,
See you
we've
then.
done
Meow,
the
meow.
tugboat. We've done the liner. We're gonna come back to do the shuttles. I'll see you all in a bit.
Yeah. 3-minute break. Meow meow. And we're back after some little scuffleage there as Twitch decided to do weird Twitch stuff.
I don't really know what was
Yep.
going on there. I guess that
I
time
think
just
it
So
was
we're
has
here
OBS at
to
some
review the little shuttles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Covering what we were finishing off there, we had just looked at the size 2s, discussed how to tweak those a little bit, get yourself a second launcher. Probably better to have the track correlated to Bloodhound anyways.
Yeah.
then onto the
I think
cap
play
shuttles.
for
Yeah,
the play
one
for the
of them-
oh,
So we got one rocket shuttle with only one
Mhm.
rocket launcher, and then the
Half
rest
rebel.
are gun shuttles.
It's a standard
Yep.
gun cappers. I would honestly take 2 guns. Just because,
yeah,
Yep.
I know, like, so my logic for the way I build the shuttles is I am not surviving missiles, regardless of how much thought I put into defending against them. So I might as well just bring double gun and be really good at killing sprinters.
Generally, I like double guns because more gun is good. I do get the idea of running. I do get the idea of running the soft kill VLS, but I think, in my opinion, and this is just purely my opinion, that either you run the chaff box on the PV slot, or you run a PV on a PV slot.
Yep.
And if you run the chaff box there, you just run a bunch of AMMs.
Yep.
Yep.
My logic is that I do the Pavis because Pavis is slightly cheaper than doing the AMM spam, and also Pavis also locks in quite often.
Yep.
PV slots in.
It does.
Pavis specifically with the shuttle, if you take a look at it from the front, it's a stupid narrow hitbox to land a missile on anyway, so the Pavis will very often just deal with a missile that's coming straight at it and kill it. Occasionally, like, you get shot from the underside out of its arc, but most
Right.
of the time you're going to be in
That's
range.
just
Yeah.
that's just a skill issue, which has happened to me a lot. Make sure you're rolling your shuttles, folks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lock heading onto target if you have to.
Yep.
I like that they included the gun on the top side, so naturally the ship will point
Yes.
whatever it's brawling
Mhm.
gun will be facing them.
If
You
you're
see this
doing-
sometimes when people put on the underside.
Yeah, if
put
you're
on the
doing
top.
single gun, make sure it's on the same side as the Pavis, because yeah, the roll logic for the gun will force the Pavis to be on the side of the incoming missiles.
As far as
Yeah.
generalist cappers go, it's nice having chaff, like we mentioned. I've run this before a couple different times. I think this is the same loadout you get in the starter fleet. I want to say Tantalum has these.
Basic, reinforced mag, small DC. Was Tantalum small or rapid? I can't remember.
Let's
I
find
think you
out.
have too much point defense
rapid.
ammunition on those.
How much is it? 8,000.
You don't need a minute 40 seconds of point defense.
That's typically what I run. Pavises burn through ammo quite rapidly is the thing.
I would
I
say
mean, the
that
logic,
these
I
are maybe like a
suppose-
little overbuilt for survival, because 10 chaff, 8k, 20 mil ammo.
Oh,
You
they
don't
got 10
need that,
chaff.
but that's not gonna like cost you.
I feel like if it gets to the point where you need all 8,000 of those slugs, you're probably gonna be dead anyway because you just can't.
Honestly-
The police can't shoot.
Oh, okay. I
Yourself?
take the 20mm ammo divided by 2.
Okay.
That's how much ammo it feels like you'll have, because Pavis fires at twice the rate the defender does.
Yeah, they still have a minute 40 seconds of fire
True.
time.
It'll cost you like a
honestly,
point or
it's
two.
not that big of a difference.
It's a couple
If
points.
anything, I would say
It's-
the chaff is too much.
Yeah,
not the
10
Pavis
chaff per
ammo.
ship.
Pavis ammo is fine. 4 points.
I mean, I think we kind of run back into the logic of a properly built, like, S2H for anti-shuttle is not going to be seduced by the chaff most of the time.
Mhm.
And so I would just bring an extra gun and have the ability to do some extra damage rather than...
Oh.
Yeah. Also,
Taking a look
we
at that,
do the ammo.
Pavis
The
is 20
ammo
points.
for the
so-
100 mil is also very strange. We only have grape and HE. No.
I don't entirely disagree on that.
I mean,
I do disagree on the
like-
stack order. I would load grape shot first
Grape
because
shot
your
first.
turret is dual purpose.
That being said,
you might get
the
lucky and hit a
Cap
size
2
hybrid.
Cap 2 does have grape loaded first. The rest of them do not. I'm not sure if that. I think that was probably a ship duplication error.
Yeah, that's
Oops.
probably copy paste.
Yeah. Yeah. Load grape first, and your 100 mil slots. It will auto fire against incoming missiles, and is also pretty effective against light stuff. Which is why you also want stuff like RPF and HE loaded first.
You can, in theory, load AP rounds. You can load HHC rounds for more
Yeah, I do.
to do more stuff.
So
but
So Flak has a very niche role in that in large enough numbers, it's really good at shooting down stuff like S2 spam and S2H spam. The problem
Can
is
also peck away at some fighter craft.
you need numbers in terms of turrets,
Yeah.
and
Flak
Flak is
is not as good
completely
as-
useless against most other
It's-
things. It's pretty good against.
It's really not as good as HGRPF.
Hunting Real Flak is also pretty good against bombs too, which is something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Because you can fratricide
Especially with
them.
fratricide now,
Yep.
if you get enough like lucky hits, you'll set off a.
You can
whole
also
swarm.
grape the bombs, but that's a lot harder than letting the PD
Yes.
do it.
Getting your timings right on that's difficult.
So I do bring Flak on a lot of. I don't bring Flak on like gun shuttles where the numbers of turrets is nowhere near enough to like do anything. But on like liners where I have a bunch of 100 mil turrets, I will bring Flak just because they are good in specific roles, and I have the numbers to be good in those roles.
I think that to build a little bit off what you said, just also taking a look at the shuttle in general, the shuttle suffers a little bit from the same problem the Sprinter and NS Destroyer does, which is anything that is teched to kill it will kill it regardless of which defenses you have on it.
Yeah.
So you can see beam destroyers built with stupid amounts of DC. They're still going to get shot and die. Similar story for these shuttles, which are meant to kind of be cheaper side and step on a cap point. You want to keep them on that cheaper side.
Yeah.
Cluster bombs, no fratricide. Yeah, that's an intended thing, but
yes,
that's 'cause
but
cluster bomb is used by one person.
also Flak will still help destroy a lot of the staged munitions. You're not going to be shooting down all of them if you get CBU maxed, but you can oftentimes shoot down enough to avoid getting annihilated.
I think that for the case with cappers, you have to decide, like, as we see with the rocket shuttle here, this is going to really struggle doing rocket shuttle things, because very often we'll see the double rocket setup since you get twice as many rockets down.
Yeah.
That's very good for
Then
overwhelming
you fire
defender.
them twice as fast as two,
This
so it's better to
the
break for
single
breaking through.
rocket launcher shuttle is only really going to get through ships that don't have a point defense weapon in arc.
Mhm.
Which is
Causes them to swing slightly, retargeting, and I believe that each turret is. I think there's like an actual cap on how fast rockets fired at max.
I
tried
tried
doing, like,
loading a
rocket
liner with RL-18s on every single slot. Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
work.
Yeah, you
Even
want.
so, getting.
I think you want 2 here. If you're gonna go rocket shuttle, you want 2 here. It's a lot more
Generally,
points. But
yeah, go all in with the Rattles. Go all in.
how did,
With
wait,
the
how did
rebel
this-
bombing, yep. Pavis on this makes
uh,
sense. Counter incoming missile.
Yeah.
You could,
If you have a couple
want to go
just-
pinpoint, not needed, given the range.
Having a few
Oh.
Rattles is really nice as overmatch assets for dealing with caps, since you need that overmatch asset sometimes to take a cap.
Right. It's very easy to you just obliterate. You get a lucky hit on a keystone. You get around to the side, kill its reactor, kill its drives. You got the cap. Or if you need to dislodge a sprinter from a point that's being a nuisance, guns are going to take a long time to get through that thing. Rocket it, kill it really quickly. Rocket it, damage
can
it
think
enough that
of-
you can finish it off with guns pretty quick.
You can think of this cap fleet as, well, you have all of these capper assets that are decent defensive wise, like they can survive a little bit, like they'll be able to pop chaff and throw Pavis ammo at people. It's not going to necessarily win you a point. What you'll probably want to do is actually cut some of these cappers and invest in, say, another Ruddle or two to have something to actually aggress onto
True.
a point and remove the guards.
One of the things you can do is be, oh, someone's got a bot.
Eddie Star, congrats! It's your
Yippee,
turn!
you made it big. You made it
Yay,
big. I think I
yippee!
have the power to delete that if you want, or do you
Yeah.
know how to?
No, I got it.
You got it? Awesome.
All right.
Yeah.
Kill him! Put the nose on, kill him! Jack, get some spray bottles out. Get rid of this bot. Spritz, spritz, spritz.
No, son of a kill him!
Kill him! Woo!
This is a bot. That bot with bots.
gone,
So-
bot.
Frugal.
It's the
Report
frugal
and
something.
block and ban.
Yippee.
So, something you can do is if you go to your later on, if you go to your auto mod, you can add part of that message into your automatic filter, and it'll just catch them all.
Ooh, good point.
That is
That's what I
true.
usually do,
Uh,
or that's
Yep.
what I do. Not usually.
I'm
That-
just
that's
gonna
straight
hit
up
the
what I
click
do.
ban button. There we
Yep,
go.
get me
Get
out. Get out of my chat. You are no longer. I can't believe. Yeah, you're on our bot death. Okay, I've seen the. I don't know if you've seen this like Twitter post. It's just like Me when I pick up a phone call or like call someone and there's a clanker on the other end. Like we got slurs for bots now. It's so great.
Saw that one. Yeah. All right. What were we talking about? Right, Ruddles.
So I think
Okay.
there is also something you can do with Ruddles. You bring 2 shuttles. Both of them are half gun, half rocket. So you put the rocket launcher on the bottom and the T-20 on the top, because then that bypasses the fire rate thing of rockets. You get some rocket hits on a shuttle and just finish it off with the guns.
To that note as well, you see some people. You said the T-20 with the rocket secondary on that. I've also seen people run like a Ruddle with like 2 rocket launchers, and then it's got a partner with it that has a blanket jammer, or not blanket, a bellbird jammer. Sorry, it'll start with B. And so the idea there is that they're able to fire off their rockets and also jam at the same time, which covers their approach. So that's a fun little way to send 2 Ruddles to kill off beamstones and such.
Right.
Very cool.
Double Ruddle is one with Pinpoint, one with Chaffbox and Huntress. Yep, you can see some stuff done like that. With a singular rocket launcher, you have enough power to do some things still with the whole Huntress. It's a little
Also,
much to run
Firebird
PDs
if you
on,
removed.
but I think you did it.
That is true. I'm assuming Star has the automod set up that Firebird would have gotten banned there. Or blocked at least. That's
Nearly stepped on the mine of their own accord.
Firebird.
They knew it's like,
Firebird's like, don't worry, I'll help you,
Firebird
Star.
did not think this one
Firebird's
through.
is like, don't worry, Star, I'll help bans themselves.
I just had the picture of like Firebird just like in
It's
your DMs
Firebird,
with, like,
it's-
a sorry face.
Firebird,
like, I'm
it's-
sorry.
Firebird, it's remove
Aw.
the space. It's remove the space. You should type
With
that.
it's a space between the parentheses and after, before the parentheses and after as well.
Isn't Twitch
Um,
fun? All right.
I
Anyways,
suggest best viewers on is probably a good one to also do.
No, because they also do cheap viewers on, not just best viewers on.
all right, so we'll ban viewers from our chat. Perfect.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Ban out of context, that's really funny. We'll ban everyone. Ban all the viewers. You're watching my stream,
Yeah, there's a
banned.
reason I put remove the
Only
space.
watch-
Watch the stream. Horrible taste. Get out of here.
The reason I remove the space is because that's not a term anyone would
What does-
reasonably ever type.
Cap
normal.
escalation. Cap escalation means that initially a cap is open. If there's nothing defending it, you can commit a super cheap asset onto the point which has no combat ability whatsoever. That being a cringe capper, right? But the
Typically,
moments,
yeah, that's
and
the
moments-
86-point capper. For
It
the
refers to each faction dedicating more and more expensive and capable ships to defending cap points. So a cringe capper takes the point, so ANS deploys a gun shuttle, which kills the cringe capper and takes the point, which means that OSP deploys like a rocket shuttle. ANS deploys a beamstone, OSP deploys a monitor or a liner, ANS deploys a CL or an Axford, right? It escalates as more and more capable units begin contesting the points. Anyway.
in that
I
regard,
think we've done like the turn around this fleet.
yeah.
Yeah, I
There's the
think we
gun
should move on.
cappers, there's the shuttles, there's the different ways you can do it. There's Tasty doing funny meme posting, so I just timed them out for 10 minutes. I think we covered it. Yeah, like Capper War is interesting as you get these little ships with so few mounts. You have to be very specific with your text, like double gun, you can do gun, chaff, PVs, you can do double rocket. Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff
escalating
you
from
can
the
do
AK
with
capper to replicate too. Yeah.
rocket shuttles are very difficult to use, but they are a very effective and very points effective way to punch up in especially the cap war.
I remember one time I left the rocket shuttle. in the
Escalating from a
background because-
naked capper to Bafflegate 2 electric boogaloo.
Yeah. That's kind of what the
That
goal
can
is.
Basically,
happen.
yeah.
That's happened before.
Yeah, send in the 450 aligners to contest the point.
It's like you start with the capper, then they send in like bigger thing. You send in a bigger thing. They send in a CL, going like, "Yo, stop that!" And then you send in 450 liner.
Exactly.
And before you know it, there's a whole frontline brawl happening around.
Yeah, it's like, why are you guys here? This is the outside of the map. What are you doing?
All right. I have a small sippy from Tasty who couldn't post that in your chat anymore, Neko, and so has resorted
right.
to withdrawing to my chat, the refugee zone.
Get a sippy.
I'll have you know for the record, I'm not untiming him out. Mainly because I don't know how to pull up the mod thing in this current view, and it broke
should
my
have a
screen.
CPU
Oh
Right,
yeah,
but-
is your stream
Really
is
easy.
it still
Click
broken?
out, you just click on Tasty Cookie and you click on the check mark next
Well, the
to
thing is, I removed
timeout.
Tasty from my chat right now, so I can't actually click on them.
Ah.
Oh. Oh.
Don't worry,
Sorry,
they'll be back in
Tasty.
like 9 minutes. It's fine.
It's
Anyways,
They'll be
we were
back.
reviewing fleets, weren't we?
Yeah.
What do we
Yes,
got
all
next?
right. So that was
Heavy Kite was this Walrus with Insta boxes plus caps.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Insta boxes. Here we go.
Insta boxes plus
Yippee.
So,
Okay.
description reads, CLN half-cap fleet. CLN designed for standoff cap gaming by shrimply removing all cap assets on the map from range while being able to engage Boxalls and other skirmish assets. All containers are identical apart from the Helljoy, which is to get bombers to leave. Alright.
It has
we-
a Helljoy, okay.
Why does it? Okay, it has a. Okay, that would explain. Hang on, how many Helljoys?
It
4?
has a Helljoy.
Yeah,
It
4.
has 4. Okay.
What?
Those are, yep.
The
well,
funny
there's your
thing
Black
is,
Friday containers.
the funny thing is you could probably just remove 2 of the bank launchers, put 2 of the smaller ones on, and put the Helljoys in those, and then have no 2 empty bank launchers. Yeah, because you have the space for it. It would be stupid, but you could do that.
Yeah.
I think honestly, yeah, take off
it's
Mount
actually
4. You can just put that in.
I don't know.
No, I
honestly,
think it's the
would do
same
that just
price.
because the less
No, it's
the
slightly more
less mounts you have,
expensive
the
because you
better.
get extra 5 points for stacks. Okay.
No, both
Um,
the stacks and the banks are the same points.
Yeah.
So it would be the same points. It would just be smaller hitboxes.
No, I was just thinking because like
Yeah, you
'cause you
just
get
want
4
to
of those,
you want to
right?
consolidate your banks to or your containers to
Well-
fewer banks.
Well,
in
the
my
banks
opinion,
in Mount
because they-
3, you just move those containers to Mount 1 and Mount 2, and then take off 2 of the
Oh, I
banks.
see what you mean. Yeah, I
And then
getcha.
put 2 of the stacks for the Helljoys.
I believe there's a 0.5-second interval between missile launches, so depending on how you want to do.
Well, Helljoys
like
you don't
launches.
need. You don't need.
Okay,
No,
that
just thinking
makes
about the
sense.
other
Oh,
missiles if you're
Salvo
consolidating
density
into
you want all
Mounts
4,
1 and 2.
but they're not.
Yeah,
Are
that
they
makes sense.
taking advantage of salvo density here?
They're only doing 3 of
unless they're
them.
firing with 3 different missiles in the same salvo here, because we've got.
It's not.
It doesn't really matter because
For health?
like the
Oh,
Heli
500.
Joys,
Okay.
Actually, no,
they
it
won't be
really
firing
doesn't
from
matter.
different spots anyway.
It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
The missiles are exact. Okay, yeah, you know, they're doing salvo density. Pike illuminated, AF True to Caesar, and greetings and salutations. They're all identical. They're all
That's
identical
interesting. Okay,
containers.
so each of these banks has its own type of missile in it.
Yeah, so they're
I've
doing
seen,
salvo
like-
density. They're doing salvo
Yeah.
density then, because these are all identical, with a slight advantage for greetings and salutations to make up for the extra missiles in a salvo size 8.
Okay, personally, I do like putting all of the containers of one type on one bank, but that's mostly because of salvo grouping.
Yep.
You don't want to add travel
I
time
think
there for consolidating.
I think splitting them up does result in better density of salvos, but I've never had an issue with that.
Yeah.
When playing container liner.
With this hole
At the same
specifically,
time,
with the angling you
Banks
get,
do
you can
have
just
a
cap
lot
the
of
top
hit
of
points.
You might as well keep it under
Neko,
5 points.
Neko, Tasty's posting in her chat. We have a serial banner.
Okay, fine.
Yep, ban him,
Quarry,
ban him,
alright,
ban
yeah,
him.
okay. Tasty, you better thank Quarry for taking the gloves off you. You get like a little time. Couldn't we just left him locked outside for a little longer?
Hey Neko, you should ban everyone in your chat so they all come to my stream. That would be cool. I think that would be awesome, actually.
True, this is true. This
The
is
cookie
true.
has left the jar.
Anyway.
Why was Cookie in the jar?
Anyway,
Jar,
back
you okay?
to the liner here. The liner is pretty
Yeah.
cheap. It's a what is it, like 1.5? Oh, it's 2K. Okay. So
goes to show
let's-
again, like we described, how cheap
How
you
many-
can get
yeah, you
shuttles
got-
on OSB side.
Yeah, I'm
These
assuming some of them
are
are empty
the-
campers. But taking a
Some of
look
them
at
are-
the
okay, yeah.
campers.
Oh, you have the same issue as the last time where they're like
Hmm.
only one gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like 4, 1, and 2 flares.
At least this time, I think they have they don't even have MMs.
It would be
so-
slightly more expensive to do the double gun in this case, just because you don't have a lot in the chaff
Yeah.
launcher anyway. But
It's
you
not
know,
much shaft.
It's not much
Also,
chaff,
with
yeah.
the rocket shuttle, you have a lot of ammo
Big
that
points.
isn't used in that ship in
Oh,
your
it's
magazine.
rock.
No,
Oh,
it
that
could be
mag
all
is
in.
full.
Very low.
Rip.
Yeah.
This looks like a mistake. They left
Copy
it
paste
in.
moment. Okay, so
you have a. That's what the
So
advisory
removing
is
that, you
about.
save yourself 5 points.
I think you just fill your rockets. You just fill your
Yeah.
rockets up.
Or
And
the
you
rockets.
drop
Wait, do you not have
drop
full
a
rockets?
chaff or
Oh.
drop something.
Drop chaff from one of the ships. Yeah. Very interesting thing to have happened there, huh? Very silly.
Yep.
copy paste
Um,
moment. They include a flare for
Wake secondary,
Reasons?
because that's pretty common on
Yes.
S2H Yub. Wake
Yeah.
secondary is pretty
I
common.
guess.
That said,
So I see it. I
like,
understand it.
it won't do
Having
anything
flares
about
is
Wake
never bad.
Val, but Wake Secondary it can
Yeah.
go for.
I would keep it for the Wake secondary, honestly. That's something you can do. But yeah, actually,
It only matters
these-
then if you're well. It only matters if your
for-
primary isn't going for it, and it's usually Act Primary Wakes, right? So
It's
Right.
usually Act EO Val or just pure EO for anti-cap.
You know,
Yeah,
for the CLN being 2k points, these are 6 relatively capable shuttles here. Like,
Yeah.
let's be honest. I was expecting them to be a lot more cringed, but no, these are pretty good.
no,
They're
I'd
using a
These have sun
rapid,
drives, so they go
rapid instead of a
fast.
small, but
Okay,
What?
I'd say personally, just looking at the CLN, I think it's too much. Oh wait, no, are these all rockets?
they're all rocket boxes.
Why are they called Pike Illuminated?
Because they're deception warfare. They're all of these boxes are
Yeah.
identical. They are all the same build.
Yeah.
They are all
I know the
act,
Pike Illuminated
Yachts,
ones
Wake.
from another build, so this is literally just mind games.
Another sippy.
Okay, I'd
We need more
personally,
water.
I'd drop the Seact on at least one design. I'd drop the Seact from one design or more, because the Seact is very good for catching things. However, it has the issue of catching onto random BS in a way.
Hmm.
So it's
You might-
sometimes actually better to
yeah.
have an arrow seeker. So I would say drop the Seact on some of them and just run pure Sact.
For a lot
Mm.
cheaper stuff, you could do one of them you keep as is, one of them you do the narrow, and then the other one you can also do a Hodge backup too to help with jamming potentially.
Taking a look at
It would be
Shuttle
cheaper.
there
I
for a
think
second,
with
but
that,
yeah.
I think Hodge would be cheaper. It would bring the points down a bit.
Yeah, you could run something like Hodge there, or if you wanted to, I think you can get away with just removing it, saving there.
Yeah, Hodge saves you 1 point per missile.
True.
These are
I think the
staging at
Hodge is that get staged early.
1970.
Hodge is
I
gonna
think
get
it's
staged
still
early, yeah.
insta-staged.
You could do maybe Hodge. No, you couldn't do Hodge Val, could you?
No,
Hodge
Hodge
Val
Val
does
wouldn't work.
nothing.
Hodge isn't a seeker, so if it's Val, so it won't be able to see the jamming, and thus it'll have the same issue that Axe does.
Container
I guess
gamers,
what
I'm
we
gonna need a
could-
little help here on something. So I'm looking at release time. It says short. I believe they should be set to instant single burst, right?
Medium.
Oh, actually, I think
I've
Hodge
seen it-
is
I've seen
direction
it all
only.
kind. I've seen it
Okay.
all kinds.
So
some
the
some people go with a
arguments-
single burst, some people go with short, some people go with medium.
The argument is with medium, there is a chance that it will. Flak rounds won't detonate all of the missiles within a salvo, and it'll only like kill some of the burst of 4 rather than all of them.
Okay.
Because they're spread
Yeah,
out far enough.
instant gets
The
you
downside to that
from
is
third
that
by
it
flak.
does mean there's a chance that they might miss.
Yeah.
Okay, so other thing is, this is what I heard from Scrubbus and Bongi, is that you want instant because it spreads out the missiles in a better or rockets in a better pattern to get hits.
Single burst?
I-
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why. No one does, but
Main thing is
apparently that's how it
incense.
works.
Shaft issue apparently too.
And since Bongi and Scrubbus play CLN a lot, I think their wisdom is
Yeah, I'm-
CLN
something
is
to be taken.
I've
quirky
been
with the way
testing.
Rocket Box
I've been
works is-
testing the medium, the 0.5 seconds, to see if it helps against flak. Because the thing is people are so divided on this. People say it either definitely helps against flak or it does nothing at all, and there's no in between to what people say.
I think
I'm still
honestly, if you're
undecided.
firing these into flak, you're probably gonna lose them anyways.
True. Yeah.
Pasta's tasty. Thank you for the hydrate.
Talking about this though, in terms of that like release distance, I don't remember if it has to be exactly 2 kilometers or if you can be slightly under it. Like
It can be
so.
slightly under.
Okay.
It has to
Remember
be
to-
very close though.
Yeah, it's the specific tech of firing as soon as that fixed act primary detects its target. So
Against flak,
I
you generally
TOT
want the
3 of these
multi-axis,
against
yeah.
flak maxers.
Yeah,
Yeah, to
that
get
sounds
past
about
flak,
right.
you want to do TOT because there's no way a single burst is
You
gonna
want-
get through.
It's
Other
either
thing to think
TOT
about
or
here-
No, it's either TOT or you multi-axis. Yeah, multi-axis.
yeah, just hit them different angles. You see people time and target 2 different salvos. You chaft one direction, you move to the other. Some of them are going to catch you. Welcome to Cap War. It fucking sucks right now with this.
I mean, in
Don't
all
worry,
fairness,
Neko, I've made it worse.
I mean, in all fairness, the
I know
the
you did.
purpose of this liner is not to kill capitals. It's meant to maybe kill CLs at the maximum, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is very
I mean-
good at bleeding out a lot of the lighter ships on ANS side. You'll
Yep.
see destroyers have to get caught by a bunch of these missiles, which is a pain
Me
to defend
watching
against.
Best Girl get hit by 2 salvos of it, and then seeing a third
I
come
think
across
this is
in
pretty
the back.
much like
Best girl
it's a
moment.
pretty. I think it's a pretty common build to have like shortstop liners.
It's fine.
Yeah, this has been
like,
very
Shortstops
popular
are just
lately.
very good on CLM
They're hard
because
to
of how
get
much
wrong.
they can.
As
And
long
I think
as,
this one is
Exciting.
pretty good.
yeah, as long as you
And
get the
the
secret,
caplet is like surprisingly solid.
as long as you get the seeker combo
Is
on
it?
insta-stage rockets and the release range, the rocket boxes are still pretty good regardless of how you build them.
Yeah.
The release time I think is so minor that I doubt that it even really matters in the end.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter in my
Yeah.
experience.
At the end of
if
it,
you hit chaff, you
um,
hit chaff. If you don't hit chaff, you don't hit
yeah.
chaff.
Yep.
I'm going to point this out here quickly, which is that you've got 3 different types here. If you wanted to, you could put 3 different types of rocket box. One's instant, one's short, and one's medium in the same bank, and then fire them
Oh.
off in a 6 salvo together.
Oh, big
That's
brain.
like I
Big
can't-
brain.
Decision paralysis. To
Big
build.
brain move. I couldn't figure out which missile was best, so I did all of them.
It'd work. Realistically, you only fill up like 2 of these mount banks, I think.
That is,
You've got 3 mounts here for
I mean,
consolidation, but
Yeah.
It's whatever.
it's a half cap CLN. It's not going to be full built, regardless of
Yep.
what you do. It's
don't want
that's
to
not
full
the
build
you
it.
don't full building it and you lose the cap fleet and then you're fucked.
this is also
Then you
like
just
we
have a
talked about
CLN.
earlier.
Then you just have
this
a
is the
CLN,
other half
yeah.
of the like. We saw it was the one screening fleet, which we decided the Acello just change out to like monitors or whatever. This is what you'd be reinforcing because this container liner is set up to kill all of the cappers and defenders, and so you're just going to then send in these very cheap shuttles onto those points to grab them. You need somebody to play defensive and like keep an eye out while you're plotting your yub paths and stuff. So
Right.
All I can say
I don't think
is
there's much more to say about this.
I have one thing to add. If
Yeah.
Hollow was here, they would have said add a T30 on it. That is all.
yeah,
Yep.
Oh, and
it
add a
is.
mag. Add a reinforced mag for free.
Oh,
They
is it? Does it
definitely
not
do
have
that.
an RMAG? Ooh.
Yeah,
yep,
should get a
definitely
mag
wanna
on
add
that.
a
Or
RMAG.
actually, no. You can get a whole Citadel for free, can't you?
Yeah, you can. Citadel. The first mag is always free, regardless of what
you
it is.
can get a
Just
whole
put it-
Citadel for free.
Yeah, put a fucking
Additionally-
Citadel in there.
if you want to, you can go for the big power drive and ditch your reactor, which actually you just run on power. How do you just run on power?
Radar.
Oh, because he has chaff box. That's why. All right.
Oh. Chaff box is fine. Late game. So
actually include the chaff box.
I'm kind of a fan. I'm kind of a fan of putting at least a deck gun on carrier and more line stuff. ANS, OSP. It doesn't matter because late game, even if your ship is super cringed in terms of internals, the thing is just so fucking massive that it can absorb quite a lot of damage from a small gun on like a capper.
And your deck gun just shreds anything that gets
Yeah.
near you.
Yep.
levies
It's
with
a big
the
capper.
like,
It's a big capper.
Yeah, it's
levy with the Mark 61 or the Moorline or Journeyman with a D20. That's enough in the late game to peck away at that Corvette that managed to sneak on the point.
video coming sometime in the future. We had a capper. Oh my god, I can't spoil it because we actually found a piece of tech. Neko knows this. Don't spoil it, Neko.
Yeah, I don't
hate
like
it.
it,
I
but-
can explain. I can explain to you privately why it worked because we did a ton of testing to figure out why it happened, and it is actually tech, but not for the reasons you think.
Oh god, it's gonna be even worse.
It's a
isn't it?
very fucking strange interaction that's going on, but it's not like a bug. It's not a bug. It's not a bug. It's not
reviewing
a.
fleets.
Okay, hang on. Let me post
Yeah,
the.
we were reviewing fleets, weren't we?
Do not play
Yeah,
with
we're
the. I'm gonna post the video link because it's on my channel. It's unlisted. I'm gonna post the video link in our private.
Yeah, the private
DMs
chat of hey,
in the
we stream
private
Nebulous, we
DMs.
should coordinate this, which we haven't
do
done
not-
until like last week.
Do not play this with the audio on stream because it will definitely spoil what happens. And also,
I'll look at it later. I'll look at it later.
yes,
Yeah, that's
look
for
at it
later.
later.
Let's
I'll
actually
post
do
it
that
later.
on the
Let's
other.
keep reviewing fleets.
yeah, maybe we
Yeah.
can get a match in today, and so we can. Can I borrow that link? No. Once
No,
the video,
you get it later.
Once the video comes out, which will be in a couple weeks, like the full video of what happened, I'll actually like
So
start
we need
explaining
Instabox
to it.
plus caps.
But
The next one is the Yurt fleet by Star.
Star,
Oh
it's
boy,
the
here we go.
Yurtengurt! It's the Yurtengurt! Can I explain the
Oh boy, here
Yurtengurt?
we
Can I
go.
explain the Yurtengurt? I want to explain
Yes,
the
I don't know.
Yurtengurt.
yes.
Okay,
Well, first
because I
and
do.
foremost,
Because I do.
Star, hang on. Star, why don't you read us off the description of what you brought to the class today?
Yes, Star.
1 decoy, 7 bombs. Fire 2 to 3 TOT. and they're all command TRP for the bomb boxes. And then the rocket 2s are shortstops asterisk, and the rocket 1s are shortstops with no asterisk. The anti-levy device is a helljoy.
They're tall
and those
stops.
are just fishing containers.
They're tall stops.
Yes, they're tall stops.
So I don't know. Last stream I did, and it's a clip on my Twitch channel. It's one of my most viewed clips of that BB getting absolutely eviscerated on Nyx. Yeah, that's the CLN. What it does is it has these bomb boxes that deploy with the decoys. You set up 3 TRPs at various ranges to the target, so that the final leg of the journey will have them come in at about the same time, just based on programming speed for the 3 salvos. You send in 2 to 3 salvos, depending if you're firing on an Axford or a BB, from slightly different angles on the same side. The bombs stage with the decoys. The decoys cover the bombs, and because it's coming in at 3 different angles, there's less. Some of the bombs get through won't fratricide because they're away from the other ones, and the bombs just hit and just insta kill a BB. It just works, folks.
That's crazy.
I hate it.
I will say, these did. In a match that I was in, these are, let's look at the Seekers, guys. We have CMD Act Therm Val. These did acquire my BB and stage successfully on my BB through comms jamming after I had dropped an active decoy and some chaff, and after I hadn't been moving for a while. The match ended before it did any damage, but I'm still a little bit miffed that they actually staged properly on me. Like, what?
I mean, like, if it's comms jammed, you gotta back up Seeker, and
Well,
it's like,
well, I mean,
here's
I
the
should have.
It shouldn't have worked.
I had
There
Axe
was no
Therm
way
Val.
it should have worked.
It was Act Therm Val. I wasn't moving for like the past 5 minutes, and I had an active decoy out. Like, this shouldn't have seen me.
Huh.
Like, what? I'm like, the match ended.
I guess
before
there's like a tiny little chance.
I don't really
actually,
know
it
what
might have been because
happened
the
there.
match ended.
No,
Maybe.
my jammer was.
No.
I distinctly remember, by the way, on my battleship, I do actually turn on like B short most of the time to keep that comms jammer running.
All right.
So I did. It was on. I was in map view. I saw the bubble. I don't know what happened here, but anyway. So yeah, that's the idea behind
Thermal,
the bomb
I believe,
boxes.
will still validate large targets from the front, even if they are idle, because they've got like some thermal sig. I
No,
think.
it shouldn't.
They
Thermval
only
works.
validate if they've been burning their main engine in the last 30 seconds.
So Thermval,
Okay.
it's omnidirectional wake, but it still works the same way that wake does, where it only works if the ship was burning.
All right.
Or has been burning for the last, like, 10, 20 seconds, maybe 30
Thought that like
Yes.
Axfords and battleships had some slight baked in like wake signature that Therm picked up.
They do, but it's
no.
not enough. There's a threshold that
Alright.
Therm finds. It's why Thermval will never work on anything smaller than a CL, and even on CLs, it doesn't work most of the time.
Yeah.
It's
Then
an
again, fight a CL
anti-capital
that's
tool.
not moving.
Yeah, it's
The
an
thing
anti-capital
is-
tool for OSP.
Yeah. Pure anti-capital doesn't work very well into small ships, and that's what we kind of wanted from the better Seeker.
DC says
Yes.
it has a 15-second residual.
Yeah,
It
so
depends on the ship. It
Yeah.
depends on the ship.
I was definitely. It was late game. We were on Arroyo. I was contesting the C point with my BB, and I was just staying still for like several minutes before. I was just chilling there. Like, I was not
I
moving.
just drive coursed. What I did was I drive coursed towards escape and just fired the things, and when like they hit, what?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I'm so
But
confused.
the game ended
What the
right
fuck?
before the
What the
bombs
fuck?
connected. Like literally,
Is there a thing
I saw
with-
one
Damn.
bomb hit and the game ended.
Is there a thing with fucking CMD on bomb containers? Does it just behave differently? Do we take that into testing range? Like, what?
Okay, so the thing about CMD and bomb containers is that with Act, even validated Act, if the target's moving, the bombs miss.
Yeah.
CMD, however, somehow doesn't miss against moving targets.
Well, yeah, CMD is track. And then, yeah, so, speaking of the rest of the ship,
Maybe they had good enough antennas.
Lures
that-
are the standard.
No, it wouldn't be the ball
CR10.
jammer, not with the CR10.
yeah,
I have a CR10.
yeah. Lures are the standard shortstops here. And then, can I talk about the Rocket 2s that you have? Your tech here?
You
okay.
may have the honor.
So these,
Boy.
I am using these in my CLN now. By the way, this is actually tech that Star came up with. So, you'll notice how instead of the short range axe seeker, we have the long range axe seeker as the primary, and then the secondary one is the short range one. So, the long range axe seeker, it's set to reject unvalidated targets here. So if a target has
Oh.
not been positively validated, it will not stage. However, the short-range Act Seeker does stage on unvalidated targets, and then the third Seeker is a Wake Val thing here. So what happens here is it effectively, if it detects a wake target and validates on the wake, it will validate on the wake and ignore chaff, right? Because it'll see the wake, it'll stage on the proper target, right? But if it doesn't find a target that validates for wake, it just falls back to shortstop behavior because it's set to deploy as soon as the short-range seeker detects, because the long-range seeker, the longer-range one, will not stage it because it's set to reject unvalidated targets. So it will not stage at the longer range, and it'll only stage if it can't find a validated target at that 2-kilometer range of the short-range seeker. And then the stage range of the thing is cranked up a little bit to allow for the wake validated long range Act Seeker to work.
3K for that to stage then.
So it's effectively.
And I'm definitely stealing those.
Yeah,
yep.
it's effectively a more reliable shortstop. It can it's even more resistant to chaff than the regular shortstop because we just
Firebird, it does not float through.
It does not. So
float through jamming.
yeah.
Because
Yes.
the
So the
second
thing is-
backup is accept, so it gets wiggled by jamming.
Even if it is set to reject, it doesn't matter because the primary seekers will still be jammed.
Yeah, but
Whether you
shortstop
validate it or
but,
not, it still gets screwed up.
shortstops
the thing
get
is
jammed
with,
too as well. Like they both
the
have the
thing is
same
having-
vulnerability.
They're called tall stops for now because someone decided to call
That's
them
what I
that.
did. That's what I did. Yeah, I decided to call them
So-
tall stops because I thought it would be funny.
So that's what they're called now, I suppose.
All
I'm
right.
definitely not calling it the Instastar. I would die.
The
I don't want to be like
Instastar.
Ren.
Can we? Yeah. Actually, yeah. Look at this. Is the Instastar? It's the Instastar.
No!
Instastar,
no!
dubbed it. Sorry, you brought it to high school show and tell. You gotta live with it now.
Look, it's the Instastar. We have the
All stop.
Instastar.
Tall stop. All stop is
Yep.
actually a good idea.
All
stop is
stop?
also a good idea.
All stop, all star. Mashmouth.
Instastar. No, it's called the Instastar. We're gonna call it that
Yep,
now. It's too late, Star.
Instastar Warhead.
You've been
No.
you've been deemed cringe by everyone who plays this game.
You tried to escape it. You could not. Yeah, tall stop. I was thinking like, I don't know, short stop is kind of fun for that. Like long stop, tall stop.
I did tall stop because I thought it
yeah.
would be a funny take on the
Yeah, a little
short
play on
stop
it, I
name,
see
but yeah, no. So it's the same point cost as the regular shortstop, but it's just more reliable at hitting targets because of the wake valve stuff.
That's really cool.
The disadvantage is it's more vulnerable to jamming than standard shortstops because
True.
standard shortstops have wake backup. And what that does is that when Seeker gets jammed out, it doesn't wiggle. And if it gets close enough, then the Seeker will burn through and acquire anyways.
True. Okay.
Because
I
that's
mean,
the advantage of the Act
what's-
over
what's-
one of the advantages the Act has over Saw is that they can burn through.
Can.
Val
What
reject
what
puts
range will
jamming
the
target
short
out of
range?
station
What range
distance.
will the short range act be able to burn through and see through jamming? Because if it's less than 1.5 kilometers, it's just going to stage on the wake and miss.
Okay, when you say burn through, you mean they just have enough like emission strength.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to see the
that's
target through
that's how
jamming.
burn,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
that's burn through.
Oh, they need to clarify that. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
No, they can't burn through, but at close range, the radiation will be enough to see through
Close
jamming.
enough to your target, you can
What's-
punch through jamming.
What's kind of funny is that burn through sweeps, the thing where you deal with a radar, is actually technically the wrong terminology here. But
Really?
like it's whatever. Yeah, because the original term was burn through, because the radar burns through jamming when it gets close enough.
Right.
Yeah.
But burn through sweeps is a very powerful sweep to attempt to do the same thing.
Okay.
But
Trying
like
to ping them.
it doesn't matter. Terminology is like dependent on what people call it. So right
I
now,
see there's emergency SGMs 1. in
yes,
Oh.
6 emergencies.
Oh wow.
Because these are never supposed to be used.
If these are
If these are never supposed to be used,
Blast
you might
flag,
just
AMM.
hybrid,
somewhere
yeah.
else.
Yeah, these will
Hybrid, yep.
definitely save you from an incoming Yub strike. Definitely. in other fun stories you can tell yourself. I
Anti
They're
levy,
cope.
you
That's
get a
what
pair
they
of
are. They're cope.
pikes.
They're cope.
cope.
The
Actually, hang on,
anti-levy
yeah, hang on,
devices,
hang on,
though,
hang on.
Okay, the anti-levy devices have had better results than these.
For
against
fucking.
S2 dogs.
Are you?
Okay, hang on. I've got a question here. Why do you have Oh, right, for the pikes. Okay, that makes sense. Does it have a
Twin
piece
muzzle.
on this thing?
So yeah. So
Yes.
since the bomb boxes are CMD primary, they are track quality dependent, and the pikes help with that. Because they do
Fair
the
enough.
EO stuff. Yeah.
It's also
Yeah,
just
I
having a
see
pike
some
is
of them
good.
also have illuminators.
Yeah, for the
loadout?
option of it if you want to.
Well,
load out,
Illuminator,
yes.
the pods are free, so you might as well just make that loadout.
Might as
Yeah.
well have a loadout just in case my
Yeah.
teammate cough needs to illume.
Or me. That's
Yeah.
that's escape GT moment with my my pikes.
Yep.
The lion,
double
the
drive
lion.
on this thing, 2 light reactors, so you have
Yeah,
power.
double drive
pick a
is my
backup.
experiment. It's gotten me into trouble. I think I need another light civilian reactor.
True, because if you might run into problems where you get killed
Data link
because
arrays
of
do
no
take a lot
power
of
gen.
power.
And I can't restore a big reactor to restore everything.
On that
so I
note,
think I'm
actually,
gonna go
with
back.
data link, you're fighting these salvo size 8, huh?
Yes.
Which is normal.
Okay.
Is that not
I've
normal?
seen a lot of people running them
I
for
think it's
salvo
normal.
size 6 just to make it cheaper so they get more boxes and other stuff, but...
Well, good luck
But
fucking
that
getting
usually
through with
doesn't work out
6.
well especially for this.
Yeah.
Well, that's more for, like, just doing short stuff for anti-cap duty rather than anything
Yeah, I
else.
suppose.
Which one did he submit? I think we.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's a command CLN.
Yeah.
I don't think we missed yours, did we?
I
No,
don't
I think he
believe
missed it.
so.
He wasn't there when we did it.
Spy Eye,
Oh.
I don't think we've done Spy Eye yet. Spy Eye, if
Yeah.
you're wondering about my fleets, we're not doing mine today. We're doing my stuff tomorrow.
Oh, did he submit to Scapes and not Neko's?
If they're in my chat,
Yeah.
so I'm assuming they probably submitted to mine.
sorry.
Yeah, if Spy Eye submitted to my chat or my Discord, then we're doing that tomorrow. We're doing that Sunday. Today, I've taken over the Neko stream today, and we're doing fleet review. I'm stealing all
This
of
has just been
Neko's
an entire
fleets.
stream. We did devlog to start with. We've
Oh,
done
yeah,
whatever
thank
this
you.
nonsense has been.
Thank you,
Let's
Liz, for
do
dropping the devlog at
game if we-
the millisecond we go live. Like, what? we didn't even get a match in, like, the PTB incident. Like, that was
No,
just...
it's just like, okay, here you go.
I can't help but think this was planned.
No, it wasn't, because
I
of
messaged
Neko.
Liz
Neko was
when it
DMing
happened. I
Liz
was
when
like,
it was happening.
Yeah. Like, did you plan this? It's like, no, wait, you're doing stuff? It's like, yeah, all 4 of us are starting streams. What?
Oops.
Then she was just like, oh, okay, I'll go take a look. Hi.
All right. Anyway,
Strength Planning Center. Okay, so
Yeah.
I run 2 SPCs, which is not
Alright.
normal.
I do as well.
This is from
because I'm
Supergrid.
cringe.
This is inherited from Supergrid, but it makes it command TRP so much easier.
What
Yep.
the fuck are these names?
Otherwise, I'd probably want to.
Neko, we're speaking
do you-
normal. Don't worry.
I'd
Yeah.
probably want to unalive
Missileers.
myself
Ugh.
if I had only 1 SPC.
Alright.
All right.
Well, this is a pretty good fleet.
Yep.
I'm not sure
I
if
will
anyone
say-
has anything else to add.
My one thing I
have-
will add on to this is that I think this fleet is okay because it requires people to have played the TRP tutorial, and I don't think anyone's done that.
Ooh, yeah,
You
that
think
is
I've
true.
done it?
No.
Nope.
I,
you think-
I just learned
I
it
still
on the
haven't.
spot.
I still haven't done the craft tutorial. Maybe that's why.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
bad
I
with
meant to get
carriers.
around to
Alright,
that too.
yeah.
Maybe that's why I'm bad with carriers.
So we got, wait, can we? Yep, mods, get them.
That's I'm sorry, Tasty. That's one step too far.
Mods,
Yeah.
send them.
Can we auto mod ban words super Gert? Can we wait? What's that? We need a modification of that fucking like you've seen that like
Oh my
Eggman
God, they
meme,
did
right?
get
Where
banned.
like Eggman is
got 'em.
like has the like the list of you can't say these words here. We just do that, but we modify it for like neb terms. Can we make that, please?
No, Scrubbus hops on, says haha Gert, and instantly dies.
It's the instant
Alright, we're
Scrubbus.
doing fleet reviews
Yeah,
here.
let's. I think we move
Yeah.
on to the next one. Thank
Yeah.
you,
We
Star.
covered
I will
this,
say, overall, this fleet is, I would consider it abysmal because if they see it bring a single ball jabber, it dies.
Yep.
Yep.
Really hoping you don't have that interrupt.
I have more.
what do we
I
got
have more
next?
water I need to drink. Thank you,
Okay.
Tasty.
We're doing Jar's alkaline
Yep.
fleet.
Yes, Jar did include a description. It's
17.2
just further
alkaline.
down. So
Ooh, double Acello.
okay.
Tasty,
I'll
you're
read this
gonna
one
drink
off.
me out of water.
A pair of Acellos specifically designed to counter Acello killer missiles using mainly soft kill, but it turns out that their hard kill is equally lethal against your typical Voxel salvo. Hang up blanket combination is intended to stage missile, which a secondary A-Red Seeker early. You say intended because I've not yet had a chance to test this fleet, so play with caution. All right. Floodlight pair works well to counter enemy standoff jamming or BSSJs. Checks out. Okay. Well, not much to say. It's a pair of Acellos,
All right.
so
I'm looking at a glance. First of all, EO Dazzler makes sense. You're trying to soft kill the potential EO backups.
Yep.
Interruption Jammer, yeah, you need the one to counter solo killing missiles.
The offensive
I
hang up.
would-
I put that
Do you
on
have
my
hang-up?
the offensive
Okay,
hang up on the first one. Yeah.
Something interesting about the hang up is that sometimes you can use it to deny the staging completely.
Yeah, because you can comms jam out the voxels themselves.
Or you can jam out the missiles, which prevents the staging.
Yeah.
I
need
would
to-
not run.
so
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no,
so
sorry.
there's two things going on here. You say you can comms jam out the voxels, which is potentially a thing if the voxels are getting a offset track. Then you can potentially make them lose your track. So that means that the command, they just don't see you, so they will never stage the missile. The alternative is comms jamming the missile itself, which is more likely as the missile gets closer to you because your jamming gets stronger and it's further away from the launching antenna.
Well, keep in mind,
just by pointing in the direction of the voxels, you can possibly do both.
Yep. Keep in mind, voxel antenna is only the CR10, right? Like, it's not a good antenna.
It's only CR10.
Yeah, if they get
It's easy
offensive
to jam
comms,
out.
if they get offensive comms jammed, Acello killer missiles are kind of not all that good because they won't get track updates from the CLs. Yeah. I did modify my Omni soft kill Acello fleet with an offensive comm jammer for this particular reason. Hang up might actually be pretty tech against
Is there a
Acello
reason
killers.
you're running Grazers?
Yes, there is actually a reason that the Grazer is being ran. The Grazer is not meant to actually fire at anything. Instead, what it does is it provides a track through jamming on point defense.
It is
because
EO
it
track,
has a
yeah.
visual, It has a visual optical
Ah.
backup and an integrated electro-optical fire
So
control
the
system.
EO seeker integrates into your point defense network and
Allowing your Auroras, if you have any, to shoot them down.
is EO
That
resistant.
is
They've got
really
Sursa Max.
cool.
Is
See a
EO
critical lack of Auroras, which means
Yeah.
this tech isn't particularly
I'm seeing both
helpful.
Acellos have a blackjack, which I don't think is necessary here, considering you're running them as a pair.
Mhm.
I think
You
we
can definitely
remove.
cut one.
And I also think the Lyrebird is potentially not something you want to bring either. Lyrebird is situationally useful. It's useful mostly as a way to, like, drag ARAD away from you. But other than that, the Lyrebird is kind of in terms of its capabilities. You can just MCOM and drop chaff, and you've done the Lyrebird's job.
I'd say drop the blanket, drop the Lyrebird. They're not very particularly helpful. You're trying to achieve both soft kill and hard kill, maybe investing almost too much into these things. To the point where you don't have the Auroras to defend your teammates effectively.
Right.
Additionally, you're lacking in the floodlight department here.
True.
which
I
is-
wouldn't
No,
say
the second one.
lacking.
The second one. The second one has two floodlights,
has
but
two
it only has a
floodlights.
front
I
line.
wouldn't
It
say
only has a
lacking,
front
that's pretty
line.
standard.
It only has a front line though, which is the downside.
Oh, you don't have a parallax on D?
no,
Oh no, the other one only has a front line. I see.
Okay, that's
It's
not.
okay to lose out on one, but I would run parallax on both if possible.
We're also
one parallax, one front line.
You're running
alright.
fire suppression on the Acellos 2, which can help against rails, but you're really
That's
constrained
valid.
on modules,
Yeah.
which can.
That's
Fire
a bit
suppression,
rough,
that's typically a
Yeah.
module seen on battleships. 'cause
Well, on
battleship is
Acellos,
battleship
your
and just keep
primary
up with-
target for
Yeah.
rails anyway,
This-
so it can be
Even
useful.
then,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me just
I
finish
think
my
you're
thought
just.
here, okay?
I think you're just too
So-
constrained on modules.
Yeah, well, you stole the words right out of my mouth. Battleships, you've got enough module slots that fire suppression, it's one of those things where, like, do I get a 6th ammo elevator or the fire suppression for, when I get crit by stuff? In the case of Acellos and Axfords, you're tight enough typically on modules that you want to have another ammo elevator or adaptive radar receiver for your parallax or such that you generally don't end up taking it.
And like Spy Eyes said, both of them have scryers in them. If you're running them in a pair,
Yeah,
you only need one to have scryer.
Yeah,
that
also
note
I'm
as well,
noticing you're
redundancy.
running double boosted reactors. You seem to be like struggling for
That's
power.
fine. That's fine.
That's
on the
fine.
Cello.
That's normal.
pretty
That's normal. I think
Okay.
what we do
Acellos
here.
It's fine, it's
power
fine.
constrained.
We'll
I
say.
think what we do here. My
Question
audio,
mark?
my audio died as soon as I started to make a point. God fucking damn it.
Of course.
All right, here's the mic
Cool.
back.
Thanks
What
for
were you
the.
gonna say, Escape?
Thank you for censoring me, Liz. I'm gonna blame that on you. Anyway, I think the first step here. Services are good, but you don't need 4 of them on Double Ocello. I think that we replace 2 of them on one of the ships with Auroras instead. At bare minimum, you only need 1 Blackjack because once again you're running these in formation, so you can remove that on one of the ships.
So with this?
Upgrade.
All right, you're good.
I'm still here. Upgrade to Parallax. I say if you're gonna upgrade to Parallax, prioritize upgrading it on the one that has the floodlights, just to do the burn through Illume tech. You also have the bullseye on the one that has Parallax and Flood, which is what you want to do to get the burn through and lock. Internals here. It's double CIC, reinforced in the nose, basic in the core. That works. The DC. What's the DC look like? Large, small, and a
17s?
reinforced.
Okay.
That's good. You have the small up top,
Buffed up by a workshop.
reinforced.
If I can make
And,
one
yeah.
critique, I would say you don't want to use a workshop. You want to use DC Central. It's got more
You're
health
gonna
bar
want
for
a
tanking
DC
in the front, and it's also a larger chip.
You're gonna want a DC
True.
Central. You don't want to run an Aux Steer because you don't have the compartment space for an Aux Steer tank. You need that thing to be another DC locker usually.
Reinforced.
I
that
don't know.
could
I
work.
think that you can get by with this.
They
using
have the
Aux.
DC
It's gonna be a
setup that
little
they
tight,
have. The
but-
DC
Or
setup
what's
that
the
they
DC
have is pretty good. It's a large, a small, and a reinforced per ship. Like that's already pretty good. I don't think you need to sacrifice
7
the
teams
Aux
on
for
a
other...
Central.
Mm.
You can afford that, and plus replacing that Aux with like a reinforced, that's an extra like 35 points. A little tight in the
The real
already.
question is, how is the mag set up? Is it double mag? No, it's single mag,
single bulk.
in
Single
the
mag.
core.
Single
mag,
compartment
full.
Single
two.
bulk is
Okay.
rough. Is it in the
It's
good
rough.
slot? No, it's in a bad slot. You want
Yeah.
it on compartment 4.
Compartment
if
4 at
you're
the
going
very
to do
bottom.
single
Yeah,
mag.
that one is
Yeah.
the most resilient. I typically sandwich mine in the core between 2 reinforced sometimes. But yeah, no, compartment 4 is...
You're running
I've done mine in
basic and
compartment 2 for an
gun,
RMAG,
so
but
you're
yeah.
not gonna have to reinforce buffs. And it's bulk, not reinforced as well.
True, yeah. Mags
will
on
give some
Acellos
credit
are always
to-
really rough to do because you're just short of ammo firing time for 1 reinforced, but 2 mags is...
Rough.
yeah, because you lose compartments, which are very valuable.
I would say I would consider dropping the Aux Steer for a mag, but that's also kind of rough in terms of points.
Yeah, it would be in the front, and you'd be points cringed on something that's already pretty points intensive and hard to budget.
I think
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
overall,
refer, if I could here a moment, to I want to say Cobalt Squad.
Let's
They've
see,
got
yeah.
the secondary mag.
How does
yeah, so
Cobalt
what Cobalt
do it?
does is their mags are in the top slot up in compartment 5, where it's a bulk mag as the excess, and then they've got a full compartment 4 reinforced mag, which means you get all that extra ammo that draws from the bulk first.
I stick
that's,
my...
that's pretty much how you do. Natasha builds her Cellos.
I do gun plot in the bridge in compartment 5, just because my general logic is that compartment 5 is very vulnerable, and if it goes down, I'm probably closer in the fight to begin with, rather than still at long range.
It's subjective. Is
It's
it worth having
preference.
2
It's
CICs? That's another
Double
thing I'd
CIC,
like to mention.
yeah,
that
double
you
CIC
Almost
might...
always.
It's good, but on Acellos, there's the argument that 1 is better because of compartment constraints.
Yeah, generally 1 in the core. You can put 1 in the conning tower. I'd say that like
I'd
you're probably
say-
fine just with single reinforced. That's how I run mine.
Usually, I
not
put the
problems.
reinforced CIC in a nose tank slot, and one
Yep.
in either the core or one in the core, one in the nose tank slot.
Yep.
If
That's
you double
probably the best
CIC,
way to
then
do it.
absolutely put the
If
other
you,
one
yeah,
in
if
the
you do
nose
double
with the reinforced.
CIC, if you do double CIC nose and core, for me, my builds are very compartment constrained, so I just do reinforced in the core, and that generally works for me. I don't think I've ever.
Load up mine, so
I don't
remember
think
what
I've
I actually
ever.
have.
I don't think I've ever really been like CIC down on an Acello that's not already pretty much mission killed.
Yeah, that's the kind of the case like with Voxels. The back 2 compartments, it was like 8 and 9 in the Voxel. By the time those die, the rest
You're
of the
not
ship's
in the
probably
fight
in.
anymore either. Yeah, so that's my argument is that just from experience, you can double CIC, but just from experience, if you only run single CIC, by the time that single CIC is reliably getting knocked out, your Cello's out of the fight anyway.
That's also true.
Especially if you put it in number 4 or into core.
Yeah,
number
I
4
put
you
it.
need for
Slots
the
1 to
mag.
4.
I
it's
put it in
gonna
the core.
live.
I put CIC in the core, and then I reserve 4 for something that is very weak in terms of hit points, but very vital to survive.
Like a bulk mag.
Generally, I'm gonna say gun plotting center goes in compartment 1 for this because it's a 450 ship, so it needs 1. This is kind of insulated by the top turrets and the reinforced stack you put into, and
True.
tends to protect it. So, two CSG training compartments.
Acellos,
Yeah.
Acellos are super strong, but they are notoriously very difficult to build. In terms of like getting what you want, the hull itself is super expensive on points. You're constrained on both module and component slots and external mounts as well to some degree. Power generation is also a problem because of the high intensity power things that Acellos typically run. Acellos are always very difficult to build.
Comparatively, an Axford I just pulled up has 11 compartments to pick from versus the Acello has
Yeah.
9. So
Yeah.
you're
You
really
can see
tight
that,
on
yeah.
that budget.
You're really considering that they typically fill a similar role as being a very difficult to dislodge frontline 450 asset. Yeah.
If the Acello is meant to
clear
be
that
beginner,
list
why
may-
does
It's
this make it so
not
hard?
okay. The
It's not.
solo was not meant to be beginnery. It was meant as a way for OSCP to bring AN equipment.
Right. It's meant as a fleet support tool. The reason that people say it's easy is because it plays like ANS ships do, which is very easy to grasp. ANS playstyle is very simple to grasp. It's a basic Navy design. It's not like strangely built in any way, no chaotic tech to get them working. And that's why Acellos are typically, newer players typically gravitate to them because they are the easier play style if they're built properly.
It's familiarity,
It's familiarity,
in a faction which
yeah.
does some
Yeah.
atypical
And I think
stuff.
the base, like I think it's Tungsten Squadron or whatever.
Cobalt's the dual
Cobalt
Acello
Squadron
pair.
is pretty well built, and so like if you just grab that, you have a
Cobalt.
pretty good fleet.
Cobalt, in terms of like modules and compartments, Cobalt is what you want to be building similar to. In terms of like how you want to actually build your missile defense, whether hard kill, soft kill, mix, stuff like that, that's preference and stuff like that.
Sometimes you tech like Aurora
It's-
swapping for Sarissa instead, or
it's
use a
tempting to
little bit of
do the Omni soft kill Acello has its roles. The problem is if you do Omni soft kill, you're limiting your Aurora usage, and the reason you bring Auroras on Acellos is to support allies because of their
that.
range.
Skip, you're kind of cutting out here and there. You all right?
Am I all right? Am I coming through
A
good on
good
my end?
question.
You
Seems like
occasionally
you
cut
missed like
slightly.
a word or two in there.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but I assume what you were trying to say is that essentially having auroras with their range allows you to cover friendlies, and this allows you to effectively support your team better. Which, to begin with, the Acello does not win in a fight versus an Axford.
No.
So, you have to support your team to take fights.
The main point of the Acello is that it is a multiplicative enabling asset. The reason why Cobalt Squadron is a pair of Acellos to begin with is because everyone just kept building them that way. And so
Right.
if new players are just going to do it, then you might as well give them a decently built Acello.
To be
And
fair
the
though,
thing
a
about
double
Acellos is that they provide several things. First of all, durability, because they die so slowly.
right.
It's so annoying to fight. The second is they bring ANS sensors, which means they can provide their own locks through jamming, counter jam, etc., being frontline sensor assets that are very resilient. Third of all, they provide point defense network that's not easily degradable, unless if you just straight outright kill them.
I will mention other things there. The Acello, to my knowledge, is the only CR75 on the OSP side.
Yes.
Which
there's
is
also
the
that.
reason why the Acello existing is why everyone hasn't just gone and like hang up max and just
Yes.
jammed out every single lone asset. This is coming from someone who did that with a Corvette or two until people remembered Acellos are good.
Yep. Sellers are the
Oh,
reason why
Leviathan,
OSP doesn't get hard
about
countered by comms
that
jamming.
point about continuous combat versus burst combat, that's not necessarily true, as Monders are very much a continuous combat.
Yeah.
Monder balls are very much continuous combat. Liners can also do similar. The difference, I think it's mostly this the idea that Acellos are the continuous combat type is mostly because old OSP was a lot different than current OSP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that, like, gun doctrine wise, you definitely notice bulkers being more in the burst focus where they pop out of cover, fire their shots, and then take cover, put themselves back together, versus something like the Acello or Axford or Battleship is much more about sustained continuous fire with their big turrets.
Right.
That is the good description for differentiating them. But of course,
Mhm.
ANS can have beam builds, OSP can have continuous things like monitors. So there's an exception to kind of rule.
Exception
An
to the rule.
exception
Hey,
to
that's a
rule.
funny reference. That's a fun reference there.
Yeah,
Right,
so overall, pretty well built. I think we said we wanted maybe a few more.
I would
I
definitely.
would.
4 Sarisas is it's definitely
Just-
too much.
I
Go
would
to.
Yeah.
not
Rearrange the internals a little bit as well.
To be
Just like
critical, I
shift them
would
in
not.
place.
To be critical, I would not say this is particularly well built. You have a serious lack of auroras.
Yes.
You have extra flurries equipment that you don't need, super flurries equipment that you don't need, and some of the internals could be rearranged. The internals are honestly just taking a second look on them. They're probably fine.
Yeah,
They're not the worst. I would say mostly your mounts need rearrangement and rethinking in some regards.
I think if I could take a word there, your default Acello has 4 Auroras on it, typically on the side mounts. Your tech usually goes into the mounts 4 and 5 in the rear arc there, because that's where your Sariskas can go, or if you want to try some stuff. Your Acello probably should have a pair of Auroras, so you got hemisphere coverage on each of them. And then if you want to spice it up with some tech, maybe one of them has the pair of Sarissas, and the other one has the hang-up blanket, if you want to try and be fancy about that.
Mhm.
And things like Double Dazzler and the Lyrebird, that's just not necessary. I like the idea behind it, but you don't need all of that. Maybe a Lyrebird as a weird case. No,
I
you
would
might
not
as well
Lyrebird
just
is
use
the Lyrebird is
because that's
75.
liable to get a missile shoved up you for that.
The Lyrebird is 75 points, which isn't really being used for its strongest use,
Yeah,
which is
you can do
being
better
on
without that.
light, faster ships to attract ARAD away from you.
I would
Blackjack
take
worth
more
considering
I would
because EO is a thing, but
Yeah.
besides that,
It
I think we
sounds a
covered
bit-
this pretty well.
yeah.
Just
Yep.
simplify your tech a
Yep.
little bit. If you're bringing the parallax and the bullseye, if you're gonna pay for the ANS tech, take the ANS tech. Very commonly, single Acello, you'll see a Omni soft kill shuttle with the Dazzler, radar jammer, and a comms jammer itself. But honestly, you can get it with just a jammer and EO, Dazzle, and a radar jammer if you want it on that.
My final comment would just be you're probably too focused on dealing with Acello killer missiles that you're losing out critical capability that you should be bringing on Acello.
Right.
Make sure it can do
Having
the initial
Sarissas-
job first.
Having a pair of Sarissas is already enough to effectively deny most Acello killer missiles. You don't need more than that.
Yep.
In
If
most
you want
cases. You
to,
don't-
I would definitely, for anti-Acello killer missiles, keep the directional hang-up, keep the Sarissas, and you should be pretty good.
I would say you
The
probably
hang-up
don't need
is slightly
Black
cheaper than an
Panther.
Aurora, so
True.
honestly, a tech swap to one hang-up lets you upgrade to a Sarissa.
Yeah,
That can be
Lyrebird
advanced
is
there.
Honestly, yeah.
you don't want to be putting
Yeah.
Lyrebirds on your large
If you get
ships.
ARAD incoming, just MCon. You'll be fine.
Lyrebird, the only role I've ever seen Lyrebird be useful in is on a fast shuttle that's used as a thing to just attract ARAD away from your valuable ships.
Yeah. It's very expensive for what it does, and it's only a defensive jammer as opposed
True.
to a Bellbird, which is cheaper, and you can point at the enemy and jam them.
And also, if you're
Anyways,
good
I
enough
think
on
we're
the
about wrapped up
micro.
on that one.
I think we run a 3-minute ad break real quick. Abs are about to
Yeah.
run for me, and then we go into
would be
our next one. We've got 2 more to do. If we get through these quick, maybe we have time for a match. I don't know.
Maybe. We'll see how we're feeling after that. Anyways,
Yep.
Firebird will be on deck after these meowsages. We'll be right back. And yeah.
We have returned.
Welcome back, everyone.
All right, there we go. Hello,
got
everyone.
Two
I
more
think we
fleets
only have
left to do.
2 fleets to go.
Who's up next? You said Firebird was up next? Which one was Firebird
Yeah, it
fleet?
should be Firebird's fleet coming in with Jade Squadron, I believe is the name.
All right.
Description.
A pair of bulkers here. All right. Who hasn't done a description read off?
And a star or regular star?
Yes. Let's see.
What you got here, Andy?
Yep, Jane Squadron. Let me find the description.
Sent in by AWAX Firebird is their name in Neko server.
Here. I'll just link you the message so you can quickly click to it. There you go.
I found it. So, this is a creature, but hey, I have to make some too, right? A dual-liner 450mm fleet with full craft backpacks filled with pikes and skiffs. Also, there's a full soft kill suit here, for some reason. The game plan is to park the Ellens behind a rock and have the skiff scout for targets. Acquire these with the EO pikes, and then pop in and out of cover with the Ellens to deliver 450mm fire. And all the time, you pray to God that no one kills your craft, because they are your only sensor assets. At all. Have fun!
So Firebird just copied my homework.
Yep. So you're entirely reliant on the sensors from the craft here. No search radar on the liners. You do have a pinpoint on each
Those are
liner.
double drived.
Pretty common.
Yeah, but you don't have to pay for power. That's
yeah,
pretty normal.
no radar. Yeah, there's no. There's a JR.
My
in 'em,
recommendation, off the bat, long haul, big drive, and then Chase 777 yard drive, small drive.
There are pros and cons to that. The pros is that it's more resilient to taking damage than Big Cheese Sun Drive. The downside to that is that all of your damage control teams will die in the engines if you flank speed for too long.
I will say specifically for 450 bulkers, I think that Big Yard is the better drive for that because
Big Yard
gun
Sun
turrets,
Drive.
they don't have any there's no up and down traversal for them.
Right.
For something like a 250 bulker or an obelisk, you have a lot more flexibility, so you want to also get closer with them, so the long haul makes better sense to go for that.
But they're double drived with one speed, one maneuver drive, regardless.
Yes, you get better maneuverability out of the small Chi drive too. The reason that sometimes I think I see Sun Drive Big Chi is because 450 liners typically engage at range, so there's less of a chance that the ship is going to be taking a lot of sustained damage, which would destroy the Sun Drive.
That makes sense, yeah.
Additionally, like if you have to lose one of them, it's better with the 450 bulker with its longer fire intervals, like resting periods, and the need to like more consistently get onto target. You want to make sure you've got the turning power and stuff rather than the
that
top
makes
speed,
sense.
which
That
you
makes
don't
sense.
much.
Right.
I didn't. The biggest reason I like the long haul and small chi is that the gives you, I think, overall better stats.
Yes, I believe
does...
you are correct in that.
No, I
higher,
think
Wait, hang on.
you get slightly better speed, I think, with the
5% better top speed sun drive than long haul.
I mean, the small chi drive has better maneuver stats than the big one. It also
True.
reduces your top speed.
No,
by
yeah,
less.
you do get better stats
Yeah,
out of the
okay.
the long
You
haul.
get better
strategy.
overall stats.
The downside
flank damage
is,
one is a good point.
the downside is flank damage probability. You're already constrained on teams on bulkers. I have done that before, where I've left a double drive liner with this drive setup on flank for too long, and I've been like my damage control teams have been reduced by half over the course of a match. Like it really does chew through them quite quick. But as long as you're managing your flank speed, you should be okay with this setup. The sun drive is something you can do if you want to avoid that flank damage, but the downside is the sun drive
the
is
big thing about the
incredibly
small
weak.
drive there is that in the small drive slot, that's 5x5x5, I think it is. This is you deciding which one of the drives or reactors are you okay with. Because the big one, if the big thing has died, either you've taken a lot of 450 or your ship is.
True.
Or something strange has happened, like a light cruiser
or
running
maybe
up
like
on
somebody
you and
hit you with a head
cross-firing
from
your
behind.
drive.
That weirdly
Or you
happens,
get
yeah.
beamed.
Yep,
Right.
that can happen.
I think honestly it's
Trinity
preference. I think honestly it's preference.
It's honestly preference. It's close enough.
I would
It's
say
close enough.
for smaller,
Big
like
Tree-
the calibers,
Big
long
Cheese,
haul's better.
Sundrive,
For larger, you want big.
You do get better linear thrust out of Big Cheese Sun Drive
Ooh,
too,
that's good to
which
know.
is
That's
a very
important.
useful. Linear thrust is a
Worth
very
noting that,
useful
yeah.
stat.
Yes.
So yeah, like I said, it's preference. It's preference. I honestly, there's pros and cons to both, and I think that honestly they're pretty well balanced in terms of which one's better or worse. I think it's preference.
We had a long time where long haul was the end all be all drive because I think it
Because
gave
Right, because
both
it
top
did-
speed and
Long
linear
haul,
thrust.
long haul was just linear thrust and top speed, which was not busted at all, guys. We swear.
Yeah, yeah, we swear,
have a
guys. Like a
question.
triple 250 liner was fair and balanced with super long hauls
I
running
have a
down the
question
CLs.
here. What's the difference between turn rate and angular thrust?
So
Angular
it's
thrust is
acceleration.
how fast you start turning, and turn rate is your maximum rate of turn. After.
Yep.
So
So-
angular
okay.
thrust is generally more important than turn rate, unless if you're doing a 180.
Right.
Okay.
It's
Angular thrust,
that makes sense.
it's just like linear thrust compared to top speed. It's maximum speed versus acceleration, right?
That makes a lot of sense. Yep.
I recall correctly, the difference is for angular thrust, that's like if you want to pitch your nose up, down, left, or right, versus turn rate is actually rolling the ship.
No, angular thrust affects
no.
roll.
Am I wrong?
Angular thrust affects roll as well. It's just
Okay.
angular thrust is if how good you can make little turns, and turn rate is how good you can do a full 180.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, both are important
Must have been
stats
misreading
on
some of
both
my
are
old
important
stats then.
stats.
It's been a while.
Both are important stats on liners, considering that most of the time they are broadside and very dependent on their heading in order to get their guns to bear.
Yes.
But honestly, with liners you need to micro your heading and roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you can only take one drive, take big yard. Yeah. For a 450 bulker with
for
the fix,
450,
definitely.
I do prefer the big chi drive for single driving. It's just you do lose speed, but honestly, you are still faster than ANS's capitals even with that. So it's whatever. And the linear thrust and maneuverability is very much worth it.
Like, taking a look at this, even without the sun drive, you're still cooking along at 30, and honestly, that's fine.
Yeah,
I
like
believe that's
you're
about
even
speed
with the big
Axfords
chi
tend to run now.
drive. Yeah, you're probably just slightly faster than Axfords and most BB builds. So you're not by much, but you feel the same roll. Your linear thrust there is the big thing, though. But
Also
anyway,
worth noting on that for thrust and stuff. If you're playing liners, play like a crab. You are very fast in one direction, which is forwards and backwards. The other directions, you get 40% of the listed linear thrust, I believe.
It's 40%, yes.
Yeah, it
I
used
have
to be
listed
30, but they buffed it up.
I have it listed from show hidden stats.
I
Right
don't
now.
have
It
show hidden
says
stats
40%.
on, yeah. But yeah, no, liners go really fast forward and then not so well in any
They
other
don't.
direction.
Up
And
and
then
down.
they
They
just
technically
they
can
just-
have the same top speed, but you're just not going
and
to
then
get there.
and then they just it takes, which is you've probably experienced that in battle. Most people have. As soon as you start heading course opposite to the direction your main drive is faced, you just don't move.
I mean, go back and forth. They're all
Back and forth.
100%.
Back and forth, you
And in
go
every
fast,
other
but
direction
every
is
other direction,
suffer.
Well, I mean, it makes sense
The
considering
best
that
way
it
to
is
think of it is
a,
as if bulkers have aerodynamics, where if you look at them from the wide side, you'd have a lot of drag, front and back, very thin profiles.
that
so
is
it goes
cursed
quicker.
information, and I will not be thinking about it that way.
All
I
you know, all
instead,
nebulous ships are actually submarines.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
I will
space
be-
aluminum, right?
I will be. Oh my god, I will be. It's like it makes sense for liners that they're fast forward and backward because they are long distance transport ships, right?
Get enough of them
That
together, you get
don't-
trains in space.
They need maneuverability to do like docking and stuff, but that's a secondary
Like
thing.
you'd probably have tugs.
Yeah, and you have tugboats.
like, helping you
yeah,
maneuver.
look, it's got tugboat docking ports on the side of the ship. It says tug on the side. Yeah, so yeah, it doesn't. Yeah,
Yeah, these are cargo ships.
these are cargo ships.
These are straight
Cargo?
up
Yeah, I sure
Yeah,
hope
your
it
cargo
does.
ships.
We have to remember that these are cargo ships that someone strapped big guns to the side of.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyways, back
I
to the
think
build.
DC is
Yeah.
next on the list. What do we got? A complex, a large, and a storage, and a large regular.
The JRR is fun.
The JRR, yeah, the JRR is. I mean, you need the
Fun.
JRR to
Jury
run
rate,
the
yeah,
stuff,
it
but-
makes sense because with a build like this, you need the complex and you need the storage. That's just a good gun bulker combo. That third
Mhm.
slot is either going to be your Citadel mag or it's going to be a jury rate. In this case, they've
Or
got a
internal
R mag
hangar.
up front. So
Also, JRRs are surprisingly tanky. I just realized, like, their
yeah, they're no
DT
slouch.
isn't-
300
their
HP,
DT
30
their DT
threshold.
isn't the
Yeah.
best, but 300 hit points is no small number.
But also,
Their
given
their hitbox
size
is
of the
massive.
con-
Yeah, their hitbox
Yeah.
is massive.
it's not actually that good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, it's fine.
But you do need them for the amount of power you're using. I'm assuming for the Omnisoft kill you're running.
Is there any other power generation on this thing other than the JR?
There is a light
It's a
civilian
light
I had to find
city. It's a
briefly.
light
somewhere.
city. And
Yep,
a
it's on the
JR,
bottom.
that's
It's a
it.
bottom. Yep, which is
The JR is powering the whole ship, basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
You can get a
That's
yeah.
your main reactor here.
Well, you can double drive 450 stuff as long as you're not using an excessive amount of like PD or PVSs and stuff. Like
And they don't have to pay for a radar.
no, they don't.
These are
Power radar.
actually
They're good.
on power right now, so
Yeah.
for what it's worth, it's not going to have any shutdown
The
of the buff
DC
modules.
the DC is 8 restores and what is that? 7 teams. That's pretty
Yeah,
decent.
so
I
large
think
Three,
locker,
four, five, six,
complex
That's pretty good.
storage.
it's pretty good. Where's the large storage or the large
It-
locker?
By the gun plotting in the back, there's a
gun plot in
very
the back.
soft area.
Okay.
It's soft, but it's whatever.
Most of the line are soft. I do actually prefer running reinforced DC instead of large DC, just due to how vulnerable
Yeah, just
the
because
side of
how
liner
soft
is.
everything is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like larges are nice because they give you the extra restores and the extra teams, but they just die so quickly on liners that
I
I
think
don't
this
think it's
is
worth it.
specifically
It's
taking a
also
large locker
large
'cause they
in
need
a.
teams.
It's large in the Citadel slot, the X3.
That's
is it?
DC
That's pretty high?
storage.
Yeah,
Oh
storage
wait,
is
yes,
storage.
you're right.
They got a large storage and a large locker, so
Hmm.
I'm a fan of the reinforced DC lockers for the smaller compartments on liners,
Mhm.
just due to survivability.
Taking a look at this thing, there's redundancy invested here. So compartments is going to be a little tight. You're paying for 2 CICs and for 2 RMAGs, which is great for redundancies, but with the jury
Expensive,
reactor
but, like,
in
fair
this-
enough.
If you were running Citadel Mag, you'd be sacrificing the storage, which is really rough.
Yeah. I feel like this is definitely the way
This
to
is
go.
this
for
is the way to do
JR.
it.
Mhm.
You do only
Yeah.
have 1 gun plot, so you might have some problems with accuracy. Although 2 is kind of
Um,
excessive in a lot of
You
cases.
don't really need to because
Yeah.
the casemates actually have higher base accuracy than the turrets.
You are using the annoying
True.
layout right now, where at
There's-
least on one of them, where like you don't get good like damage sharing on the second one.
Yes, the second
It's
one.
whatever though.
I mean, it can definitely help you if you have the thinner hull. You can damage split between the hangars and the casemate guns, which is pretty good actually, considering how much health the hangars actually have.
This is part of the
Mhm.
reason why I'm not a fan of the
for this
section
for this
we see on the
for
second
this
Vulcan.
for the second bulker's hull pattern, the drive setup, the center, and the front. I really do like this one for obelisks because it gives you the extra top-facing
Extra
mounts for
250,
250s. But for 450 broadsides, this is if you want to do hull optimization, this is not what you want to do. But honestly, you could just do bulkers for looks. Like, who the fuck cares? No one's gonna
Yeah.
stop you.
My biggest critique is that I like my bulkers to match, but that's just it.
Fair enough.
For me, I just wrote a pancakes away. I don't like pancakes.
Fair.
You don't like the pancake flipper?
No, I don't like. I don't like.
I love the
them.
pancake flipper.
The pancake flipper, the pancake hull things for the liners, like I said, I like them for obelisks, but anything else, I just, nah.
I like the pancake front, anyways. Besides that, for like hull reroll, that's entirely your own choice.
Yep.
We covered the 450. The components, the compartments are what they are. Dual mag makes sense. You're gonna take some fire. It sucks when you get that one random shot that reds out your magazine. Been there.
I mean, this is
Dual
like
CIC, same
this is
thing.
like just a better version of what I ran during carrier testing.
Yeah. Dual
the-
liner works well.
Oh,
The ships
kind
are
of
slightly
independent.
asymmetrical.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
have
mean,
a
that's
lyrebird.
slightly
We have a
I
different.
think
no,
it's
no, no. In terms of
only. I think it's
mounts,
only the the mount.
lyrebird compared to a bellbird. Wait, bellbird on liner.
Bellbird on the
The
first
Bellbird?
one.
Jam Flash?
Lyrebird on the second.
Jam flash.
Yeah.
Oh, jam flash.
No,
Yeah.
that's a warbler. That's not
No.
a lyrebird, is it? That's warbler.
No, it's a
So,
lyrebird on
so
the
the
chin.
second one,
Mount
the
9
second
of
one
the
has
second
both a lyrebird and a warbler. The first one has
Wait,
a
what?
warbler and a
Oh.
bellbird.
Why a lyrebird?
I don't know.
Let's check the
Lyrebird
notes
is nice for jam
submitted with
flashing,
this.
but you have to
Uh,
really
We
know what
have-
you're doing.
The ammo load is slightly short. 7 minutes of 100 millimeters, 14 minutes only of 100.
That's fine.
That's fine.
You can
100
get away
mil
with
you don't
that.
need too much of.
You can get away
The
with
100
that.
mils are secondaries anyways. You're mostly looking at the 450 millimeter,
Those
which
are 10
I
and 16
believe-
minutes.
which
10
I
and
believe
16 is
that's
good.
usable. That's
Oh,
usable.
whoa,
I would
hang on.
say
We-
too
I
much
would-
high explosive.
I
too
yeah,
much
I
high
would
explosive.
I would
Not
swap
a
the
fan
I
of
would swap the
characteristic.
I would swap the ratios.
I'm actually going to disagree slightly here because in total, that's 450 HE rounds. I think that's okay. If anything, I'd say maybe a couple more AP rounds because there's only 300.
Well, that's what
total
we're
here.
saying. Is that
Yeah,
there's not
yeah,
enough
yeah,
AP
yeah.
rounds.
I mean,
My
like,
thought is just the HE round count. I'd keep it that way and go for more AP rounds, cutting.
you
If you
might
can
run into
afford it,
points. If
yes.
you can
If
afford
you
it,
can
yeah,
afford it,
you're gonna
yes.
quickly run into points problems, which we can fix
Mhm.
by swapping this lyrebird to a bellbird on the other one if you want to do jam flashing.
25
or,
3 points
just
there.
dropping it entirely.
Yeah,
I think
the
the question
lyrebird
then
is
is-
the lyrebird,
I-
in my opinion, is not the play on anything bigger than a tugboat.
The last
Hear
time
me
I
out on
see
something
someone
here,
fire
folks,
a
all right?
lyre... Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just looking at the jammers, right? One of the perks of going radarless liners like this is that you don't have to worry about emissions ever. You get extra slots so you can go with the full.
Oh yeah,
like,
why do you need jam
weapons
flash?
package. Yeah, it's
Ooh,
like, do you
Hodge,
need
maybe?
to spend that
You
much
could
for
stage
it? 'Cause this just feels
Hodge
like you're opening yourself
earlier.
up to ARADs.
But the lyrebird isn't useful for that.
No,
It's
which
just-
is why
it's
I was
just
saying,
valid
which is why
ARAD and
which is why the first thing I said is to just swap the lyrebird to a bellbird if you want to do that because it's cheaper and more
Even
useful
then,
for it.
it's...
Yeah, I think
Hmm.
that it blooms your sig size too. So
I
also
would
something
honestly just completely drop
I would
it.
remove both of them. Yeah. What else could we run instead of those then? That would
Oh,
save
because
you
In
Another
that
220.
placement, just
70.
for that,
It would save you over 100 points. You could put like a Sal's launcher and put some breadsticks in there, maybe. Like you could
Yeah.
Not
do
you can
that
also jam
choice.
just act. Yeah.
I would also
I-
run
hmm.
T20 though.
just an
I
extra
would run
T20.
If nothing
T20.
else,
How many
an
T20s
additional
does it
T20.
have by default? Is it 3? Ooh, that's really
3.
low. Yeah. A fourth
Might
would
as well just
definitely
run
help.
T20 for more.
I
So-
would, yeah. I think that's probably the best thing to do is just add another T20.
I'm looking at your craft. You could stand to use the high coherence.
Standard
That is true.
launchers on
Yeah.
these.
If you save points
I
on
like
removing
capacity,
the
but,
jammers, you could do high coherence. I like high co. Best
Well,
if
high
I'm being
cone
honest.
pikes for sure.
Yeah.
For the
Halberds.
halberd, you could stand to put in maybe some defensive missiles, especially since your fleet is so dependent on
Yeah.
on
Bring
I mean,
them
that's
some-
why
for
there's
spotting
4 of them,
targets.
right? I mean, that's why there's 4 of them, right?
Yeah,
you
but
get 4 of the
Ideally, you have a
radars, which I
spare-
think is enough. You can keep 1 or 2
The
in
idea is you
reserve and
just
have
launch
2
one
play
up every time you
forwards.
lose one.
Yep. So what happens? So how this fleet works for anyone confused is that you send up the halberds and the pikes in a together. The halberds use their advanced radar not only to provide sensors and locks for the liners because this advanced internal radar can lock and has 8 km range. It's not going to lock at 8 km. Don't expect it to lock at 8 km. But
I will,
it can at
if I
closer
could
range it will
briefly
be able
address
to
that.
lock.
Okay. Just because it says, like, radar range maximum 8 kilometers can lock, the lock range of this radar and the max range are 2 different numbers. Okay?
Yes.
Don't get them confused.
It's dependent on how big the enemy ship is, and that size depends on how close you are.
Actually, I think it's dependent specifically
Oh
on
yes,
the
I could.
radars.
Hang
that
on,
got
I
built in.
fucked up. The Weezer poster is in the
no.
way of the craft stuff.
Halberd, the halberd.
Now.
specifically-
Where do I even put this?
The halberd specifically has a weird thing where it can only lock for within 4 kilometers.
Yeah.
Specific.
And in that case, the pinpoints should be enough on the liners. You don't need to use it for the lock. They're bringing it for the extra range is the big thing.
The
So you
internal
use-
radar advances, the Av radar skiff is only really just to replace the bridge master you would normally have.
Yep. It's an outsourced bridge master.
Yep.
And it's a better fucking sensor than the bridge master is too.
It really
Yeah.
it
Like,
is
how
in
the
everything
fuck-
but track quality.
Like
In
what?
everything but track quality.
What's its 40 meter? Oh, that's not bad in terms of error.
I
But the
think
thing is
its
that you don't
radiated
really
power is actually
you
lower.
don't have to worry about the error here because that's what the pikes
Because
are for.
you just spike
You
it.
bring the halberd with the pikes. The halberd acquires tracks that you can use the EO pikes on, and there you go. You've got your tracks.
And in current state, I have abused the shit out of this repeatedly on stream.
Yes. Yep.
Once an EO pike is locked, the only thing that really breaks the lock is either the pike gets shot down or it nosedives into a rock because pike pilots are silly like that.
Mostly rocks.
Will it still loom if it
Mostly
goes
rocks,
into?
yes.
Will it go into? Will it lose? Will it stop designating if it goes into
requires
evasive?
line of sight. On evasive, no, it will still.
Really, it continues to designate
crazy.
in.
As far as
that's
I'm aware.
that's fucking
Eliminators,
insane. Okay,
yes.
that's
Never broken it for me. If you do the order that says, okay, don't be targeting this anymore because I want to run away from incoming STMs, then yeah, it does break that. But as long as you have the order and line of sight, I
Auto-
believe it remains on.
Auto evade
That's crazy.
does not break designate. That's fucking.
Yep.
That should not
Yep.
be the case.
Yeah, the pike needs to get changed. That's like one thing.
Let's
I've been
be
talking
real.
about for a
Let's
while.
let's be
That's
real
so
here. That
rough.
is not.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
the pike
should
is
happen.
going to be changed.
Yeah, okay. The pike is definitely, I think, the one thing in current balance that I think should be changed the most. Maybe
Brief
insta stages,
balconing.
maybe insta stage rocket boxes,
Yeah.
but you know.
Like-
Anyway, stop, not balconing. We're not balconing. We're moving on. The tech of this fleet is that you just outsource your sensors to the craft.
You just
which,
don't include radars.
because
you
of
use the
how
skips
strong.
around.
Yeah, because of how strong the advanced radar is on the halberd, and also the EO pike is.
You're
It
kind
is
of cutting in and out there, Scape again.
God damn it!
You all right?
What the hell is up? My bit rate is excellent. Hang on, I'm gonna
Maybe
go.
Might be a
Discord
mic
related?
problem.
I
don't
think
know.
it's this.
Am I cutting out for?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Let me DC from Discord real quick. I'll be back in a moment.
It's built that we
Okay,
have,
did,
right?
did
Oh, we're
DCing
back.
did DCing and rejoining fix it?
Seems to be all right now.
Okay, that's a.
Okay.
What the fuck is going on? Okay, I'm so confused.
Discord.
Anyway,
So. Well, at least it's not
Discord
lowering your mic
moment.
levels.
Discord. Yeah, I still
Alright.
can't figure out why.
Have we
it was
done
doing
like
that.
a whole turn around this?
Yeah,
fleet,
yeah. I
maybe?
think
Yeah.
I think we've kind of gone over everything here. The there's not a whole lot
quirk
to
is
say
its
about
radarless
the
liners using craft.
If you can
I
spare
wouldn't-
the points for it, maybe get some missile defense on the sensor craft, like anti-breadstick or STM 200 stuff, right?
What you could do is you could grab a lunge, you give it an it
yeah,
has an
exactly,
overhead, right?
exactly.
And then you just you set it for S3 hybrid.
Oh yeah,
in
yeah,
case
okay.
They try to S3H your thing.
No, well, so the problem with that is that the craft, like,
Actually, no,
when they're
they'll
putting
shoot it
missiles,
at
they
everything.
override.
Yeah. They'll shoot
right?
it at
So-
everything.
But yeah, I mean,
I don't
like
think we got too much to talk about.
even
It's 450
cheap-
bulkers, the
It's a
craft
450
backpack.
liner.
even cheap,
With,
Yeah.
sensors.
even
I'll
cheap
outsource
size,
sensors.
even cheap size 1 interceptors could just help in general. But
Yeah.
Mhm.
that's very much a if you have points for it thing,
Yeah.
It's nice things if you have the budget, but like
not required. You have
My biggest
plenty of
feedback is
you have
just-
plenty of craft.
You get the budget if you get rid of the useless jammer.
Yeah,
Just the
no,
jammers,
that would
go
save-
emissionless. That's your tech because you never have to worry about
That
MCON
saves
ever.
that saves you 125 points. That's a ton of points you can use. Pump up your ammo
Yeah.
count. Put an extra T20 on the thing. Do some other things.
Look
I
at the
don't know.
swap right now. There's 110 points free, and yeah, that's just plenty
also,
of budget to do whatever you
one
want.
other thing I will mention about liner hull stuff. If you look at the first liner here, do you see where compartment 2 is, the large DC storage on the first one? I will say, if you use this particular hull that has the point defense mounts close to that large DC storage, mounts 13, 12, and sometimes 19, depending on the hull, are close enough to damage split with compartment 2.
Really?
Yes,
Interesting.
which is why you see the JRR or storage typically in that compartment, because it can DC split with the point defense mounts and
Ooh.
external components, and it actually
Alright.
makes it makes it noticeably more resilient.
Let's keep note of that. I don't
So that
typically use
is
this liner layout. So.
that is a little bit of interesting knowledge to use on liner hulls, and I have definitely
Very
taken advantage
interesting
of
indeed.
it on my builds. Because yes, if you put external mounts on those things, it will damage split with that compartment too.
Biggest worry is that
Firebird,
deal. I think
your
you live with
biggest
Chaff and
worry is
Blackjack. Yeah, you'll be good with that with
Actio,
Blackjack.
Yeah, Chaff and Blackjack is probably the best you can do.
Actio, if you're
Because
worried about
they'll be mixed-
Actio, Chaff, Blackjack,
They'll be mixed with A-Red Act anyways.
Yeah,
so
a good-
I wouldn't
yeah.
rely on jammers to deal with
a good
that.
missile player will definitely have anti-jam missiles and salvos of Actio Val.
And if they don't,
and if you
I
don't,
used
then
to
you
s-
just Chaff and Blackjack and you're good. You're fine.
Actually, if I
And if
recall
they-
correct, hang on a second. So you said worried about ARADs, right? I do believe, if I just grab a missile here, the ARAD Seeker type.
ARAD stage on target
Yes.
detection because they don't have
Yes,
range.
That includes
No,
jam.
it's a different
Yes.
thing. So ARADs don't have a filter about detecting small targets.
yes, that is
So if you
correct.
just have one of your skiffs nearby,
Which
I
is
have
why
indeed
jams.
lost a skiff
It's
to
why.
an HEI S2H with ARAD Seeker.
Oh shit, you're right. Wait, I wasn't even thinking about that. You could just acquire onto the advanced
Yeah.
internal radar on the pike. I wasn't wasn't even considering that. That's so
a skiff to an ARAP
I wasn't
seeker
even considering that.
before.
I was thinking more for like jam offset, like you do with like coil toe backpack on capitals, because the ARAD doesn't have a thing there for small target.
Yeah, because you can just seduce that way. But it
kinda
does
funny,
happen.
actually.
You can turn off your skiff's radar
And you
now.
have,
Thankfully, this
yeah,
was
you
a thing
can
they
do that.
added, so.
And it is also funny because since you have no emissions from the liners themselves, the ARAD will prioritize the pipe.
Yep.
I was running. So the reason I noticed is because I had this basically this exact setup with the advanced radar skiffs back when they were 35 points in carrier testing.
Tech alarm. That's not tech. That's
And
you lost your halberd.
I lost a pair of skiffs because a missile silo came in and smacked straight into the skiff with a high explosive warhead and just vaporized
I learned this
it.
the hard way, the same kind of way, where I was running my liners. This is where I got the idea of radarless in the first place, where I turned off my radars and I watched every single fucking missile of like a dozen incoming just all suddenly lock onto my skiff and the pilot shit his pants.
I mean, like, you don't have to micro the emissions on the liner, so you have time to micro the emissions on the fucking skiffs too.
Yep.
Skiff no longer on station.
I think we've seen the
that's so
pictures before.
funny.
It's just like one pike or whatever just running from a dozen missiles chasing at them. Just a skiff pilot. It's like shit.
That's
I
so
think we only
funny.
have 2 fleets left.
Yeah, we have we have
Average
one
Medusa
fleet left.
pilot.
We're on to the last
Oh,
one.
One fleet left,
Average
yeah.
Medusa pilot.
It's just nuclear option.
Right, so it's the average Discord call fleet. Trying new
Oh.
things in vanilla
Oh,
from
dear.
Ducky. After playing a lot of
Oh,
modded,
dear.
so half a modded ball that's been disassembled by the proto-molecule and reassembled slightly wacky with an Ocello tacked on for support.
I'm sorry.
The
could you just
monitors
look
are
at
a
the
bit
names for
cringe.
these?
Proto-molecule, incredible. I have 2 fleets left. No, we do not have 2 fleets left because Internet submitted their, or sorry, Edge submitted their fleet.
Edge
3
submitted
minutes
this past
too
the
late.
cutoff time.
Yep,
I forgot
rip.
to put in the cutoff
Yep,
text though.
we're not reviewing that one. Lamau. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, average Discord call. Oh god damn it.
Yeah, monitors are a
seeing
bit
the names.
cringe.
The
Not
token
sure if it's better.
says
than-
quote-unquote
Mondas
guy.
could stand to be invested a little more, but otherwise, looks...
How much? I mean, the monitors have a complex single
Yeah,
ammunition
honestly,
elevator
this-
is.
all
I mean,
need
so
is
do I, but
single-
you don't gotta call them out.
Single ammunition elevator is a bit rough.
yeah, single AE is rough.
Mm.
That's
One of them doesn't have an AE.
It also
because
has
one of
a
them's
front that gets
plasma.
shut out,
Why
so-
would one of them doesn't have an AE because it's plasma?
Aw.
Why is there
Okay.
C81?
All right. So hear me out on this one. Okay,
Oh,
just
yes.
look at this. We discussed earlier the concept of a cello leading basically like a cello is half of a fleet, and then you pick either liner.
Fine, I'll
sometimes
do the
monitors,
frontline roll
see if it
myself.
Yeah.
In this case, it's an Ocello. Looks pretty normal, honestly.
Okay. Something. Do not put defenders on Ocellos. If
PVCs
you're
are
gonna
better.
put 20 mil, put Pavis.
PVCs
It's
are actually
cheaper.
just, they're cheaper and they're actually kind of just better in a lot of circumstances.
Please.
The description
It's
of
not
defenders
a defender
lies.
on an
Okay,
It
Ocello.
lies.
the
Yeah.
Pavis is actually the better one.
The defender talks about how it's more accurate, but
You don't want accuracy. You do volume fire.
Yeah, volume fire is a better stat.
Where is that picture? Hang on.
It's I mean, look, let's think about this mathematically here. Okay, so we have 3-meter dispersion at 1 kilometer on the defender, and then we have 5-meter dispersion on the Pavis at 1 kilometer. That's like what, like 66%,
the chance they hit.
66% less accurate, but it's got double the point defense, so that's 100% more bullets. So the math isn't mathing for the defender being more expensive here. I'm just saying.
See,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
not how that works.
I will agree.
That's not how that works.
I guess the difference is that
I don't
it's
care.
to compensate needing to pay for more ammo.
Okay.
I sent the meme to the
But
group
jokes
chat.
as-
It's on my stream for everyone else.
Jokes
You can see
aside,
what I'm about.
Jokes aside, the Pavis has a hit rate. I want to say about on a non-maneuvering static target would probably be about half of the defender. However, or like with the same amount of bullets per second, it would have it would land half the amount of hits per second. However, at 2,400 RPM or 4,800 RPM, and each bullet dealing how much damage? Like 20?
A lot.
It's
It has
a
a
lot,
DPS of
better
enough.
than the DPS is like better than
Yeah.
beams.
15 damage per
like,
shot,
It
so
has enough
it's-
damage. It has a DPS of yes.
Yeah, and
So
people,
it doesn't
and
matter
people,
how many
it has,
rounds
it has,
it'll land,
it,
because
it
it'll
literally
die.
has, it literally has DPS better than like beams, and then people still ask why you can't manually target PD onto enemy ships. Like, no.
I mean, it's the armor
it
penetration.
fires 80
mostly.
bullets per second, the Pavis
They do
does.
15.
So 80 times 15, that's 1200 DPS.
Yeah,
That's
it's
10,
That's
that's
insane.
almost 10 torps per second. Put it into you put it into perspective. That's enough to shoot down 10 torps per second almost.
yeah. PD
So if you're ever wondering why point defense turrets are not allowed to hit warships,
PD damage is
here's your answer.
scaled so funnily. I love
I
it
mean, they
so
also
much.
have no armor penetration,
No, they do.
so
they
it
do
wouldn't
have armor
do
pen.
anything
targeting
anyway.
They
plasma
do-
ships with Pavises. It's funny you mentioned that because there was a build of plasma and 35 slug to try and do that, which was cursed.
Which didn't work because of pen depth. Thank
Yeah.
Christ. Thank
Yeah.
fucking Christ.
We ruined the surface. Everything else, not so much.
I'm pretty sure 20mm is coded specifically not to damage ships.
Yeah,
but
I'm relatively
Yes.
sure it is as well. I can't confirm that, but I think it is.
Because
It's
it's
because
so
if-
much RPM that doing those calculations be so taxing, so it makes more sense just to ignore the calculations
Yeah.
completely.
Anyway, so
I can
hang on,
actually
we-
specify why that was done because defenders would sometimes, when missiles were incoming, actually shoot and then hit a friendly ship nearby. Which, if that happened while it grazed them, then you are doing all these calculations of every single fucking shot that hits the ship, but doesn't pen. So yeah, they just made it not.
your
target.
frames, yeah, just tank.
Yep.
Anyway, so let's take a look at the actual fleet here instead of talking about stupid
Yeah.
mechanics that don't affect the game.
Covering the Acello, it's named Kittencello.
Yippee.
Okay, so we've got Kittencello, Mommy Tor, Token Siskai, and Fembrick. Okay, y'all tag yourself.
Tag yourself.
Okay,
Neko, you're
okay.
the
First
token
thing
sis guy.
first onto the cello. Aside from the defender thing, no auroras is a bit rough.
Yeah, Sarissa's are
And
nice,
try to get
but
an
yeah,
aurora on there.
you want auroras.
Parallax, good. You have a parallax.
Good.
I'd recommend floods if you
You're-
can get them for anti-jam.
DC setup
and-
is decent.
You're down 2 months on the
7
Acello.
teams, Central. That's the same
That's
as we
pretty good.
discussed before.
It's pretty good,
This
yeah.
seems fine. One thing I'd recommend is taking the aux steering and actually putting it in the front, like
Yeah, put
Department
it
5
swap
or
6
6 or
swap
7.
6 and 8. Swap 6 and 8. It'll protect your DC locker a bit more to have the aux in front, and the aux you're really only
Yeah.
using for damage absorption.
Very tough nose. That's good. Very tough
Mm.
nose.
Reinforced AC in the core, reinforced mag,
Double mag.
double mag. It's reinforced in the top and reinforced in the good slot in compartment 4. What firing time does that give you? 13, 13, 2 minutes of each point defense. That's actually pretty good for double reinforced.
you don't
It's
need
pretty
reinforcement.
good.
Yeah,
Bit rough though.
Yeah,
on
firing
AP
time is
rounds.
always very hard to
One
budget.
of your
on
magazines is in
Acellos.
deconning tower.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
fine.
That's
Usually you
intentional.
put a bulk mag in a conning tower.
I think the
idea
play,
is
if you
that
want to do
that's-
double, if you want to do double
Ooh.
reinforced mag, I think the play is to swap compartment 1 and compartment 5, because I think if you do that, you get more space in the reinforced mag.
Yeah.
I will actually say here, just think of something. You do want it to be bulk mag up top.
That is
for the
another play,
purposes of
yep.
getting used first.
There are 2 plays you could do.
It's not only cheaper, but bulk mags are prioritized. Otherwise, I
True.
believe it goes down the list. So
I'm
it's going
not
to use
sure-
like compartment 4, then 5.
I'm not sure if I'm relatively sure bulk mags are prioritized now. I think Liz said something about that,
They
but
are,
I've
yeah.
been
They
I've,
are.
I've
There
heard
was
people
an entire
okay.
change.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
an
the thing
entire
is,
change
I say I'm
dedicated
not
to change
100% sure is because I have a lot of experienced players vehemently tell me that it's not. But
that.
regardless,
That's straight up a lie.
yeah, regardless of what, yeah, it should prioritize the bulk in the bridge first. So I'm not really sure where the notion that it's not prioritized comes from, because like from experience it prioritizes it on my ships. So and
The
also,
simply
but it's
diagnosed
like,
skill
but the
is
thing
shite.
is like I have a lot of very experienced players vehemently tell me that it doesn't prioritize. Fucking Quinto thought that it didn't work like that. Quinto didn't know that it prioritizes
DC
bulks first.
The damage control setup seems pretty good.
The damage is good. The DC is
Yeah.
really good, especially considering that we're using a second reinforced instead of a small.
Yeah.
That means that 2 of the
Yeah.
restores are reinforced, which is super good.
Mm. RDC knows
as
pretty
for,
common. You see this.
Yeah. As for the drive setup, Double driving, whatever, sure. Most
If you have the
cells don't
power-
double drive,
if
but
you
you
have the
don't have the
power-
auroras.
yeah, if
you
you
don't
have
have
the-
the auroras that are eating the power.
If you have the
so
power, you might
can
as
do it.
well. That being said, though, you are bringing
However-
a microreactor instead of a 5th ammo elevator.
Actually,
I will
there's...
point out additionally for those compartments, I don't like the setup for a reason, which is that if
There's
you
an
take a look where
empty
the
spot you could
microreactor
put
is
an
in 6,
elevation in.
Yes.
what is better to do here, take this microreactor that's in compartment 6, put it in compartment 5, or module 5 between these two turrets. It's much
5
safer there, and it will share damage.
Damage
Yes,
sharing, yeah.
damage sharing with the turrets is a good
Yep.
thing. Also, Compartment 4 has its niche uses for very high health modules because it does protect Compartment 4, which is your very important, very vulnerable compartment.
Compartment 4, protect compartment 4.
Yeah,
Module
you can-
4.
you can
Module
put
4.
your-
Module 4.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
the same.
A lot of people put their parallax there.
Yeah.
In number
In that
4,
regard,
yeah.
parallax, like you mentioned, put that either in 6 or 4. I like to put it in 6 because then it damage splits with the other stuff that's up front in tanks a lot. But
6 is nice. I sometimes put it in. I put it in 10 because it protects the modules behind it.
Makes sense.
It's a lot of the
Yeah,
times it's
that one as
preference.
well.
A lot of the times it's preference for where to put it, but yeah, just keep in mind that you can, since reactors and radar modules have a lot more resilience than standard module stuff, you should be putting those near the front or in positions where it either damage splits or protects vulnerable things behind it.
Yeah. In this case, within a cello, you want to make sure you have your power.
Are you laughing at me?
specifically for
What was
when you get
that?
your auroras and stuff.
That sounded like a cuff.
It was
No,
it
I
almost
was
sounded
talking, I
like a
choked.
like I see.
I've sneezed one of those. Anyways,
It might be warranted doing a second reactor instead of the drive there, because you can drop the microreactor and run more ammo elevators, but you actually no, you have an empty module slot, module 8. No, you're good, huh?
Yeah.
I think that's points.
For
I
the
think that's points
second-
reasons.
However, for the double driving, there is no particular reason you would want to run a Dragonfly, in my opinion.
Yeah, if you're double driving whip, I would say here, you are in formation with
can run a
monitors, which is going to slow you down, but
You can run either a small whip for speed, but if you want to, if you don't value your speed, I would go with a yard drive.
yard, yeah.
the Dragonfly, well, it gives you a little power. I'm with Star on this one. The yard drive, getting that extra linear thrust helps you
Holy
orbit dodge
fuck,
better.
that's 43.8% linear thrust. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this thing going to cruise.
And
You're
also
dodging
the
at like
other thing
7k
is
with this.
that the Dragonfly slows you down and
Real.
only gives you turn and angular, but yard is a straight up
Yard
better.
is just
Either way.
just a better Dragonfly. Yeah, Levy is
The only
right.
difference is like
200
200 kilowatts.
The power,
Which is
yeah.
not a lot.
So
Usually doesn't matter.
ANS drives are
Fair, I
typically
think.
ANS drives give you worse buffs, but give you more power. And OSP, it's the opposite, which is fitting for OSP because one of their core things is that they are power constrained on most of their ships.
That's why the jury-rigged reactor exists, because
Yes.
they needed something to put there. And the
Yes.
boosted.
And the boosted.
Remove the
one
safeties. What could
good-
go wrong?
What's also possible is that because you're getting the linear boost from the yard drive. Oh no, it's only plus 50%. I was thinking you could probably
It's-
swap your Raider out, but no, it's not.
It's
enough.
not a lot of linear thrust, which is why you run the Raider instead of the Big Chi drive on
Yeah,
Acellos,
yeah, that
but
makes
adding
sense.
more linear thrust plus turn. Honestly,
Well, you
turn
can't actually
rates,
run the big cheese on Acellos.
No,
it
you
doesn't have
can't.
the shape
No, you
for it.
cannot.
is it not big enough? Oh, you
No,
can't.
it's not big
okay.
enough. You
I
need a
was,
12 by 12 by 12.
I see. Interesting. I assumed that
Big
it was
cheese
the
are massive.
same. I thought it was the same. I guess that makes sense that it's not.
It's like exclusive to
It
bulk
has-
liners.
I think it's got the height for it. I don't think it has the width.
It doesn't have
No,
the
it doesn't
width
even have
or
the height. Yeah,
the-
no, it's 12 by 12
Oh,
by
wow.
12. Yeah, and a star
Liners
right.
are big.
Yeah.
Liners are big.
I always forget how big
The drives
liners
are
are. Yeah,
Looking at
compared to the other ships.
The Mommy Tor?
Yep.
Seems like a pretty decent build. You only have 50 seconds of flag defense, but I think
Yeah,
that's fine.
this fleet
That's
is
alright.
very cringed in terms of a lot of things to get that third monitor in.
They are pretty empty.
Honestly,
you could
I don't
cringe.
know if I would. I don't know if I would run the Bastions even.
Yeah, I think that generally speaking, the
Save
Acello is going to do
points.
enough point defense-wise. Like,
what if
you give this
Well,
thing
Yeah.
well, if you
Aurora
outfit the res-
Sarissa, it's fine.
we
If
could
you
swap?
outfit the Cello with some Auroras, I think you can drop some of the
You
point
can put
defense on the wonders.
Actually, how much does that cost? What if I do? I'm teching. Boosted reactor, 2 boosted reactors. Can we manage to fit 4 Auroras on this thing and still be good on power?
I think so.
You would have to see, you
I've
can't
got 2
double drive it.
Auroras, 2 Sarissa.
You
which I
can't double
believe is
drive it.
same
I just
power
removed
cost.
the drive. Let's
It's
see.
missing
You
a
can.
floodlight, which it should have.
It doesn't have a
so-
floodlight, but yeah,
can.
you can. And then that
You can
takes
have
you
4 Auroras and 2
160
Sarissas.
over. Would removing all of the bastions put you in? That's what is it? 3 times 4 times. Wait, no.
Doing
Sorry,
a
3
quick
times
check
2.
on that.
3
Yeah,
times 2 times 15. 3
bastion
times 2
removal.
times 15.
Eddie, you remove the flak ammo.
And then
too.
the ammo too,
90
yeah.
points. That's 90 points.
So
Without
not
counting
quite.
the
So not
ammo.
quite. Yeah. So not enough.
For the swap, only 15 points over. You can probably find that budget somewhere. Additionally, if you don't want to run with the Sarissas, Quad Aurora
removing-
is just fine. That'll put you just under, including
You can
having
also-
a
yeah.
golf ball jammer and the floodlight, as well as the bullseye on the front that you got.
Yeah, I am a very
Um,
big fan. I do like the Acello with monitor escort fleet comp. I think that it's pretty decent. It's a very easy fleet to play, but it's very resilient and very hard to dislodge as ANS. I think the play here is you just sacrifice one of the monitors, though, and build them all more reliable, including the Acello.
Yeah, when
If I
Acello
could give
plus
a piece of
monitors-
advice there, with these monitors, you've now got these open side slots on them. You can include missiles there if you want to try and poke somebody with some MLS2
Missiles,
gaming. That gives you like
jamming.
It's a bit
16.
silly, yeah.
Yeah, lose either the monitor or the token sys guy.
I say, yeah, build the
And
monitors as half plasma, half T30, like the starter
Yeah.
monitor fleet does, and then remove
And
one
then
of the
you
monitors.
flesh out those monitors more with the extra points.
And flesh out the
Because
Acello,
might
they,
too.
just want
they very
to-
much could use the ammunition elevators and the extra.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, I
could
would drop
really
the
use the
dedicated
TC
plasma monitor.
storage.
Yeah.
Alright. So I think that it's better to decide, like, with the monitor escorts, you mentioned the ammo elevators. If you're going C90s, ammo elevate these things, just give them the 4
Yeah.
ammo elevators, maybe even 5 if you want to, like, get rid of the Ithaca, but at least 4 of those, that'll run you a good chunk of budget. As long as you're putting those ammo elevators on this, you keep the T30s. You got an Acello nearby for point defense, so you can go MLS. Those get buffed by ammo elevators as well. That'll eat up a bunch of your budget. If you can, I'd recommend getting a soft kill shuttle to go with this. Just a shuttle having a blanket jammer
Could do that.
the Dazzler. That's great to put behind your Acello here. It'll protect the rest of your formation. Gives you soft kill. You've got Acello for hard kill. That uses up most of your budget very nicely. The Acello wants to generally be a little bit above 1500, kind of like Axford's do. So
Right.
that gets you a good split.
So the only reason you point budget, the reason you point budget in Acello so much is because you're running another Acello with it, right?
Yeah.
If you're running just a single Acello with support, go a little bit more wild than you normally do with hard kill and soft kill and all of the missile defense, because it definitely helps. It is very much worth it. I think, yeah, definitely the play here is to remove one of the monitors. Maybe do something like Neko said at, yeah, I fucking hate you. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Anyway, guys, nice stream. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I think the play here,
Somebody
yeah,
clip that, please.
definitely remove one of the monitors and do like what Neko said. If you want to run jamming, you can do a jam shuttle. That's pretty cheap. You can even do like a tugboat with Bloodhound. That might help in some cases, but I think jamming's gonna help you more.
Yes.
And then you just
Taking a look at
invest.
it,
You just
I can
use
bug
the
this.
points that you had in the monitor to invest more in both the Acello and the other monitors. 'Cause, I mean, hang on, let me load up. I have a really old double monitor Acello fleet that I have. It's been a long time since I've updated it. I don't even think it has plasma on it.
Yeah, I
This
honestly
fleet
don't
has
think
no
that this. Okay,
missiles.
Hmm.
I don't think this fleet needs plasma. Right?
Thank you,
So-
Nip.
It
Wait
may
for the
not.
raid.
It may not.
Yeah.
I think that the big.
Ooh.
I think that the. Oh.
Wait,
who's
hang on, wait a sec.
Yeah, who's rating?
Star-
Who's rating?
Andy Star, you said you just got rated, yeah?
Yes, by Nepfleet Flight Club.
Oh, hello.
Honey?
By two new viewers. Hello, everyone.
Welcome in. Good thing you didn't rate earlier. I definitely didn't have a Freudian slip at all. Anyway, if you're looking at
that's not nearly enough sandshot ammo.
oh, what's its firing
Yeah,
time?
Sandshot Ammo could use a bump. It's only got 100.
Yeah, you're gonna
Thank you
need,
for being
like,
one of the people who did not
200,
max out
400.
Sandshot Ammo. We've been there before, but
Yeah,
You need like 400 of that stuff.
I typically go 6 or 7 minutes of continuous fire time with Sandshot just because it's always
Yeah,
firing
Sandshot-
at nearly
Yeah, it
everything.
has so much range. It's gonna
Yeah.
fire all the time.
Yep. And even with like if I'm against like a CLN that keeps firing at me, even with like 6 minutes of firing time, I run out at the end of the match. It's so stupid. But
Yeah.
just dude, Sarissa's just fire. They just burn through ammo so quickly if there's a missile player on the enemy team. Like it's, yeah. But anyway, so this is this fleet needs updated so much. But yeah, so do something like this where you have a much more invested Acello with the 2 monitors here, and like Neko's saying, Plasma may not need to be the play here, especially if you're running this. If you're running this as like a support fleet for a monitor ball that already exists, they've got the Plasma. You're good.
Yeah.
Run this one with like a monitor ball or Plasma 250 liners.
Yeah. You're meant to be a enhancement to an existing fleet.
Right.
Your monitors are T-30 deterrents, so if something light gets within 8 kilometers or 7 kilometers, you shoot it with grape shot or HE rounds. Your monitor is primarily doing destroyer duty, similar to a railstone, where it's putting C90 rounds downrange, flying damage to a target. It's pretty consistent for that and can have missile tech. I just finished off the refit where I've got these monitors about 540 points a pop. The Acello, I could probably push it to 1600, but that's pretty good. And then you've got points left over for doing like a soft kill shuttle to go with it. Like I got Blackjack and a Bellbird on this just for tech.
Right.
So you've got options here. I think that it shows how like an Acello is really good as half of a fleet.
Right.
And then you want to decide what else to fill in.
Double Acello is pretty strong just due to how much support it can bring, but it is so incredibly points inefficient.
Yeah.
Yeah. As
If
much
you've
as
got
I
one
love the
Acello,
Fembrick,
you don't need a second.
as much as I love the Fembrick, you don't really need it.
Yeah.
So lose it and then use the 500 points to flesh out your ship.
Andestar, you're no longer sharing chat.
Oh.
I just realized.
Wait.
I was wondering why I couldn't see that raid alert.
Maybe we're just having internet issues. Like,
is it like? I
across
wonder if
the
that's
region.
it.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's
I
it
am
because I
having
know that
internet issues. Yeah.
Star keeps DCing from the shared chat too. I've noticed.
And I keep rejoining.
Yeah,
Alright,
I keep
that's
seeing the
interesting.
pop up on my screen keep
Explains
happening.
a lot.
That's something's up with our stream today.
Yeah, I've missed a lot of the chat messages then.
So,
It's been a lot up with our stream today, I
I was working on
think.
my refit of this, right? And I realized I actually put the wrong module in. I was like, where do all the points go? Looks at it, double DCX.
Is the double DCX monitor tech? No.
Hero monitor. Okay, yeah, there's the points for a jam shuttle.
The pyrope.
There's the points for a jam shuttle.
The pyrope build monitor. Oh no.
Okay, so I had a thought on that because you mentioned double drive. You could put a jury rig into these because you got complex, you got citadel, put in a reinforced drive, and like a sun drive.
I prefer DCS.
No, well, you've got the big compartment.
I've got the DCX.
You've got 3 big compartments. Yeah. You have the ability to run a JRR while still running Citadel Mag and Complex.
Could also go for a DC storage.
Storage?
I don't think you need a storage
I don't think
on
you
them.
need storage online. Typically on monitors, you just need the complex and then like maybe a small as an addition.
On monitors, yes.
Because monitors.
I like running DC storage mostly because it just makes me impossible to move off a cap point.
That is true. Yeah, I mean
that's a little different.
The storage.
To be fair, when I run monitors, I'm not usually running monitor balls, so
that is true.
I don't know too much
monitor ball. The storage is way too expensive to run it with complex. You can only run one or the other. You run one or the other, and the complex is better if you can only run one. And then for like individual monitors, the storage might actually be pretty useful. The problem is that actually no, it's not all that much expensive, is it? It's like what 45 points.
It's not that expensive. It's only the price.
Yeah, it's 45.
It's 45.
It's only the price of a big damage control.
Actually, yeah, no. Storage complex may actually be tech on monitors. You may have to do some budgeting because it is probably going to be a couple extra points compared to like complex and like a small, but yeah, huh. And it would prevent you from It would prevent you from double driving if you did the storage.
That's the biggest thing is you can't double
which
drive
is
them.
a little bit rough for like if you're doing cap fleets. I really like running sun drive, G drive on my cap monitors because they just get to the point so quickly.
Though, to be
I'm
fair,
agreeing
you
on the
never
sun
have
drive
the time
here.
to
Just
actually spend all 4 restores, like, ever. You're dead at
Yeah.
that point.
Yeah.
So, like, it's
Yeah.
kind of pointless.
That is true.
Alright,
They never live long enough, yeah.
I think that
Notes
about
literally
wraps it
saying
up
the
for
same
this
exact
week's
thing, like, a moment after.
Thank you, Notes. Thank
I
you,
think I'm
Notes.
kind of with you on that.
Thank
like,
you, Notes, for
it
being
seems
the
to be pretty
voice of
covered.
reason in our chat.
Yeah, it's like anything that like you need 4 restores for, right? Even if you're restoring like the T30 on the monitor, 'cause, like
Right.
the T30s go pretty fast. 200 hit points, 15 threshold. That's gonna be dying fast. Large hitbox. If you're burning through like 6 restores total, like your complex and your storage, your ship's dead. Like
Right.
you're just out of there.
Yeah, we make a stupid take and Notes comes in and is just like, no, you're stupid, shut up.
I can say that like for
Thank
some
you,
consistent
Notes.
tech, like maybe to rebuild it, but if your ship's that low, like
Why is
You're not
Notes the
getting back
most...
in the fight.
Do you know what Notes' Discord name is in main Nebdis?
dare I ask?
Notes Star
I'm
knows.
Disco,
Star
I
knows.
swear.
No, it's Notes. Notes' name in main Nebdis is in all caps. Please, for the love of God, run disco or something like that. It's
Bring Disco, I beg.
it's
Alright,
so real.
I think that about wraps it up for this fleet review.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah,
everyone
that's
for
it.
submitting your fleets.
Yeah. Do we want to do a match to end things, or
Do we?
have we had enough?
Because I've been sitting down for like a whole
All right, we
3
can do-
hours.
Yeah,
Let's do
I've been
a-
here for 5 hours.
Let's
Chief.
do, okay. I think we just call it then, huh?
Yep. I think we do Scapes review tomorrow and like maybe a game or
Yes.
2 or something.
Do you wanna
I could probably show up for like a match, maybe. Like
I'm probably
You
going
would
to
break-
get pulled into IMA game anyways.
You would
looks
break.
at notes.
Yeah, no. I look at. I just saw the ping about fucking what is this? DLO? Huh?
Yes, ELO has been revived.
Oh,
Oh, God.
no.
We had good
Tragedy.
news to start the stream. It's just gone down from there.
Oh no, DLO server has been
Oh, wait.
reopened for season
Okay,
2 with a
actually,
new
hang
scoring
on.
system.
So I just realized something, right? Because we've gone
Oh,
so late.
No.
The Neb event technically starts in like an hour or so.
Ah. Well,
Do,
I'm definitely. I've
Do
other
we, like-
plans. I have a lot of other plans for tonight. I am not gonna be able to make it.
I was like, do we
You're
have
gonna
like
be
another hour
tired.
of content in us to raid into that? I don't
No.
know if anyone's
Oh,
covered
an
it.
hour of
I'm not-
content to raid. I see. It's fine.
Uh.
What I'll do, I'll end stream an hour later. I'll start streaming for 30 seconds so I can raid. That sounds like an awful idea. I am not doing that.
That's so cooked. That's
Yeah.
so cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
covering the fleet. I hope that this was informative for everyone. Just the general fleet
Yep.
review is something that all
Yep.
of us like doing, contributing
Mm.
different ideas. Yeah, there's 4 of us, and it's 4 raccoons yapping up a storm about different tech we want to try. But
I realized I'm gonna have to worry about repeats. I think in my stream tomorrow. I need to check the submissions. I
That's
love.
right.
Yeah.
I go
Probably
into.
fine.
I go into like my creator dashboard on Twitch. Is like, did you know that 75% of the people who watch you watch Neko? And I'm like, yeah.
I do know, yes.
Wow, really? That's
When will
crazy.
Nebzer
That's insane.
I think I'm
know-
close to 100%.
I would have never guessed that we share a lot of viewers. That's crazy.
No. I'm putting the
Um,
Nebzer picture in the corner of my stream just
I have
now.
a modded fleet from Starcaller. I'll have to figure out how to do that. Is it?
Ah.
I'm assuming it's OBL.
Another star.
Yep. Oh god, Potato sent in the double CLN. For fuck's sake.
Well, I mean, we beat it last time, right? So
Oh, Notes
guys
sprint me
spot it?
Notes sprint me Sprinter bombers. Thanks, Notes, for that fucking curse thing. Anyway, Jeffrey's got me a BB. What the fuck does
Yeah.
boneless CLN mean? Thank you, Spy Eye.
I don't
I
like
do,
that
okay, yep,
implication.
I do have a repeat from Jeffreyism here. They did send in the same voxel fleet, and
Okay.
I'm not seeing a whole lot of repeats here. Nope, that's the only repeat I see. That's actually a lot better than I expected. I already closed. Firebird noticed that I did close submissions earlier today in my server because as soon as we started doing this one, it reminded everyone that they could submit, and we're already up to like 17
Oh.
for tomorrow.
we got through 10 today.
So, you know,
Like-
okay, 17, 15, like 16, 17 is actually the average that I've been doing in my server. Hey, Notes, you have 4 more fleets? Well, that fucking sucks because it's 1 fleet per person per week, so no.
Yeah.
Vren broke the rules.
Right.
Vren broke the rules. They sent me in 2 fleets. You have to pick one.
Alright.
You have to pick one. This is the one that's
Delete
more
the other
important,
one.
Scape, perhaps for obvious reasons. It's titled Kyanite Squadron, July 25th, 2025.
Oh, it's that one.
Is this?
Look forward to
I
it.
think that one's a joke fleet. I think I heard someone talking about that.
Kyanite Squadron? No, that's not a joke fleet.
Wait,
Yeah,
is this just an updated
I know Bren sometimes
Kyanite?
asks for like advice. He's like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" I'm like, "Yeah, it seems like
That's
a good idea."
literally
I'd run those
Kyanite
people.
Squadron.
Is it the same thing as the starter, or is it
No,
an updated version?
No, this is the Ren working on Kyanite Squadron.
I see.
Legitimately.
I mean, Star, you showed me like some Birch's like ideas, like, "Hey, let me try this." I'm like, "Yeah, that could work." So
I've helped Austral with Amethyst a couple
Oh,
times.
you're
Yeah,
another
Amethyst
Amethyst helper.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Austral kind of contacted a lot of people for help with that, but it was fun.
I knew Astro contacted a bunch of people. I just
was
didn't
fun.
know who.
It was fun.
I think besides that, we're mostly wrapped up then, right? We covered all
Yeah.
the fleets. Escape
Yep.
streaming tomorrow, so you can.
Who do
follow
we
them.
want to? Anyone we can raid into? Let's see.
I will say my friend
Before we
Platinum
end
Meg
the
is doing a
stream-
partner push. If
Okay.
we
Before
wanna
we end the
support
stream,
her.
I have a bit of an announcement for my viewers.
Oh, goody.
I'm going on a little bit of a hiatus for family reasons.
Oh,
Shouldn't be longer than 2 weeks.
see.
Probably a week, maybe a little less. Yeah. So yep, I will see you everyone in a little bit. You can still talk to me through Discord. You can still chat up, send me memes, ideas, suggestion, art. And so on that note, I'm gonna wish everyone a good night.
Thanks for coming by and look forward
Yep.
to you streaming again,
Yeah.
Andy.
I will
we
also
wanna get
say
raids loaded
that's
up, though.
reminded me. Not next week, but the week after. I will be out of town that entire week. So obviously, no streams while I'm in the middle of nowhere. It's, pretty obvious, right? I should have scheduled YouTube content for that week, so you should still have some things, I guess. I don't know. But yes, I think we leave the 3rd of August. That's Saturday. Is it the 2nd of August? 2nd or 3rd of August is when we leave for that week. So I will be out of town and no streams then. But apart from that,
Star, your schedule is a mess as usual, right?
It's a hell mess. Speaking of which,
Star, we
my
only got to
coworker-
stream because we all harassed you in our private DMs to get on.
Yeah, just literally all of us like, Star, come here.
But yeah, speaking of which, my coworkers just messaged me. I'm just like, oh no, it's about work stuff, right? Turns out my coworker found out about me streaming.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh my god. I think I would actually
Okay, well,
jump
it
off a
could be
bridge if my
worse.
coworkers figured out that Scape is me, I guess.
Yes, Scape, how would you feel about your coworkers here using Mommy Tour, huh?
Anyways,
It would be
then
over.
I'm feeling lucky I'm not big enough yet to have to worry about this.
No, okay,
Well, it'll
so
happen, don't
what
worry.
happened was
Yeah,
that
it
because
will
we were
happen,
having a
probably.
barbecue. Okay, so we were having a
Alright.
barbecue, then they spotted the streaming setup. Thankfully, they don't know my my handle, so they actually don't know how to find me.
No,
but,
they
like-
know you're a streamer, but
And then they texted me saying, "Hey, have you ever have you used the voice changer in your streams?" It's like, and I was just like, "Oh no, they know."
deafening silence. Deafening silence.
Hang on a second. Where?
Lost
Yeah,
Leviathan
yeah.
says, could be worse.
I'm-
My mom saw me drawing Scape-chan.
Tragic.
Okay, but that's
Tragedy.
fine. That's
Tragedy.
Fine, though.
At least
That's,
it wasn't
like,
Scape
fine.
Volley. At least it wasn't Scape Volley.
All right.
Okay,
Anyways, do we
well,
want to wrap it up here for today then?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I just got a DM
Um,
from Banana. Where you at? I'm
Alright, well-
fucking streaming. What do you mean?
You should
I'm gonna
Alright,
send the
well,
Platinum
good night,
Meg if any of
everyone.
you want to come along.
Twitch.tv/
Oh yeah, hang on. Let me just post my link to send that to Banana. Hang on. That's peak. Thank you, Star. That's actually fucking Gigabrain.
Alright, well, good night, everyone. I had a lot of fun. Thank you for having me on your stream.
Yep.
Glad you can make it, Andy.
Yep. If you've enjoyed the stream, feel free to follow.
And
So
for
you'll
Banana,
never
who's
miss-
and
you
for
won't miss
Banana,
the next
who's
stream?
just joining stream, it is ending. Sorry, sorry.
Um,
Bye.
Don't forget to check out my Discord, and I will see you guys in a little bit.
Yep.
All right.
Bye.
I don't think I'm gonna raid into anyone unless I
Fair
actually
enough.
no. I'll raid into you, Neko, and then you can raid into who.
Okay,
you
yeah,
raid
you
into.
got like a minute. Quickly, send it. Get all the viewers to me, and then I'll raid into Meg, and it'll work great.
It's perfect because an ad's
Sorry,
running. There you
fire.
go. Start
Don't worry,
raid. It's a surprise Neko raid. Don't tell him.
Oh no!
Oh my god. All right. The viewer duplication glitch begins. All right. See y'all.
We're manipulating
Bye.
the Twitch market.